Chapter 751. Auction 5. Sheng stood on the stage and took out several mortal gu, passing them around the hall. A few gu immortals received these mortal gu, showing doubt on their faces. Sheng spoke slowly. The auction of immortal gu is extremely important. The ones that are auctioned first have a greater advantage. They can be exchanged for more varieties of immortal gu. Thus, for fairness, this auction will not go according to the listed order. I have specially prepared these mortal gu. Once you activate them, they will point to one of the immortal gu up for auction. As for which one, it is completely random. Nobody can manipulate them. Go ahead and inspect these mortal gu. These words attracted quite a pleased response. The gu immortals inspected the mortal gu in turn as they discussed softly. This method is great. I was worried that my immortal gu would be auctioned later and be at a disadvantage. Sheng is not simple. He considered everything carefully for this auction. If he really did something secretly, I cannot complain. My inspections say that there are no problems at all. These mortal gu were inspected by the gu immortals and were sent to the secret rooms. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. He personally inspected them and discovered nothing wrong with them. After the gu immortals in the secret rooms inspected the mortal gu went to the single rooms again. The rank 8 gu immortals were almost all in single rooms. After inspecting, the mortal gu were passed back to Sheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who is still uncertain? Would you like to go ahead and inspect it again?" As expected, there were gu immortals who said that they needed to inspect it again. Among them, some had already inspected the gu before. This set of mortal gu had no problems earlier, but it was passed around. What if someone did something to them while they were passed around? Gu immortals were wary and meticulous, thus they wanted to take another look. After inspecting it again, they found nothing wrong. At this point, the true purpose of this auction was about to begin. Sheng activated this set of mortal gu in front of everyone. They shined in a bright light as smoke rose. The smoke gathered in the air and formed into the two words Conceal Luck. It has been chosen. The first immortal gu is Conceal Luck Immortal Gu. Sheng shouted. Conceal Luck Immortal Gu was originally numbered at the end of the auction. To think that it became the first now. Sheng grabbed the East Window Gu as he muttered after checking. At the same time, many other gu immortals were doing the same thing. The sequence in the East Window Gu was not the real order. Their own immortal gu could possibly be the next one up for auction. If they happened to be at the end, they could only blame their luck. This was a fair rule. None of the immortals had any disagreements. Even the rank 8 gu immortal grade experts agreed with this. On the stage, the screen was changing as it turned into the appearance of the Conceal Luck Immortal Gu. Sheng introduced when the time was right. As everyone can see, this gu looks like a white-skinned beetle. It is half the size of a palm and is a rank 6 luck path immortal gu. It can conceal one's own luck. The seller wants a metal path defensive immortal gu. Whoever has a metal path defensive immortal gu can bid for it. There is no lower limit for this. Conceal Luck Immortal Gu, concealing one's own luck. Luck Path has Luck Inspection Gu. It can inspect another person's luck. There is also Conceal Luck Gu. It can hide one's own luck and prevent others from seeing it. This Conceal Luck Immortal Gu is rank 6. It can defend from rank 6 Luck Inspection Gu. Although the effect is good, its use is too narrow. In the main hall, gu immortals were discussing softly, but no one bid for it. If Luck Path was flourishing and widely used, so be it. But, since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path, he had been secretive and hidden it for himself. This caused the number of Luck Path Mortal Gu to be very low. Especially Conceal Luck Immortal Gu. It could only have value against someone who had Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu's use was too narrow. It had little value. Gu immortals were not stupid. Why would they bid randomly? Damn it. The person who had Conceal Luck Immortal Gu was a female gu immortal. She sat in a single room as she bit her lips. She helplessly watched her Conceal Luck Immortal Gu go without bidding. Nobody wanted it. The first Immortal Gu was not successfully sold. This was out of everyone's expectations. Sheng's face was a little dark as he used the Mortal Gu in his hands to start the bidding for the second item. The image changed and showed a cicada-like Immortal Gu. This cicada was not as exquisite as Spring Autumn Cicada. It had a big head and was shining in silver light. This is Heavenly Gong Immortal Gu, a Sound Path rank 6 Immortal Gu, to be traded with a Transformation Path related Immortal Gu. Sheng said. In the main hall, a gu immortal saw this gu and flew into a rage, shouting, "Heavenly Gong Immortal Gu. Humph, this gu was mine, but Hei Lou Lan snatched it. Hei Lou Lan, come out now." "I'll come out. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" From a secret room, Hei Lou Lan walked out with a ruthless smile. It is Hei Lou Lan indeed, a famous loner of the demonic path in Northern Plains. Rumors say that he had obtained an inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable. Thus he can snatch other people's immortal Gu. This person was raised by a female wolf since he was young. His nature is like that of a wild animal. He is cruel and insidious, and is a loner, being very different from normal people. Old ancestor Shui, who had once attempted to recruit him, but he rejected him. The Gu immortals discussed enthusiastically. Hei Lou Lan crossed his arms as he walked towards the main hall, sitting in front of the shouting Gu immortal. The Gu immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other seats. You. The shouting Gu immortal pointed at Hei Lou Lan as his face turned red. He was trembling from anger. Me what? Hei Lou Lan licked his lips. He had a cruel and mocking gaze. Old man Fang Yuan, you are a sound path Gu immortal. If you do not bid now, when will you? Transformation path immortal Gu. I have one here. It is called Demon Ferret Skin. After using it, one's skin can turn into the skin of the Heart Demon Ferret. Unfettered Scholar's voice came from a single room. A Heart Demon Ferret was a desolate beast. There were normally Wisdom Path Gu worms in its body. The Demon Ferret skin could provide resistance against Wisdom Path attacking methods. After Unfettered Scholar killed a Heart Demon Ferret, he used it to refine this Gu. But he already had methods to defend against Wisdom Path. Thus this Gu was redundant to him. Therefore he took it out. Demon Ferret Skin. If one can gather Demon Ferret Bone, Demon Ferret Blood, and other related immortal Gu, one can unleash the immortal killer move, Heart Demon Ferret Transformation. Hei Lou Lan's gaze shined as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths. Their killer moves were easy to form. As long as one gathered a set of immortal Gu, they could form an immortal killer move. Thus, there was much to consider when trading for transformation path immortal Gu compared to other paths. Hei Lou Lan had 3 immortal wolf transformation killer moves. It could allow him to transform into 3 different desolate wolves. They had great battle strength. If he transformed into the Heart Demon Ferret, even though it was similar to the form of a wolf, what Hei Lou Lan wanted was to develop his fighting ability in water. Thus, Hei Lou Lan slightly shook his head, not speaking. Sheng by Sheng had been observing silently. He said, "Any other Gu immortals want a bid? I have a Moon Demon Bat Claw Immortal Gu. It can transform your hands into the bat claws of a Moon Demon Bat." Feng Gu said loudly. "This is Fairy Yulan who is representing Prince Feng Xian. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path Gu immortal? Why does she want the sound path Heavenly Gong Immortal Gu? She is representing the rank 8 Great Expert, Prince Feng Xian. This bid is likely to be Prince Feng Xian's intention." The Gu immortals started guessing. Nobody knew that the so-called Swordmaster Yulan was actually Feng Gu. He was a sound path Gu immortal. Thus he desired the Heavenly Gong Immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan did not speak. He shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw Immortal Gu could bring about a future possibility. Immortal Killer Move, Moon Demon Bat Transformation. But Hei Lou Lan was not good at aerial combat. He even hated the sky. This was because he had lived in a wolf's den in his youth. He learned to move on all 4s from his wolf mother, and was skilled in using his teeth to bite objects. Most wolves were land-based creatures. They could not fly. Sheng by Sheng obtained a transmission. Afterwards he said, "The Gu immortal in the first secret room has bid a grand smoked sea turtle shell immortal Gu, together with verified information regarding ascending heaven plane." Hei Lou Lan's gaze shined. He raised his head. Grand smoked sea turtle was a desolate beast of the sea. It suited his needs. But this turtle was skilled in using illusions to conceal itself. It did not have high speed or strong defenses. This was quite different from Hei Lou Lan's battle style. Ascending heaven plane, what is that? Hei Lou Lan asked. Although he had high battle strength, he was a loner and did not trust any human Gu immortals. Thus he was lacking in information. A frog in a well. Gu immortal Feng Yuan laughed as he refused to give up any chance of mocking Hei Lou Lan. Ascending heaven plane is a place. Anyone who passes it, even if it is immortal, can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. In the legends, Northern Dark Eye Soul, who was able to enter Black Heaven, went through ascending heaven plane to reach it. Sheng by Sheng explained patiently. So that's it. Hei Lou Lan was moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator. He needed to fight for every piece of resources personally. But Northern Plains had limited resources, and the super forces were holding on to them. Meanwhile, the immemorial 9 heavens had the heavenly wind chi wall. Only very strong Gu immortals could force their way in and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only white and black heaven were left intact, while the other heavens were utterly broken or even completely destroyed, be it the intact heavens or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, they had abundant resources. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get the information regarding the ascending heaven plane. Hei Lou Lan was increasingly moved. As he thought about it, 2 more Gu immortals took out their transformation path Immortal Gu and entered the bidding. One was the shouting Gu immortal who wanted to tear Hei Lou Lan into pieces. Gu Immortal Fang Yuan. A total of 5 Gu Immortals bid for 1 Immortal Gu. They continued to increase their bids or added in Immortal Essence Stones, even providing rare resources, lost Gu recipes, or a large group of beasts. Eventually, Hei Lou Lan chose the offer of the first secret room, obtaining Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell Immortal Gu, as well as a large group of water wolves. The two sides made the transaction in public. Because the Gu Immortal in the secret room could not show up, Qin Bai Sheng was the middleman for this. After Hei Lou Lan got the intelligence about ascending heaven plane, he looked at it in anticipation, but when he saw it, he stared with furious eyes as he started to shout in anger. Chapter 752. Auction 6. Why? Is there an issue with the ascending heaven plane information? Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed as he asked. This was his auction. According to the oath, neither buyer nor seller were allowed to lie. Verified information was given, which meant that there was a true location. No. Hei Lou Lan's expression turned grim. He refused to speak, but it looked like he had suffered a huge loss. That batch of water wolves? He asked. It is already in the blessed land. Qin Bai Sheng said. Bring me there. Hei Lou Lan said stiffly. Qin Bai Sheng waved his hand and teleported Hei Lou Lan away. After the latter checked the goods and found no mistake, he collected the wolves and left the auction in advance, without returning to the auction hall. Ha ha, seeing this wolf rascal suffer a loss, it is truly quite gratifying. In the first secret room, Morong Jin Shao laughed. Next to him, the rank 8 Gu Immortal from Eastern Sea was playing with the heavenly gong Immortal Gu. Thanks to esteemed guests' help, even though Hei Lou Lan saw the location of ascending heaven plane, it was in Eastern Sea and he could not go there. One could only imagine his anger. Morong Jin Shao thanked. No need to thank me, my daughter is skilled in music, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I was not targeting Hei Lou Lan personally. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know the location of it. How did the Gu Immortal in the first secret room learn about it? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. It was Morong tribe, right? Soon, Fang Yuan set aside his suspicions. Because Qin Bai Sheng had chosen the third Immortal Gu that was up for auction, it was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Bai Sheng announced clearly. Immortal Gu Rising Azure Cloud, rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in ascending and descending in the air. The seller wants a Strength Path Immortal Gu. Anyone interested can start bidding. Fang Yuan was now a Strength Path Gu Immortal. This was a fact that could not be changed. Even though Strength Path was declining now, he could only push on in this direction. Because of Spring Autumn Cicada, ever since rebirth, his plan had been to become a Time Path Gu Immortal using his first aperture. In regards to this, he was quite helpless. In the earlier stages of this life, Fang Yuan simply chose Strength Path as a transitory measure. In the end, because he was forced by circumstances, he ascended to an Immortal using Strength Path. And because of Reckless Savage's true meaning, his Strength Path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, becoming equal with Fang Yuan's Blood Path. This was unexpected. Fang Yuan would rather give up Blood Path than Spring Autumn Cicada. He was undoubtedly a Blood Path Grandmaster, but there was more than one Blood Path Grandmaster other than him. On the other hand, there was only one Spring Autumn Cicada in this world, and it was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital Gu. Looking at the two, the choice was clear. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he would need to walk on a long journey. He lacked a Time Path foundation, and he was not a Time Path Gu Immortal either. The current situation was, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not know when he could regain his living status. In a short time, if he wanted to gain more battle strength, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Gu. This is the Star Desolate Hound Strength Gu. It can grant you the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. I'll throw in another 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil, a Qi Grand Lion Strength Gu, and 5 drops of Rule Eye blood. As the bidding continued, a Gu Immortal's bid made the hall go into a commotion. Rule Eye blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, Rule Eye. Tribulation. Only by piercing the rule I can one obtain this blood. This blood is genuine immortal material. It can be the main material to make a rank 6 Immortal Gu, or a supplementary material for a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Rule Eye blood was precious, 5 drops was too little. He sighed. Although Strength Path was declining, the number of Strength Path Immortal Gu was not few. But if not for this auction, he would not have seen so many Strength Path Immortal Gu. Northern Plains Gu Immortals, compared to the other 4 regions, had the lowest financial power. But even so, after many years of accumulation, they still had quite the sum. Gu Immortals had many precious goods, but they usually kept it to themselves, hiding their wealth from others. Especially Immortal Gu, once these were exposed, they might get targeted. Thus, they hit Immortal Gu even more deeply. Only during this auction would Gu Immortals expose these Gu voluntarily. Otherwise, why would he say that the auction was a rare chance and a precious opportunity that he could not miss? A total of 5 Gu Immortals bid for Rising Azure, Cloud, Immortal Gu. After a few rounds, 2 Gu Immortals backed out. Not long after, the third stopped. Only 2 were left. But before they decided on the victor, Fang Yuan had sent a message to Qin Bai Sheng. Enough, I'll choose the third person. The one with Iron Crown, Eagle Strength Gu. This auction involving Immortal Gu was different from normal auctions. Firstly, Immortal Gu were unique. Secondly, there was no developed economy. They did not have a common currency. Thirdly, Gu Immortals' resources were all different. Most of the precious immortal materials were hard to evaluate. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. Even though buyers competed with each other, it was only to attract the seller and move them. The winner who outbids the rest might not necessarily get the auction item. To simplify it, this was a seller's market. Immortal Gu were unique. If I did not sell it, where could you buy it? A moment later, Fang Yuan and that Gu Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained the Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu, while Fang Yuan obtained the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, as well as a batch of immortal materials that were listed on Fang Yuan Spirit's list. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu was because this was the only one which was a flying beast. The rest were all land-based creatures. Fang Yuan had true solid bat wings now. It was compatible with the strength of a flying beast. If he could unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu while flying, it would have an effect on par with immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud was the fourth auction item. It was a Fire Path Immortal Gu. Once this Gu appeared, a small surge erupted in the auction. Even the rank 8 Gu Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, joined the bidding. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 Gu Immortals and ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals compare to a rank 8 Gu Immortal? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the eventual winner of the bidding. He would rather risk offending a rank 8 Great Expert. That was because the immortal materials offered by the buyer were too valuable to him. Immortal materials all varied greatly. The different types available were like the numbers of stars in the sky. Not even 5 Elements Grandmaster could possess all of them. But that was exactly why the auction was so interesting, because everyone had a chance. The fifth and sixth items were both Metal Path, Immortal Gu. The auction hall became much more heated now. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These were the 5 most mainstream paths. They were even more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were much less so. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained one of the Metal Path Gu worms. The last one was won by Qin Bai Sheng. Not only was he the organizer of the auction, he was also a participant. As time passed, Immortal Gu after Immortal Gu were bought and sold. This was a rare scene that had not happened in a few hundred years of time in Northern Plains. There were records in history regarding such auctions, but they were smaller in scale. The most important thing was that the collapse of 88 True Yang Building caused all the Gu Immortals to have some form of profit. This caused the auction to be at such a scale. Rarely seen Immortal Gu appeared one after another. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were trying to take advantage of this rare situation. Next is the 23rd auction item, Worldly Wave Trace. This Gu is rank 6 and is used for movement. Qin Bai Sheng was still introducing it when 2 Gu Immortals already began staring with shining eyes. Finally, Worldly Wave Trace, one of the core Immortal Gu of Water Pavilion. I have to get it no matter what. Feng Gu clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in the first secret room, Worldly Wave Trace. Very good. I did not waste my efforts after all. I already have the relevant Immortal Gu recipe in my hands. Once I get it, I have a high chance of refining Worldly Horizon Immortal Gu. World Horizon Immortal Gu can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens freely. It can reduce the cost of breaking through the heavenly Wind Chi wall. The Gu Immortal from Eastern Sea was already excited and in anticipation. The use and value of an Immortal Gu varied from one person to another. To Feng Gu, this was one of the cores to construct the rank 7 Immortal Gu house, Water Pavilion. To the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, it was a path towards the immemorial 9 heavens, the way to immense benefits. These two choices had their own advantages. It was hard to say which was a better way. I have a Star Desolate Hound Strength Gu, a Peach Wolf Strength Gu, a Wailing Whale Strength Gu. The Gu Immortals bid rapidly. Feng Gu waited patiently. Seeing that the rank 6 Gu Immortals in the main hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yu Lan's voice, he said, I have a Strength Path Immortal Gu here, called Pulling Mountain. It will allow your strength to pull up a mountain. I will also add in 150 kilograms of Heaven Metal. Heaven Metal? Incredible! This is an immortal material that is on par with the Rule I blood. It is only produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms from the start. This is much more than 5 drops of Rulai blood. Did I hear wrongly? There was a commotion in the main hall. Feng Gu took out a huge sum to bid. With one move, he scared off most of his competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven metal was not a small sum. It was extremely valuable, but he only scared off most of them. In the first secret room, Eastern Sea Gu Immortal snorted unhappily, using his Mortal Gu to bid again. A strength path Immortal Gu, overturn river, as well as 250 kilograms of cracked divine water. Is he crazy? 250 kilograms of cracked divine water? This is possible supplementary material for rank 7 Immortal Gu. Cracked divine water is on par with heaven metal. It can only be extracted from the deepest part of a great lake. In 100 years, there might only be about 10 to 15 kilograms. Oh, Feng Gu was slightly shocked. He did not expect such a fierce competitor to appear. He gave an arrogant laugh. Using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, he had less reservations, he said. Whatever the seller needs, be it materials, Gu recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves, just tell me. The instant these words came out, the whole hall went in an uproar. Most Gu immortals immediately thought of Prince Feng Xian, who was backing Fairy Yulan. It seems that Prince Feng Xian wants this Immortal Gu. Even that Eastern Sea Gu immortal could not help but guess. But he quickly laughed. His fighting spirit had been triggered. Prince Feng Xian is rank 8, but am I not rank 8 too? Soon after, in the auction hall, his voice could be heard. My request is the same as Fairy Yulan's. Can the seller give us an indication? The hall went into an uproar again. They were trying to guess who was in the first secret room. By directly competing with Swordmaster Yulan, they were trying to contest with Prince Feng Xian. Oh, in the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan showed an expression of shock as well. His eyes turned as he laughed lightly. It seems that both sides are not ordinary. They really desire this Gu. In that case, if I do not accede to their request, it would not be fitting. He directly took out Lang Yulan's spirits list. After multiplying the base amounts on it by several times, he handed it to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng received it and showed a strange expression before displaying it to everyone. The hall went into a third uproar. Isn't this list of items way too absurd? 3,000 kilograms of heaven metal and cracked divine water. Who is this seller? Does he think these materials are grass growing on the ground? This is an exorbitant amount. He is really asking for an absurd price. At once, even Feng Gu and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal were stunned. Chapter 753, Second Immortal Gu. Oh, interesting. Seeing the list of immortal materials given by Feng Yuan, Feng Jiuji's gaze shined as he restored his calm. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal's expression was like it had never changed. He sat on the chair with a disposition of being in control. He asked Murong Jin Shao beside him. How many Refinement Path Grandmasters are there in Northern Plains? On the list, most of them were Refinement Path immortal materials. The varieties were huge, and the types of materials were chaotic. One could become dizzy from looking at it. Feng Yuan could take it out in an instant. He had evidently prepared it long ago. Only Refinement Path Gu Immortals would bother to prepare such a list to try and gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao replied without thinking. There are 4 major Refinement Path Grandmasters in Northern Plains. The greatest one is Yao Tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortal, Yao Huang. Rumors say that his Refinement Path attainment has exceeded Grandmaster and perhaps even quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is a Gu Immortal of my Murong tribe, Murong Shuexiang. She had once refined a Snow Path Immortal Gu successfully. The third is the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. She has refined Gu for many Demonic Path Gu Immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator. She is called Lady Miao Li. She is skilled at refining Enslavement Path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything further. The Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. By asking for so many Gu refinement materials, even if this is an exorbitant amount, one can see his ambition and unique characteristics. In the main hall, after the Gu Immortals regained their senses, they realized this. Right now, this situation has become interesting. Both buyers are quite the characters. They have ample purchasing power. The seller is not to be underestimated either. He has a mysterious background. He is simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng watched with anticipation as he thought about this. He was the organizer of this auction. He knew that the rank 8 Gu Immortal in the first secret room came from Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, even if he was rank 8, had to restrain himself in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, outsiders were likely to get targeted. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal and Murong Jin Shao chose to hide their identities, choosing this secret room. Since they wanted to join the auction, they had to interact with Qin Baisheng, who helped them to hide their identities and gave them the first secret room. This was a form of respect. Immortal Zombie Sha Huang. He might look ordinary, but he may possibly have a rank 8 monster backing him up. And this rank 8 great expert is skilled in refining Gu. I'm afraid Fairy Li Shan knows this as well. Otherwise, why would he, a mere rank 6 immortal zombie, be so close to the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Qin Baisheng was making a guess. In a way, he was correct. Because it was Fang Yuan's spirit who was behind Fang Yuan. In the past, Long-Hair Ancestor was certainly a rank 8 Gu immortal. In that case, I will add in 150 pieces of Thunder Sound leaves. After a bit of silence, Feng Gu was the first to speak. In the hall, gasping noises could be heard. Thunder Sound leaves were not common. They did not exist in the outside world. They could only be created from strong lightning tribulations. It was the essence formed from thunder and lightning. But Thunder Sound leaves were very rare. They were hard to obtain. This was because ordinary Gu Immortal already found it hard to undergo their immortal aperture tribulations. They would not have the ability to pick the Thunder Sound leaves during their tribulations. Even if they had the ability, they needed a specific method to pick the Thunder Sound leaves. Thus, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Thunder Sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Gu was offering 150 of them. He, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, laughed. Is Prince Feng Xian so petty? This list clearly states that the seller wants 280 Thunder Sound leaves. After pausing for a while, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal shouted, I have 360 Heaven Flying Jades. Heaven Flying Jade. This is a type of jade that can allow a person to fly in azure heaven, of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade has some mystical senses. It is like a bird or beast. It can avoid capture on its own. Who is the person in the first secret room? He offered 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once. It directly fulfills the amount on the list. In the hall, murmurs could be heard again. Actually, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was also feeling heartache. He had once had an opportunity and entered a large azure heaven fragment world for exploration, obtaining more than 400 Heaven Flying Jades in the process, while getting injured. Right now, to compete for Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, he offered the majority of them, to deal a huge blow towards his contender. In the single room, Feng Gu snorted. His expression turned solemn. The other party's actions made him realize they were just like him. They were determined to get Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, offering 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once. This showed their immense wealth. They were a powerful foe. But who was Feng Gu? He was the person publicly recognized to have the highest battle strength in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Even though he was rank 7, he could withstand rank 8 Gu Immortals, with Spirit Affinity House backing him. In the many years of accumulation, his foundation was immensely abundant. If there were any rank 6 or 7 Gu Immortals in this auction who could contest with rank 8 great experts, then Feng Gu would definitely be number 1 amongst them. Adding more, Feng Gu did not hesitate. He continued, I'll add 10,000 pieces of star pupils. Star pupils, a rare material of the immemorial 9 heavens, not able to be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that originated from Blue Heaven. In Blue Heaven, stars flew around in carefree fashion, raining down endless stardust. Among these uncountable stardust fragments, some were 8-sided, some were 5-sided, 7-sided, 16-sided. There were also stardust fragments with no edges. They were round. These edgeless fragments were like round jewels, the starlight gathered into the shape of an iris. Thus, they were known as star pupils. Feng Jiuji's offer was shocking to the Gu Immortals. When this list first appeared, I had thought that there would not be a buyer so foolish as to pay such a huge price for an immortal Gu. I was wrong. The list only needs 8,000 edgeless stardust fragments, but Swordmaster Yulan is offering 10,000. This is evidently a counterattack against the competitor. Too wealthy. They are too wealthy. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am like a pauper. Such a feeling is really not good. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal heard Feng Jiuji's offer, and his breathing stopped for a moment. Honestly speaking, he did not expect that he would attract a fiercer counterattack, an even stronger backlash. Although there are a lot of star pupils, I must remind the seller. Star pupils, after all, vary in quality. A fragmented star pupil and an intact star pupil have very different value. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal said. Fang Yuan heard this and thought about it. The voice from the first secret room was correct. This was true. But on Fang Yuan's Spirit's immortal material list, he did not mention this. The reason was, Fang Yuan's Spirit did not expect such a situation to occur. He thought, it was hard enough to collect star pupils. It was good if they could find any. The quality was not an issue. That was a secondary concern. You've said so much, but can you actually make a new offer? If not, I have a lot more here. Feng Gu smiled coldly. He continued his attack, mentioning Region Sand, Sun Salt, Star Galaxy Wind, Plain Fire, and 3 other immortal materials. Although the amount did not fill up the list, the variety was enough to be shocking. A Gu Immortal immediately sighed. Fei Lou Lan is cold and arrogant. She is going all in. Before the opponent made an offer, she raised it once again. A Gu Immortal beside him analyzed. This is a bidding tactic. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu Immortal in the first secret room is a formidable person as well. He will not give up easily. Feng Yuan's offer gave the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal in the first secret room a reminder. That's right, the seller can take out such a list. They definitely cultivate refinement path. Refining Gu requires a large variety of materials. A large quantity of one material is not enough. The other party is making such an offer to attract them. I need to change my tactics as well. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal thought about it before shouting again. He competed with Feng Gu, offering huge amounts of immortal materials. This made the Gu Immortals present listen with dazed expressions, like they were dreaming. After a few rounds, be it Feng Gu or the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, they started breathing roughly. In the secret room, Gu Immortal Morongjin Zhao, who was at the side, could not say anything further. These two lunatics. In a single room, the rank 8 Gu Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivation included metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He needed Gu worms from all the 5 paths. He wanted to participate in the water path Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Traces auction, but looking at this competition, his desire dwindled. Fang Yuan was quite surprised. If he added Feng Gu and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bids together, then half of the materials listed would be collected already. Of course, Fang Yuan could only choose one of them. There cannot be 2 victors in this bid. Fang Yuan was not overly happy. His gaze was shining uncertainly. The other parties were not idiots. They were going after Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu so fiercely that proved that for them, they could derive much greater benefits from this Immortal Gu. I'll offer 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Qi. At one side, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal had made another offer. The auction hall started whirring, as if a small explosion had happened. What is drunk Immortal Qi? It is also an immortal material, but its use is quite obscure. It can make even Gu Immortals drunk. It can only be created in a special environment. This drunk Immortal Qi is usually sold in traces. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, condensed drunk Immortal Qi that are in liquid form are sold in grams. Since when are they sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was really wealthy. With this heavy blow, even Feng Yuan's expression became solemn. Feng Yuan knew the value of this drunk Immortal Qi. 5 kilograms of it was simply extraordinary. Feng Yuan was hesitant. If he made an offer again, he would need to provide value equivalent to 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Qi. He calmed down and thought about it, asking himself, for solely Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, is such a price worth it or not? Of course it was worth it. Rebuilding Water Pavilion had been a wish of Spirit Affinity House for ages. Although Spirit Affinity House had the complete recipe of Water Pavilion, they could refine only the Mortal Gu. The Immortal Gu were unique. For Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House had put up detailed missions. Recovering each of the core Immortal Gu would have an immense reward. In that case, so be it. Feng Yuan thought about it rapidly. After making up his mind, he took out another Immortal Gu while gritting his teeth. This is the Strength Path Immer. Chapter 754. Domination Immortal Gu. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall exploded into a commotion soon afterwards. The Gu Immortals talked among themselves, as many of the Gu Immortals in the hall directed their gaze towards a single room. This single room was the place where Fei Lou Lan was inside. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Lou Lan had when she made such a shocking decision. Even the organizer, Sheng, was a bit stunned. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1. Is that what you mean, Fei Lou Lan? That is the case. Feng Yuan made the decision already. He had no more hesitations. Hearing Feng Yuan's confirmation, the discussions in the hall became softer. Feng Yuan was a sound path Gu Immortal. Why did he have 2 strength path Immortal Gu in his possession? In truth, he had many more Immortal Gu than just these 2. Feng Yuan led the 10 Gu Immortals into Northern Plains secretly. He had important missions assigned to him. The first was to find the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, the person who activated Central Continent's arrangements in advance. The second one was to collect as many Immortal Gu as he could. To achieve this target, the Central Continent Gu Immortals prepared many methods. One of the ways was to exchange Gu. Thus they brought along many Immortal Gu from their sections. After all, Gu worms were hard to snatch. A Gu master can destroy their own Gu worms in an instant with just a thought. The same applied to Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu that they brought over were mostly from unpopular paths, like Strength Path, Qi Path, and others. Intelligence on Northern Plains was always in the grasps of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Bai Sheng had not concealed the matter of him holding the auction. He even promoted it greatly. Thus, Feng Gu and the others had heard about this even when they were in Central Continent. It could be said that Feng Jiuji's appearance in the auction was not a last-minute decision. He had planned for it long ago. In the current world, Strength Path was not doing well. It had been weakening. Those with enough wealth and ambition would certainly not choose to cultivate in Strength Path. Using these Gu worms to exchange for Gu worms of other paths, to the 10 sects, this was a form of victory. Although the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was a rank 8 great expert, when they truly competed, he still lost to Feng Gu. After all, Feng Gu was backed by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal entered Northern Plains secretly and attended this auction. It was his personal matter. Feng Gu had the resolution to do a 2-for-1 exchange, but he did not. But he was not resigned. He made a final effort, bidding, "I will add a sandalwood sacred elephant egg." A small commotion occurred in the hall again. A sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient, desolate beast. After it grows to adulthood, it can rival rank 7 Gu Immortals. The most important thing is to raise it from a young age, establishing a deep relationship. There would be a low chance of betrayal. A living, ancient, desolate beast's value is very high. If managed well, it is like a treasure trove with endless value. The blood of the sacred elephant is a good immortal material. The tusks of the sacred elephant will grow back even if they are removed. The Gu Immortal in the first secret room is using another approach. This is quite impressive. An immortal Gu versus an ancient, desolate beast. Comparing the two, they each have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to decide. Immortal Gu are indeed unique, but ancient, desolate beasts are useful too. Especially when the seller seems to have interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient, desolate beast. The people discussed. At this point, Feng Gu and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal stopped bidding. The situation was uncertain now. Feng Gu was exchanging too. For one, he had great resolution and had a better chance. But the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal's offer was similarly enticing. He had a chance of victory too. As the auction hall turned silent, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. This was an unexpected climactic moment of the auction. How would it end? Who would be the winner that obtains Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu? Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Fang Yuan thought about it before making his decision, informing Qin Bai Sheng secretly. Qin Bai Sheng nodded, announcing publicly. The seller has decided. They will sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu to Hei Lou Lan. Once he said that, everyone breathed out in relief, starting their discussions. It was logical that Hei Lou Lan won. It was a 2-for-1 trade after all. If it was me, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, the immortal essence expenditure of using 2 immortal Gu is high. Which lucky person does this Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu belong to? He actually sold it for such a good price. 1 immortal Gu in exchange for 2. Indeed, if I had not witnessed this personally, I would never believe it. Hei Lou Lan, or rather, Prince Fengxian definitely has other objectives. They are not fools. Since they are offering such a high price, then the benefits they can gain must also be higher. As long as there is demand, there is a market, and profits can be gained. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them. Even Fang Yuan was trying to decipher the reason why Swordmaster Yulan was buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu at such a high price. Prince Fengxian. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal muttered this name as his expression turned slightly dark. As the auction continued, an Earth Path Immortal Gu appeared next. But the atmosphere was far beneath that of earlier. Most of the Gu Immortals were still thinking about the earlier situation. They were still discussing it. What was the meaning of affluence and wealth? They had finally seen it clearly. Even though many people were suspicious, why would Prince Fengxian, a fire path cultivator, be interested in a water path Immortal Gu? But the mind of a rank 8 great expert was hard to decipher. It was not something an outsider could guess so easily. A mainstream path Immortal Gu was rapidly sold after several rounds of bidding. The quick deal gave people a relatively boring feeling. Towards this, Qin Bai Sheng was helpless. He could only smile bitterly. After the climax, it would be the downturn. After all, Feng Gu and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals' bids were too imposing. It weakened a lot of the Gu Immortals' desires to bid. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with the 2 Strength Path Immortal Gu as he paid attention to the auction. Transactions involving Immortal Gu were done on the spot. Fang Yuan looked through those immortal materials. He checked that there was no issue with the quantity. Through Feng Jiuji's cooperation, the 2 Strength Path Immortal Gu were completely refined by Fang Yuan. They were now his. At the same time, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was in Feng Jiuji's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. After so many years, it is finally back in Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Gu sighed softly. He felt some emotions. as Immortal Gu were auctioned off one by one. As time passed, the atmosphere of the auction hall became heated once again. Next is the 34th auction item, Strength Path Immortal Gu, Cauldron Strength. This is a rare Strength Path defensive Immortal Gu. Once activated, it can create a Strength Cauldron, protecting oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Sheng said. Most of the Gu Immortals in the hall had little interest. Strength Path was declining, few people cultivated it, thus its demand in the market was small. Just as the owner of Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu was anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path. Immortal Gu loving affection. This voice, its domination, Immortal Chu Du. Immediately, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is hoarse like this. To think that domination Immortal came. What is so strange about it? Lord Chu Du is a famous Strength Path expert. Why would Sheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Gu drank his tea as his eyes shined. Before he came to Northern Plains, he had obtained some information. The information regarding Domination Immortal Chu Du was rich and had a lot of details. Feng Gu placed great emphasis on him. Chu Du was a rare Strength Path Gu Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he even had overflowing talent, creating a side branch of Strength Path personally. Strength Path was a huge path, it had once flourished. Right now, Strength Path was split into Beast Strength Phantom Branch, Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch, as well as Human Strength June Strength Branch. The Beast Strength Phantom Branch included Bull Strength, Tiger Strength, and others. The Strength Path Immortal Gu, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, that Fang Yuan had obtained some time ago was in this branch. Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch was the strength of nature, like Wind Strength, Water Strength, Fire Strength, and others. Or for example, Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water that Fang Yuan obtained from selling Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, both belonged to this branch. Human Strength June Strength Branch referred to the Gene Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Gene Gu, June Strength Gu, Strength of 10 June Gu, Strength of 100 June Gu, and others. This small branch was created solely by Chu Du. He brought Strength Path onto another track and revitalized this dying path using his own methods. Right now, the Human Strength June Strength branch was already the mainstream Strength Path cultivation in Northern Plains. All the Gu Masters in Northern Plains had a Strength Path foundation. They had all used Gene Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Gene Gu, June Strength Gu, Strength of 10 June Gu, and others. One could say that Domination Immortal Chu Du had single-handedly turned around the situation of Strength Path, affecting all of the Gu cultivator paths in the world. Feng Gu naturally had to pay a lot of attention to such a person. In fact, it was particularly great emphasis. Northern Plains is constantly engaged in battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I have to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Ji's mouth curled into an excited smile. Meeting all of the heroes in this world, that was the ambition of a true man. At this time, a voice echoed, delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud soil. Guh. Feng Gu spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes stared widely as he lost his calm. Delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu. He shouted, damn it, my worry came true. Immortal Gu could be placed up for auction. They could naturally be used to trade for other Immortal Gu as well. If not for this, all of the registered Immortal Gu would be held up and not available for trade. This would greatly affect the auction success. Feng Gu understood this rule, and thus he was worried about it. Whatever you worried about was bound to happen. Fang Yuan wanted Strength Path Immortal Gu. He had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal Gu since long ago. Right now, he offered delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu. This was part of his original plan. One Heaven Pillar Wind. Facing Fang Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his offer. Heaven Pillar Wind was quite special. It originated from Green Heaven. It was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had high value. It did not lose to Feng Ji's earlier bid of 150 Thunder Sound Leaves. Domination Immortal Chu Du, Fang Yuan muttered, immediately understanding. It seems that you are my biggest competitor this time. Chapter 755, Fang Yuan vs. Chu Du. The 10th secret room bids an intact skeleton of a sky dragon, along with 1,500 grams of fury powder. Sheng stood on the platform and shouted loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid a Heaven Pillar Wind, and the Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room immediately marked up the price with no hesitation. This is a strong foe. Chu Du sighed inwardly. In the previous bidding war of Feng Gu and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, the price was settled by exchanging 2 Immortal Gu for 1, from which the 10th secret room had profited greatly. Everyone in the auction knew of this. Chu Du could not help but feel pressure. He was also a veteran Gu Immortal with rank 7 cultivation and a deep foundation. In his peak period, the immortal essence stones he had on hand to spend greatly surpassed several tens of thousands. But the situation now was different from the past. Chu Du recently succeeded in undergoing a tribulation of his immortal aperture, but as a result, his foundation had thinned. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered deep within white heaven to explore and replenish resources. He did make some profits, but he suffered injuries, and to heal these injuries he had to borrow immortal Gu from others, which cost him a lot. Overall, he still ended up at a loss. The immemorial 9 heavens had plentiful resources, but were also danger zones. The benefits there were accompanied with risks. Thus, at this moment, Chu Du was quite short on money available to spend. But Strength Path defensive immortal Gu are rare. I have been a Strength Path Gu immortal for so long, but only today have I come across one. If I don't try my best to obtain it, I might regret it in the future. Chu Du thought of this, and gritted his teeth as he continued to bid. However, no matter how much he added, Fang Yuan also kept on adding. Several rounds later, Chu Du finally could not persist with this and sent a message to Qin Bai Sheng secretly, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Bai Sheng was surprised, but without any change in expression, he sent the message to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's permission, Chu Du was able to send a letter to the 10th secret room. In the letter, Chu Du wrote, if Fang Yuan to retreat from the bidding war, he would owe Fang Yuan a favor and would do a task of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in accordance to the future circumstances. If Fang Yuan did not believe him, they could use an immortal Gu to create a vow. Not only this, Chu Du also said he would provide Fang Yuan precious information regarding Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Fang Yuan was surprised and also happy as he read this letter. There was no doubt Chu Du wrote this letter because he wanted to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, and because of his insufficient financial condition, he wanted to talk things over with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan certainly would not agree. He was a Strength Path Gu Immortal as well, and naturally wanted to obtain this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. As for Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan already had a rough understanding of it. He even obtained benefits personally. I had originally thought Domination Immortal Chu Du had deep pockets, but who could have thought he would make a fool of himself this quickly? It seems his fortune is at rock bottom. Hee. Fang Yuan snickered while making another high bid. Chu Du gritted his teeth as he proceeded with the bidding, but the items he used to bid were a mishmash of different goods. Fang Yuan increased his bid again, adding on rank 7 immortal materials, which could act as the main refinement material to refine a rank 7 immortal Gu. Their value was very high. Chu Du sighed but still was not resigned to giving up, as he again added bits and pieces from here and there, bidding many rank 6 immortal materials. The overall price was similar to Fang Yuan's rank 7 immortal materials. The Gu immortals in the hall began to notice the clues now. Strange, Lord Chu Du seems to be in a strained situation. I had vaguely heard that Domination Immortal had undergone a tribulation few months ago. It seems the injuries from the tribulation were quite heavy. Chu Du had borrowed healing immortal Gu from Yao Huang, and reportedly had to pay a considerable price. The Gu immortals quietly spoke to one another while sighing. Chu Du was feeling anxious, but there was someone else who was more anxious, Feng Gu. This Domination Immortal also cannot handle the situation. Feng Gu felt disappointment. He had been hoping Chu Du could pressure the 10th secret room with his might and overwhelm them to achieve victory. But despite Chu Du's reputation, currently his poor financial capacity was making a scene that Feng Gu could not bear to continue witnessing. He had no choice but to think of a way to stop Fang Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain. These two immortal Gu both belong to the Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a major origin. It is even possible that they are the main culprit of the Imperial Court case. I know them, but they don't know about me. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark right now. It won't be appropriate if I directly buy Delight in Water and Mountain from him or her. Not to mention the chance of inadvertently alerting them. If they infer some clues and decide to not sell the immortal Gu, that would be anything but good. Feng Gu kept on thinking. He also had a strategic mind. He had both brains and brawn. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not entrust him with such an important task and send him as the leader of the group infiltrating Northern Plains. If I directly interfere and participate in the bidding, that would be inappropriate as well. I am under the identity of Swordmaster Yulan, but I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace if I openly buy Delight in Water and Mountain again. In the case that the person in the 10th secret room knows of the secret of Water Pavilion, the possibility of exposing myself increases greatly. Feng Gu had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains and also disguised his identity. Even if he was very powerful, he would be fighting in foreign territory, so he had some misgivings. The most troublesome thing is even if someone outbids others in this auction, if the seller does not choose them, it would still be a failure. Even if I interfere and suppress others, there won't be much significance. Moreover, there was another point as well. Even if Feng Yuan succeeded in the bidding and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, what would he use it for? He did not want a Strength Path Immortal Gu. Instead, he wanted to sell Strength Path Immortal Gu in exchange for other, more suitable Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's mouth dried. He took a sip of tea while having a regretful feeling in his heart. If I was not alone and had someone to help me, it would be much simpler to deal with this problem. However, on one hand, his move, vaguely familiar face, was an immortal killer move, and it could not be easily passed on to others. On the other hand, he also could not use the Gu Immortals at Prince Feng Xian's side. The logic here was simple. If, by any chance, Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, Prince Feng Xian would not be greatly implicated. Prince Feng Xian could proclaim he knew nothing of it, and keep on lurking undercover. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Yuan made the decision and quietly got in contact with Domination Immortal Chu. The Gu Immortals in single rooms, and the main hall could directly contact each other, unlike the secret rooms, where Chu Du could only contact Fang Yuan with Qin by Sheng as the middleman. As long as either party within a secret room did not want to make contact, there could be no way to send a message. Chu Du felt strange as he received Sword Master Yu Lan's letter. He was fairly close to Yao Huang, but he had only met Prince Feng Xian once. In the letter, Feng Yuan said he was willing to fund Chu Du to help him win Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. However, he made a request, saying that he hoped Chu Du could sell the immortal material, True Heaven Silver. It seems that there is some value for the injuries I had in the exploration of White Heaven. I obtained 300 kilograms of True Heaven Silver, which is extremely rare, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With Swordmaster Yu Lan's help, I can still compete. Chu Du naturally was somewhat doubtful of Feng Yuan's true intentions, but he was feeling urgency in obtaining Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Yuan, thanking the other party for the help, and also stating that after this event, he would give detailed information on the exact location of True Heaven Silver. With Feng Yuan's help, Chu Du gained confidence and made a bid again. Changes occur in matters within the world, producing mysterious and interesting results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Chu Du died in battle, and the killer had been Feng Yuan. Now, because of Fang Yuan, these two people joined hands by a stroke of fate. The collaboration between the two was mutually beneficial. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, and Feng Yuan's help was opportune assistance. To Feng Yuan, the financial aid he provided Chu Du with would be returned to him in the future. He could pay a low price to obstruct Fang Yuan's target. The bidding price continued to increase higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have been revitalized, having increased confidence as he made bids with no hesitation. Fang Yuan was surprised at this. After using up the immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land, he had no choice but to start bidding with the immortal materials he had obtained earlier. Feng Yuan could not help but feel vexed. These immortal materials had been his previously. He had not thought that after taking them out, they would be used against him so quickly. However, Feng Yuan had no choice but to continue, while also calculating the situation. It seems the situation of Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu is going to be repeated. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be bent on getting this Strength Immortal Gu. The 10th Secret Room has been requesting Strength Path Immortal Gu since the beginning, and is now competing with Chu Du, with neither side having the slightest intent to retreat. It seems there is going to be another surge in the auction. The Gu Immortals discussed with one another in the main hall. Fang Yuan finally could not keep being seated. He left his seat and paced around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope and thus sent the letter. But how? In that case, did he get such a boost in his wealth? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? Impossible. There would need to be a hole in his brain for him to use such a clumsy plan. That means someone is helping him. Fang Yuan frowned. He had a hunch, but he could not precisely grasp it. Who was this person helping Chu Du? Why was this person helping him? On the surface, it was a competition between two people, but Fang Yuan felt that there was someone meddling in the dark. Fang Yuan tapped at his immortal zombie head as he sat down on his seat again and started to use the wills in his mind to help him in thinking. While he thought, he continued bidding. After 2 more bids, he suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The thinking just now had given him some results, as he formed some conjectures. I must have this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted, making an empty show of power. Whatever the seller wants, speak. I will do my best to satisfy it. The same goes for me. Whatever the seller wants, please speak. Chu Du was silent for a moment before he followed suit, showing no weakness. The hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple directly. challenging Chu Du. Sure enough, it has started again, the second climactic moment of the auction. The auction of Worldly Wave Trace was also like this. Now, let's see what the seller wants. The seller did not think for long, immediately speaking of a new requirement, a wisdom path inheritance. Chu Du gave a bitter smile when he heard this request. Where would he find a wisdom path inheritance? Wisdom path has been around for a long time, but it had always been passed down from generation to generation in a single line, and was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the heated bidding war and got greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Gu also gave a bitter smile. He had many Immortal Gu with him, but the seller's request of a wisdom path inheritance caused things to be awkward for him. Wisdom path was rare, even among the 10 great ancient sects. Only a few wisdom path inheritances were possessed by them. Fang Yuan had asked for a wisdom path inheritance in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, but this had not been fulfilled. Finally, when fortune arrived for him, he only received an incomplete inheritance. That was also because the other party had an urgent need for the ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path Gu worms, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. For a while, Fang Yuan and Chu Du went silent. Chapter 756. Fang Yuan versus Feng Gu. The seller was requesting for a wisdom path inheritance. This was really an excessive demand. Previously, in the immortal material list that Fang Yuan threw out earlier, at least Gu immortals would more or less have something within it, but wisdom path inheritances were extremely rare. Even if it was a wisdom path Gu immortal, they would not sell their own inheritance, something that is of utmost importance to themselves. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, and neither did Feng Gu. Fang Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. It was extremely incomplete. It could not meet the requirements. He sat on the seat, licking his dry lips as he kept quiet, but his heart was growing with anticipation. At once, be it the 10th secret room or Domination Immortal Chu Du, they did not speak. The hall fell into a peculiar silence. Eventually, discussions arose in the hall again. Requesting for a wisdom path inheritance. This condition is too much. A wisdom path Immortal Gu is good enough. They were still greedy for a wisdom path inheritance? This is simply being blinded by greed. Such a condition, the 10th secret room and Domination Immortal are unable to satisfy it. The heated bidding earlier was ruined. This cauldron strength Immortal Gu might end up going unsold. But this is nothing much. Unsold Immortal Gu will be in the second round of the auction according to the sequence. This seller of the cauldron strength Immortal Gu also found something amiss. He was anxious and quickly added. Sheng received his transmission and announced again. The wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. An incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine too. Of course, the more complete it is, the better it would be. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a rather incomplete wisdom path inheritance. His bid came from within the 10th secret room. I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Chu Du heard Fang Yuan's bid and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had hope in his heart. He placed his hopes on Swordmaster Yulan. In his perspective, Swordmaster Yulan was backed by Prince Fengxian. They had incredible foundation and would likely have a wisdom path incomplete inheritance. Feng Gu laughed bitterly. Spirit Affinity House indeed had collected incomplete wisdom path inheritances, but he did not have any currently. He quickly used the whole Earth Gu in his immortal aperture and communicated to the other 9 Central Continent Gu immortals. The 9 Central Continent Gu immortals knew about Feng Gu's actions. In truth, they were secretly lurking near Crimson Reed Marsh, waiting to reinforce Feng Gu. After receiving Feng Gu's message, 2 of them had an incomplete inheritance. One was from Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The other was Chun Jinqi from Myriad Dragon Dock. He was a flying grandmaster and had once explored an inheritance ground, obtaining one by chance. Feng Gu received their message and was overjoyed, quickly interacting with them. Wisdom Path inheritances, even if incomplete, were quite valuable. Old Oracle and Chun Jinqi were not from the same sect as Feng Gu. Even if they were, they still had to properly balance the books. In a moment, Feng Gu finished discussing with Chun Jinqi and paid some price to buy the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Gu became hesitant. He could naturally provide the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to Chu Du, but doing it in this way was too obvious. He had lied to Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted Chu Du's immortal materials, the true Heaven Silver. But now, just for the true Heaven Silver, he was providing him the valuable incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like giving up gold for silver. It did not make sense. Feng Gu could imagine, once he showed this inheritance, Chu Du would begin to suspect his true motives. Oh, if I had a companion that understood the situation alongside me, they would be able to bid now. Feng Gu sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller would choose the 10th secret room. Unfortunately, in regards to the seller who is auctioning the Immortal Gu, I cannot contact them. Just as Feng Gu was about to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance, Chu Du spoke. I do not have an inheritance. I'll back out from this bid. Feng Gu was stunned. The truth was, after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart vanished. He thought over it. His relationship with Swordmaster Yu Lan and Prince Feng Xian was not deep. The other party was only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they make such a huge sacrifice to help him? Just for that 300 kilograms of true heaven silver? It was evidently impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he needed his face. Fang Yuan had made his offer long ago. So many people were watching. Chu Du could not stall this by keeping silent. Thus, he announced his intention to back out from the current bid. Feng Ji's expression sunk. When Chu Du announced that he was backing out, he understood the reason behind it. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was imminent. Feng Gu did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, thus making deductions in advance? Feng Gu himself had hesitated. Because he lacked a companion, his hands were tied, and it was tough for him to manipulate anything. But, even if Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu is handed over, there is still hope. After the open auction, there is still the free transaction period. Feng Gu consoled himself. His mental state quickly returned to normal. He had braved through many storms and difficulties in life that had improved him. They were on par with Feng Yuan's. If not for them, he would not be the Feng Gu he was today. Feng Gu was a type of person with much in common with Feng Yuan. They never gave up and would not mind temporary failure or loss, and they could lower their statuses if needed. The result of the competition for Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu had become quite clear. Domination Immortal Chu Du conceded while Feng Yuan provided an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But just as Qin Bai Sheng was about to announce the bid going to Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11 Secret Room is bidding as well. They are taking out a wisdom path Immortal Gu, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, as well as immortal materials that are on par with those of 10th Secret Room. Qin Bai Sheng suddenly announced. This was an unexpected situation. The Gu Immortals in the main hall were very interested. Another mysterious Gu Immortal has entered the bidding competition. 11th Secret Room. They are able to make such a high bid. The auction has invited some formidable characters indeed. Since when were Strength Path Immortal Gu so popular, everyone is fighting for this. Qin Bai Sheng felt more confusion than the others. He knew that Tai Bai Yun Sheng and Feng Yuan arrived together. They should be allies. Why were they competing with each other now? Not only him, even the bidder, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, was confused. He had just received Feng Yuan's transmission earlier, asking him to do this bid. Since the seller could only choose one person to deal with, whether they chose Feng Yuan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, they would only receive one of the bids. From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not violate the auction's rules. Feng Yuan sat in the 10th secret room. His finger was tapping on the armrest of his seat. His eyes were closed until only a slit remained. He continued bidding and competing with Tai Bai Yun Sheng. After several rounds, Tai Bai Yun Sheng pieced random materials together, showing his limited finances. Next, he purposely hesitated before bidding, displaying a changing mind. After several more rounds of bidding, Tai Bai Yun Sheng obtained a notification from Qin Bai Sheng. After approving of it, he received a letter from another person. This letter's content was similar to the one written to Domination Immortal. Using one of the immortal materials that Tai Bai Yun Sheng had as an excuse, he saw that Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not afford to continue bidding and was willing to fund him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, just as you had expected, someone is willing to fund me. Tai Bai Yun Sheng reported this to Feng Yuan in secret. Oh. Feng Yuan opened his eyes, straightening his back subconsciously. Who? Swordmaster Yu Lan. Swordmaster Yu Lan? Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Swordmaster Yu Lan. Prince Feng Xian. He could not sit any longer. He started pacing around in the room. Feng Yuan's plan earlier was only to ascertain a guess in his mind. Now that he saw a result from his test, Feng Yuan was a little surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du obtained funding. Thus he could continue competing with me. This person is likely to be Swordmaster Yu Lan. If it is her, then why did she fund Chu Du and Tai Bai Yun Sheng? It is definitely not for the immortal materials, but to prevent my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu from falling into other people's hands. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu has no use in my hands, thus I am selling it. But if it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, then he would not sell the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu again, because he wants to have it. Swordmaster Yu Lan spent a huge sum earlier and used 2 Strength Path Immortal Gu to obtain Worldly Wave Trace Gu. Now, She is trying all sorts of methods to prevent me from selling delight in water and mountain goo. Why is that? The answer had already been flickering in his mind. That was the rank 7 Immortal Gu house, Water Pavilion. Fang Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. After a while, he stopped in his tracks, raising his head. The scene in the secret room was like a painting, but Fang Yuan's gaze was like the abyss. It was as if it pierced through the layers of illusions and saw the Gu immortals in the main hall. He saw Sword Master Yulan, who was in the single room. He even saw the region outside of Northern Plains. It was Central Continent. Fang Yuan's gaze was like ice. He laughed coldly in his heart. Impressive, a great move. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House managed to sway Prince Feng Xian's heart and recruit him. Prince Feng Xian suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House. It caught people off guard. It almost killed Ma Hongyun, who had become a rank 7 Gu immortal, causing Northern Plains' situation to become dramatically worse. Northern Plains sacrificed large numbers of Gu immortals. Countless territories were lost, and Spirit Affinity House was in the forefront, at number 1 among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince Feng Xian all along had been a tool of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Gu had used vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan could not decipher the truth. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had ordered Feng Gu and the other Gu immortals to enter Northern Plains. It was a top-secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Gu immortals had worked together to eliminate all evidence of their actions. In accordance with Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering methods, he naturally would not be able to find out anything. Fang Yuan did not know these matters, but Feng Gu was using Fairy Yulan's identity. It instead helped Fang Yuan figure out the important secret that Spirit Affinity House had been hiding. Chapter 757, Resurrection from the Dead. This Swordmaster Yulan has quite impressive methods. If Chu Du did not send me a letter earlier, I might not have found out the flaw. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected it either. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. Feng Jiuji's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when he struck, it was like a natural process. There was no traces. But in this contest of wits, Fang Yuan had come out marginally ahead. Firstly, Chu Du was the cause of Feng Jiuji's flaw. Feng Jiugu did not know that Domination Immortal had sent a letter to Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not have acted this way. But Chu Du would not tell the other party for no reason. After all, this matter would cause a loss in reputation. At the same time, Chu Du had thought that Feng Jiugu really wanted his true heaven silver. Feng Jiuji's second weakness was that he did not have accomplices. He was also using a fake identity. He had a lot of worries and restrictions binding him. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had Tai by Yunsheng assisting him. It could save a lot of trouble. Feng Jiuji's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not normal. He was a reborn person. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce some secrets based on the huge events that had happened. Fang Yuan sat down and continued to think while bidding against Tai by Yunsheng. The situation had changed again. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in the dark, but now he had a grasp of the situation. He found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Even though he did not know about the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative now. Feng Jiugu did not know that Fang Yuan had seen through his motives. This was a great opportunity where the enemy was exposed while he was hidden. Right now, Fang Yuan was pondering over an issue. Should he keep the light in water and mountain, causing Spirit Affinity House's plans to fail, or trade it for the Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, or directly sell the delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan? Fang Yuan was open-minded. He was not against others gaining advantages. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House and gain a huge amount of benefits, Fang Yuan would do it. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan did not want to give up Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Such a Strength Path Defensive Immortal Gu was very rare. Once he missed it, he might not find another again. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from a single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Kindness Thought Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and twice the immortal materials for this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. The entirety of the hall gasped. The Gu Immortal who had entered the bidding competition was not a normal person. It was one of the 5 rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yao Huang. Yao Huang is bidding too. He is a Refinement Path Gu Immortal. Why does he have needs for Strength Path too? Maybe this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu involves some immense benefits that we do not know about. In a single room, next to Yao Huang, one of the current leaders of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong, was seated. Yin Lu Gong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really buying this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu?" Yao Huang chuckled. "Indeed, I want to refine an Immortal Gu, Resurrection from the Dead. There is an important stage where I need a formless vessel to act as the container during refinement. This vessel needs to be formless and ethereal, and cannot have any trace of the 5 elements, light or darkness. Thus, fire, ice, wood, metal, qi and other paths would not work. The best path for this is Phantom Path, followed by Strength Path, Space Path, and finally, Rule Path. Hei Lou Lan realized, Phantom Path, Immortal Gu are extremely rare. They are like Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path, Immortal Gu that can act as a formless vessel are even rarer. This cauldron strength, Immortal Gu. Even though it uses strength to create a cauldron, it does not have the 5 elements or light or darkness in it. It is formless and ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is really a top-tier vessel for Gu refinement. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, refinement, they all depend on the person. Immortal Gu are a tool. Their use varies from person to person. Little Lu, you should believe my sincerity now, right? Hei Lou Lan smiled bitterly. Earlier, when Yao Huang invited him and pulled his hand when entering a single room, it showed that their relationship was close and many Gu immortals were very envious. But the outsiders did not know the details. Yao Huang had his own motives. These recent years, Yao Huang had been conducting research on an entirely new Immortal Gu. It was called Resurrection from the Dead. Like the name suggested, this Gu could allow a dead person to regain their life. Yao Huang walked on the refinement path. He was also most skilled at refining healing Gu worms. Right now, Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Gu was a new innovation. It would consume a lot of his effort and wealth. In the past, I had been collaborating with your alliance, using immortal zombies as the test subjects to research on the law of life and death. These years, following my accumulations, I've made great gains. I have 30% confidence of refining the Immortal Gu, Resurrection from the Dead, successfully. Yao Huang said with much pride. 30%. Hei Lou Lan showed admiration on his face. A 30% chance. This was extremely high for refining Immortal Gu. Once I refine the Immortal Gu, the biggest beneficiary is not me, but your zombie alliance instead. Yao Huang made a bid as he said this to Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan's heart jumped. Senior means. That's right, Yao Huang admitted. This Gu involves the law of life and death, turning from dead to alive. It is suitable for you immortal zombies to regain life and get rid of your statuses as immortal zombies. There is actually such an incredible use as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Hei Lou Lan was stunned, but he quickly concealed his shock. But if Lord has this Immortal Gu, not only would the benefits be immense, you could also use it on yourself to extend your lifespan, correct? Ha ha, little Lu, you are so smart. Your thinking is right. Lifespan Gu are hard to find. I do not have too much life remaining. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it? Collaborate with me. Yao Huang smiled as he spoke, admitting openly. Hei Lou Lan smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has seen that I was moved, but to collaborate with Senior, Junior will have to provide at least 10 immortal zombies. Although I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us together are only left to administer the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This matter is very important. I need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies are the least required. To refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Gu, I will need something that can interact with the life and death Dao marks. That is why immortal zombies are the most optimal Gu refinement material. I know that in Earth Trench, your Zombie Alliance has a graveyard. Past generations of immortal zombies are all buried there. Yao Huang frowned. Hei Lou Lan rapidly waved his hands. Lord Yao Huang, that is not possible. The dead should rest in peace. Because we in Zombie Alliance are in this physical state, we place great importance on that. If I dig up their corpses, I will attract the rage of the entirety of Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation would be ruined. After all, if we make use of even our own members' bodies, who would join such a callous organization? I have 2 immortal zombie bodies in my possession. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. But even so, I used my killer move, Stone Casket, to seal them up and place them as defenses for the discussion hall's doors. They will not be mobilized under normal circumstances. You immortal zombies are so stubborn. If I can refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Gu, it will greatly benefit all of you as well. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression. He exerted pressure on Hei Lou Lan. Precisely because Zombie Alliance was stubborn regarding this, Yao Huang had once disguised himself and attempted to enter Zombie Alliance in order to steal some immortal zombie bodies. Unfortunately, his plans were ruined by the door of the discussion hall. Hei Lou Lan was enduring the huge pressure, but he did not dare to relent on this matter. He thought over his words and said, "How about this, Senior? This matter is too serious. I cannot make the decision alone. In fact, even us 3 leaders cannot decide this ourselves. We need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. She will decide. In a few months, I will definitely give you a reply." Yao Huang was unhappy. You 3 leaders are really loyal to Blazing Heaven. Hei Lou Lan felt as if cold sweat was pouring from him. Listening to Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had talked to the other two leaders as well. Meanwhile, he said to Yao Huang, "To speak of loyalty, I am ashamed. Honestly speaking, we immortal zombies agree with Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most Gu immortals ostracize us immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance is our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly. He made an offer in the auction again, directing his unhappiness towards the auction itself. "I'll back out." In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan spoke. Soon after, Tai Bai Yun Sheng in the 11th secret room also said, "I would not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang. I admit defeat." Yao Huang was after Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. This was not his only goal. He also wanted to show Yin Lu Gong his resolution. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, he exposed a portion of his own Wisdom Path inheritance, and even took out an Immortal Gu to bid. The transaction was quickly completed. Yao Huang held the Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu in his hand and sighed. "This is still rank 6. It seems I will need to spend some effort to get it to rank 7. That will increase the chances of success when I refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Gu." Yin Lu Gong's heart jumped. He knew that these words were for him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been urging him and showing his resolution. This was the will of a rank 8 great expert. If he did not settle this properly, he might attract the rage of Yao Huang. The attack of a rank 8 great expert would cause an all-out war between Yao Tribe and Zombie Alliance. The Gu Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu's auction would end up with Yao Huang as the winner. Fang Yuan backed out when he understood the tough situation. Feng Jiu sighed in relief secretly. This situation was good for Feng Jiu's benefits as well. If Fang Yuan succeeded and the seller obtained delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu, Feng Jiu would have much greater difficulty in obtaining it. The seller wanted the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, they would not sell it, and most importantly, Feng Jiu could not find the seller. From start to finish, this person did not expose their location or identity. They had been asking Qin by Sheng to represent him. With this, one could deduce that the seller was likely a bottom-tier Gu immortal and had weak strength. Otherwise, they would not act so timidly and carefully. Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu's auction ended. Everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Gu. "This is the third Luck Path Immortal Gu." A Gu immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Gu were very famous outside. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Northern Plains Gu immortals had a unique attachment to Luck Path Immortal Gu. The second Luck Path Immortal Gu was called Peach Blossom Luck. It was sold at a high price. The Luck Path Immortal Gu currently up was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal Gu that could gather and store all of the ownerless good luck that dissipated from heaven and earth. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Gu. The Gu immortals fought over it, eventually reaching a deal at a high price. Chapter 758. Each strength. The following auction was like it had been set up in advance. Several Luck Path Immortal Gu showed up consecutively. Leave Luck Gu, which could rapidly expend luck. Seal Luck Gu, which could seal luck. Transfer Luck Gu, which could transfer luck, as well as the Break Luck Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan was after. Unfortunately, the sellers of all these Immortal Gu had their own desires. They requested for metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other Immortal Gu of mainstream paths. This was a weak point of Fang Yuan. If he could not fulfill this basic requirement, he could not even join in the bidding. Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path previously, but he had also obtained great benefits from Luck Path. He wanted to observe the situation and see if he could obtain a few Luck Path Immortal Gu, but now it seemed that he had no chance at all. The most regrettable thing was that he missed Break Luck Immortal Gu by a hair's breadth. Fang Yuan had already obtained Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It could work in conjunction with Break Luck Immortal Gu. But unfortunately, his opportunity to obtain it went by unsuccessfully. This auction was not set up specifically for him. Fang Yuan had gains, and naturally missed opportunities as well. The next Immortal Gu is a rank 7 Luck Path Immortal Gu. It is called Calamity Beckoning. It was finally time for Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to be auctioned. Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly as he introduced it. Rank 7 Immortal Gu were quite rare. Most of the Immortal Gu in the auction were rank 6 Immortal Gu. Although it was a difference of just one rank, there was a great disparity in value. This was because the chance of raising a rank 6 Immortal Gu to rank 7 was very low, and the cost of refinement was very high. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, they did not appear in this auction. The Gu immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu and showed some interest. They looked over with gazes of anticipation. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu's use, they all shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu's use was to help others by harming oneself, helping another person undergo tribulation, and attract the calamity or tribulation to oneself. Giving up oneself to save others. This was not impossible, but often benefits and exchanges were involved. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu did not have zero demand. Some large forces needed it to help their own members. Furthermore, some Gu immortals were moved. They could use this Gu to help others and earn some profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 strength path Immortal Gu. In the entirety of the auction hall, nobody made an offer. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not going well. He quickly informed Qin by Sheng that they could also use rank 7-time path Immortal Gu to trade for it, but there were no responses. It really is Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. I wonder if this Immortal Gu came from the Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Gu thought over it before communicating with Qin by Sheng, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. Fairy Yu Lan, you've finally lost your patience. Fang Yuan snorted. He rejected this request unhesitatingly. Eventually, because nobody bid for it, Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was not sold. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for this result. After all, he was asking for a rank 7 Immortal Gu, and he wanted a strength path Immortal Gu at that. There were few of such Immortal Gu. Most importantly, compared to other Immortal Gu, Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was not as attractive, thus nobody bid for it. Fang Yuan's Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was not the only Immortal Gu that went unsold. At the start, there was the Conceal Luck Immortal Gu that went unsold. After that, several other Gus suffered the same fate. There was still a chance left for these unsold Immortal Gu. After the auction, there was still an event, the open transaction. During the open transaction, they could still sell these Immortal Gu. As time continued to pass, more and more Immortal Gu were showcased and bought. The anticipation of the Gu Immortals also accumulated gradually. There were few Immortal Gu left on the list. They soon would all be presented. The most important item in the auction was about to be showcased. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin by Sheng obtained. The following Immortal Gu is called Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. It is of Wisdom Path and rank 6. The seller is requesting for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu. It would be best if it is a defensive Immortal Gu. Qin by Sheng announced. When there were only a few Immortal Gu left, it was finally time for Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to be auctioned. This time, he still asked for Strength Path Immortal Gu. He did not say a word about the immortal zombie body or the method to regain new life. In fact, he did not even mention the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Once these two matters were mentioned, combined with the Strength Path Immortal Gu, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. This was known by everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince Feng Xian and Spirit Affinity House, he would not be brainless enough to make such a request. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu. The requirement for this auction was much lower than Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu previously. Once Qin by Sheng spoke, several Gu Immortals started bidding. Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path was mysterious and unfailingly stable over the ages. In the eyes of many Gu Immortals, a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu was much more attractive than a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu. At once, regarding the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, the auction hall's atmosphere became incredibly heated. Fang Yuan carefully listened to the bids as he remained unmoved. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yu Lan to bid. Before long, Swordmaster Yu Lan indeed entered the bid. I have an Eat Strength Immortal Gu with me. This Gu is not only of Strength Path, but also of Food Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation type Immortal Gu. One may consume beast meat or vegetation related to Strength Path. In order to allow Strength Path Dao marks to grow naturally on the Gu Immortal's body, they would fully fit with one's own body. Once he said that, almost all of the Gu Immortal's attentions were drawn over. This is a good Immortal Gu. For a Strength Path Gu Immortal, this is really hard to come by. Food Path has long since vanished. Its condition is worse than Strength Path. At least Strength Path had flourished once before, but Food Path did not. It has almost completely disappeared now. All that I've heard of it is that it is very useful for nurturing Gu. Hearing the discussions of the Gu Immortals in the main hall, Feng Gu smiled lightly. This Immortal Gu did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Feng Gu had requested it from Prince Feng Xian not long ago because he knew that Fang Yuan would make such a requirement. Although he had many Immortal Gu regarding Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Meanwhile, Prince Feng Xian happened to have this. It turned out that after 88 True Yang building collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince Feng Xian's grotto heaven. After Prince Feng Xian broke the formless hand personally, he captured the Eat Strength Immortal Gu. This Gu was very useful to Strength Path Gu Immortals, but to Prince Feng Xian, it had little use. After receiving Feng Ji's letter regarding requesting assistance, as people from the same sect, Prince Feng Xian used his method to secretly send this Immortal Gu into Feng Ji's blessed land. Fairy Yu Lan, I wonder if you can sell this Gu to me? I am willing to use another strength path. Immortal Gu to exchange for it. I will provide valuable immortal materials as well, and I will not interfere with you in the bid for delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu. Soon, Chu Du sent a message. Domination Immortal was moved, but that is natural. However, how can the Gu that he wants to exchange with it be more attractive than each strength Gu, even if they are both of strength path? Feng Gu replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. He smiled more confidently now, since the 10th secret room's mysterious Gu Immortal wanted a strength path Immortal Gu. He was likely to be a strength path Gu Immortal. Even if he was not, the allure of each strength Immortal Gu would definitely be very high to this person. Everything went as Feng Gu had expected. After Fang Yuan heard the description for each strength Immortal Gu, he was surprised and overjoyed. This each strength Immortal Gu was too suitable for him. Regarding a Gu Immortal's cultivation, it mainly involved undergoing tribulations in their immortal aperture. With each successful tribulation, the Gu Immortal's body would have an increase in Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks on a Gu Immortal's body, the closer they would be to heaven and earth, and the closer to the laws of the great Dao. The stronger the tribulation, the more Dao marks would be etched on them after completing it. Thus, when assessing a Gu Immortal's cultivation level, they would usually use standards like 1 heavenly tribulation or 2 heavenly tribulations. The more numerous their Dao marks, the greater resonance they could cause when using the corresponding Immortal Gu, and the greater effect that Immortal Gu could unleash. When Fang Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were unrelated to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks. There even was conflict. Thus, the result was not great. He could only use about 60 to 70% of its power. But if Fang Yuan used a Strength Path Immortal Gu like pulling mountain or pulling water, his own body and the Immortal Gu would resonate. Not only would he be able to amplify the effect of the Immortal Gu, he could even unleash 130% of its power. Furthermore, the more they resonated, the more Fang Yuan would be able to comprehend the laws of Strength Path personally when he used the Immortal Gu. The more his understanding grew, the more his Strength Path attainment will deepen, and his foundation would accumulate gradually. One day, he would achieve a qualitative breakthrough. But despite that, Fang Yuan's greatest problem was that he was an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a portion of his blessed land would disintegrate, but he would also face no tribulations. The way of heaven was to be balanced and fair. Calamities and tribulations would only be unleashed on small worlds that had blessings. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Immortal zombies did not need to face tribulations. That was a good thing. After all, with a dead aperture, if they had to undergo calamities and tribulations as well, there was no way to survive. But to Fang Yuan, without any calamities and tribulations, he would not have any growth of Dao marks, and his cultivation level would stagnate. Of course, to increase my Dao marks, I can use Immortal Gu like Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu to form Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength Immortal Gu are not suited for the human body, and the number of Dao marks is very sparse. There is little effect. The Dao marks generated by 2 or 3 beast strength Immortal Gu are less than the amount gained from undergoing 1 earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had the experience of using beast strength Gu worms. Beast strength did not suit the human body. They were not easy to use. Beast phantoms could only be unleashed sometimes, but not always. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, it could carve a portion of the Iron Crown Eagle's Strength Path Dao marks onto his body. But these Dao marks did not suit Fang Yuan's physical body, because the structure of the human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of the Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan, only then would he be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle, along with summoning an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Path Phantom. Unless he had all-out effort Immortal Gu. All-out effort's true effect was to allow complete resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks carved on a person's body. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort Gu was only rank 4. Although it was a vital Gu, he had no idea how to refine it into an Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu had been lost over the course of the long river of time. In this regard, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was Langya Land Spirit. There were several thousand Immortal Gu recipes in Langya Blessed Land. There was hope that one of them was the Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. Chapter 759, Successful Extortion. But at the moment, Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's relationship had not deepened to the point of trading Immortal Gu recipes between them. Even when it came to Mortal Gu recipes, Langya Land Spirit treasured them greatly and refused to sell them. When it was related to matters involving the refinement of Gu, Langya Land Spirit was always very stingy. Earlier, Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men. However, these hairy man slaves were involved with the refinement of Gu. Fang Yuan spirit treated them like treasures and would not sell them, not to mention Gu recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained each strength Immortal Gu, the situation would improve drastically for him. Each strength Immortal Gu could allow a Gu Immortal to grow strength path Dao marks. Because of that, the Dao marks that they gained would definitely be perfectly suited for their own body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level had stagnated. He could certainly rely on this Immortal Gu to make some form of compensation in that regard. Fang Yuan was moved now. One could say that as long as one was a strength path Gu Immortal, they would definitely be moved when they saw the each strength Immortal Gu. With this strength path Immortal Gu, I am not afraid that the other party will remain unmoved. Feng Gu sat down calmly, feeling very confident in his heart. Once this Gu appeared, almost all of the bids of the competitors for the Immortal Gu seemed much inferior. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to see the benefits of each strength Immortal Gu. If I did not find out the flaw, I might have traded for this Gu already. What a pity for you. Fang Yuan was laughing coldly to himself internally. At this time, from the 23rd secret room, someone reported a price. 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, as well as 15 drops of the Immortal Material Rule I Blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. But during that process, he did not expose his identity. He had confirmed the buyer through informing Qin Bai Sheng. Thus, other than Qin Bai Sheng himself, none of the other Gu Immortals present knew who the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu ended up with. Qin Bai Sheng had signed an agreement. He would naturally not leak any information on this. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it to bid freely. As for the person inside the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yun Sheng. In order to obtain delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu, Feng Gu had made many preparations earlier, asking Prince Feng Xian for help. How could Fang Yuan not make some prior arrangements himself? He had already asked Qin Bai Sheng and secretly changed Tai Bai Yun Sheng's room to another secret room. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not expose his or Fang Yuan's identity when he was in the 11th secret room, it was undoubtedly much safer for him to change his room now. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng made the bid, Fang Yuan did not make any response for a long time. As time passed slowly, Feng Gu started to inwardly frown. Domination Immortal Chu Du had also started bidding. He offered another Beast Strength Immortal Gu, while also adding some immortal material in the bid. Chu Du did not want delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu, but he had a use for it. He was a Strength Path Gu Immortal. The reason why he was giving up a Strength Path Immortal Gu was because he wanted to eat Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. He immediately understood Chu Du's intentions. It was Chu Du's own fault for exposing his identity. It forced him into a passive situation. Regarding Chu Du's sudden interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see such a situation. He remained silent as he allowed the auction to continue proceeding. Under his request, Tai Bai Yun Sheng continued to raise his bid again. Feng Gu frowned even more deeply. He had no choice but to start raising his bid as well. The moment he spoke, Tai Bai Yun Sheng would follow up and make a bid. His attitude was imposing, as if he definitely had to obtain this Immortal Gu no matter what. Feng Gu could not help but become suspicious. Was this Eat Strength Gu too unattractive to the person inside the 10th secret room? Or was he just trying to be greedy and was waiting for the bid to rise? Feng Gu did not fall into the trap easily. He was the shining exemplar of a generation after all. He decided to pause now. That way, he could analyze the situation more clearly from the outside. He would also be able to probe Fang Yuan's true intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding. It was as if she did not want to lose each strength Immortal Gu. Thus, she had backed out of the competition. Such a situation quickly attracted the attention of all the Gu Immortals. The happiest one was obviously Chu Du. He sent a message again and urged Feng Gu to sell the each strength Immortal Gu to him. Feng Gu laughed lightly, rejecting him once again. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yun Sheng to continue raising his bid. As the price increased steadily, it became very expensive. Most of the Gu Immortals started backing out of this. They were stating that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were left bidding. Chu Du was currently having a tough time. His real motive was to obtain each strength Immortal Gu, but Feng Gu refused to sell it to him. It seemed like he still wanted to bid for the delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu. Chu Du did not dare to be complacent. He quickly followed along with the bidding. On one hand, he wanted to prevent the each strength Immortal Gu from falling into someone else's possession, and on the other hand, if he obtained delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu, he would have a huge chance of using it to trade Gu with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's intentions were very simple and pure. He just did whatever his junior brother asked him to do. Even if he won the delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu, that was fine. After all, Whatever price he paid would still return to his own pockets. Feng Jiuji's strategy was also very simple. That was to sit this out for now and reap the spoils later. By the time the competition was almost over, he would jump in and raise the price by a huge margin, winning all at once. These three people, because of their own goals and intentions, created a stalemate by pure chance. As the situation continued to stall, after a few more rounds, someone among the Gu immortals in the main hall came to a sudden realization. He shouted subconsciously, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal Gu so popular now? There are so many immortal materials listed. The bid has reached such a high price." The others quickly became aware of this fact as well. That's right, it is so high now. A wisdom path immortal Gu that can only produce joyful will is actually reaching such a high price. This is a rare sight. In my opinion, the only reason why this is reaching such a high price is due to the involvement of Lord Chu. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal Gu in order to obtain delight in water and mountain. I am sure he has his motives. Chu Du, who had just been mentioned, was not in a good state currently. His face was full of worries. His financial power right now was truly lacking. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have stalled my tribulation. The intense pressure coming from Tai by Yun Sheng made Chu Du feel very uncomfortable. Since when did I, the great Domination Immortal, get into such a pathetic state? Chu Du had incredible battle strength, but in this huge auction, battle strength was not the key, it was one's financial power. Tai by Yun Sheng got instructions from Fang Yuan and continued to raise his bid. Chu Du gritted his teeth and hung on. After several rounds like this, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu's price continued to rise under the eyes of all the Gu immortals present. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing quietly. By this point, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Xia Huang is really a brilliant person despite being an immortal zombie. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial limits are already clear now. He is hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would take the opportunity and sell it now. Qin Bai Sheng knew. Although Fang Yuan's plan seemed simple, executing it was no easy feat, having to plan matters out while simultaneously executing them. It required a lot of foresight and the ability to read people's minds. If he went overboard, even a little, his profits would vanish like a puff of smoke. However, it seemed like Fang Yuan did not know what going overboard meant. He continued getting Tai by Yun Sheng to raise the bid, acting imposingly. Chu Du was finally unable to continue. His forehead was full of sweat. His gaze pierced into the single room. Looking at the direction of the 23rd secret room, he was thinking about the person inside. He probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. Otherwise, he would not bid at such a high price with an attitude of an unrelenting, fierce tiger. So be it. Chu Du sighed deeply, keeping quiet as he stopped bidding. At this point, only Tai by Yun Sheng was left. But even so, Tai by Yun Sheng continued to report a bid, raising the price by another margin. Meanwhile, Swordmaster Yu Lan did not make a single sound. It was as if she had already backed out of the current bid. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, transmitting his decision to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng heard this news and was first stunned. Why was he selling it to his ally? But he quickly understood that perhaps Xia Huang and Bai Sheng were not as intimate as they appeared to be. He thought about this and his mind cleared up. But deep down, he still felt that there was something weird going on. Qin Bai Sheng shook his head mentally. He was on the stage and had no time to waste. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a short while, he continued, 23rd secret room, going twice. The Gu immortals in the main hall talked to themselves softly. It seems that the victor of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right, they seem to have great interest in delight in water and mountain. Even after Domination Immortal backed out, he still continued to raise the bid alone. His motive was to pull some distance and prevent the seller from having any intentions to sell the Immortal Gu at the last moment to Domination Immortal. This price is truly very high. Many of the immortal materials are making me drool. To think that towards the end of the auction, there is still such a high price being sold. This can squeeze into the top 10 most expensive auction rounds. The situation was now set. Fang Yuan started to get nervous. He squinted his eyes as his heart wavered slightly. Maybe my analysis earlier was wrong? 23rd secret room, going thry. Qin Bai Sheng shouted until here, before someone interrupted him. Feng Gu spoke. Each strength immortal Gu. And on top of what the 23rd secret room is bidding, I will add in another 400 kilograms of red refinement metal. 400 kilograms of red refinement metal, this elevated the price again. This was a huge bid that exceeded what Tai by Yun Sheng had done earlier in his individual bids. Everyone gasped sharply. They did not think that at the last moment, there would be such a huge change. Qin Bai Sheng was also stunned for a while. Chu Du's expression turned pale, but he soon sighed to himself gloomily. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Great, Swordmaster Yu Lan. You were truly very patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice could be heard. He sounded like he was extremely annoyed at his plan being thwarted. He continued to bid in an angry tone. Feng Yuan laughed bitterly to himself. After observing for so long, he had already believed that the person inside the 23rd secret room was serious about bidding. My luck this time was truly horrible. The two Immortal Gu that I wanted to buy were both met with tough competitors. The most important thing was, these two competitors were very affluent and wealthy. No, the auction did not disallow the exchanging of secret rooms. There is also another possibility, that the secret rooms all belong to one person. Maybe he knows about the matter of Water Pavilion? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance. Or maybe, it is the other 9 sects of Central Continent that do not want to see my Spirit Affinity House regain. Feng Yuan was a very intelligent person, but intelligent people tended to overthink matters. Regardless of the situation, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to obtain this delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu no matter what. Feng Yuan quickly made up his mind, bidding again. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng bid back and forth, both refusing to relent. Under the shocked gazes of the Gu Immortals, delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu's price continued to soar higher. It soon went into the top 5 prices. Soon after, it climbed to the second spot at an alarming rate. The highest price was naturally Feng Yuan's 2 for 1 exchange to buy Feng Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Don't tell me I have to do a 2 for 1 exchange again. Feng Yuan's expression was cold and solemn. He finally experienced what Chu Du was feeling earlier. This was an overbearing pressure that was exerted on him constantly. No matter what price he bid, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately bid at a higher price. Feng Yuan could not sit anymore. He started to pace around in his secret room. If a 2 for 1 exchange would guarantee him victory, he would do it even if he had to grit his teeth. But he felt something amiss deep within himself, yet he could not state clearly where the problem was. If I do a 2 for 1 exchange again, someone who is paying attention might find out my true motive. That will be a huge hindrance when I try to find Water Harmony Gu in the future. Feng Yuan's target was Water Pavilion, but only 2 of the 3 core Immortal Gu appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain Water Harmony Gu as well. The weird feeling in Feng Yuan's heart was making him feel a hint of unrest as well. He sat back in his seat, deciding to go on the offensive. He shouted his bid again. This time, he requested for the seller to state what he needed, and he would try to fulfill those demands. Feng Yuan purposely paused for a moment, to give a false impression that he was in deep thought. Next, he gave Qin Bai Sheng a new requirement, a complete wisdom path inheritance. Everyone gasped loudly. This price was too high. To think that this person had the guts to say it. Feng Yuan was dumbfounded. He indeed had a wisdom path inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was acting like this. Were they trying to prevent the Immortal Gu from being sold? Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance in my hands. Feng Yuan rapidly followed up, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. I have that too. Tai Bai Yunsheng snorted coldly. He continued, may the seller list another request, please. The Gu Immortal looked around at each other. Did they hear wrongly? The price was still going to increase further? Qin Bai Sheng was silent for a moment before replying for Feng Yuan. The seller is requesting a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one which is superior will win. Feng Yuan's heart tightened. The seller said that. They were obviously putting more emphasis on the disguising killer move. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly said, I have a complete killer move. Although it is a mortal killer move, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is called Unfamiliar Face. Unfamiliar Face? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The main hall went into a huge commotion. Feng Yuan's forehead was sweating. His arms were tightly grabbing the handle of his seat as his gaze shined anxiously. He hesitated for a moment before shouting as well. I have a killer move. It is an incomplete immortal move, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, called Vaguely Familiar Face. Everyone cried out in shock. Feng Yuan stood up from his seat excitedly, his eyes shining with brilliance. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not baseless. Spirit Affinity House does indeed have the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Spirit Affinity House had many good things, but most of their signature collection could not be extorted. Once he did, the other party would understand matters at once. Furthermore, this killer move was the most useful one to Feng Yuan himself. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had the killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, but they did not spread any information about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, when spies were abundant, they entered enemy territories and obtained many gains. After many times, Gu Immortals among both enemies and allied parties continued to analyze and confirm that this was the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House refused to admit it. After all, As one of the 10 great ancient sects, a leader of the righteous path, using a demon venerable's killer move was damaging to their reputation. What Fang Yuan did not know was, this immortal killer move belonged to Feng Gu. In his previous life, Feng Gu had contributed this killer move to his sect. Thus, the rumors from his previous life were started. Fang Yuan did not know this fact, and he did not guess that the person bidding was Feng Gu. But that did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Gu would not hand over the entire complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. But an incomplete immortal killer move was already much better than the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan confirmed it on the spot, selling Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan. In this way, not only would he receive a huge amount of immortal materials, filling up half of his list, he even obtained each Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as the incomplete Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Chapter 760. Essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Fang Yuan and Feng Gu quickly connected and completed the transaction. Qin by Sheng had already started the auction of the next Immortal Gu. Feng Gu was expressionless as he looked at the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in his hands, his gaze flickering slightly. The strange feeling he had was still lingering around. After repeated twists and turns, I finally obtained this Immortal Gu. Even if I had to spend quite a lot, but considering the rewards for the sect's missions, they should be enough to cover for it, and even more. Each Strength Immortal Gu might be precious, but it only has use to Strength Path Gu Immortals. Even though I had to sacrifice Vaguely Familiar Face, it was only a portion of it. Even if I had to give the complete version, the core Immortal Gu are still with me, so I don't have to fear the other side using it. Feng Gu thought it over for a while, his expression gradually easing up. In the main hall, many Gu Immortals were bidding for the Immortal Gu, while Fang Yuan, similar to Feng Gu, did not have his attention on the platform, but on the goods he obtained. Feng Gu had let go of each Strength Immortal Gu of his own accord. Thus Fang Yuan was able to easily refine it and store it into his immortal aperture. This incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was slightly more intact than Fang Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. It had the Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5 of Memory Thought Gu, and an Immortal Gu recipe for Reminiscence Immortal Gu, as well as several mortal killer moves. This Memory Thought Gu is rather suitable for me. I can only recall my previous life's memories roughly. With the help of this Gu, I should be able to recall more clearly. If I can refine the Reminiscence Immortal Gu, it would be even better. Fang Yuan checked them and stored this Wisdom Path inheritance with satisfaction. For the time being, he was not planning to try and refine Immortal Gu. There were extremely large costs involved in refining Immortal Gu, and the risks were also very high. Moreover, Fang Yuan already had many Immortal Gu with him. Reminiscence Immortal Gu was not necessary and would only be an additional bonus. The most urgent matter at hand for Fang Yuan was to get rid of the immortal zombie body and restore his living status. Even though he obtained each Strength Immortal Gu, which could increase down marks, it was only a slight offset and could not compare to passing tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was dangerous, but the increase in down marks from doing so were extremely high. Were it not for this, Hei Lou Lan would not risk her life to pass tribulations. Fang Yuan carefully inspected Vaguely Familiar Face. This was an incomplete Immortal Killer move. His initial estimation was that this was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party would not take out the complete Immortal Killer move and sell it wholly to him. Obtaining this much was already good enough, especially since the contents within did not conceal the crucial core Immortal Gu. The core Immortal Gu are the foundation of the killer move. They are in Spirit Affinity House's possession. Although I can't obtain it, I can remodel the killer move. Fang Yuan's intention was this. He had attainment and transformation path, and Wisdom Gu's help along with the foundation of Vaguely Familiar Face, the entirety of Unfamiliar Face. With the addition of 50% of Vaguely Familiar Face's contents, he had high confidence. The 3 stages of Familiar Face are famous methods of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but I can take references from them. We are all humans in the end. If others can do it, why can't I? So there is no need to copy others' thoughts directly. Fang Yuan was optimistic about this. After a while, Qin by Sheng had already auctioned the final few Immortal Gu. Among them, the second last Immortal Gu unfortunately went unsold. The anticipation of the Gu Immortals were already pouring out of their gazes. Everyone was aware the next would be the main highlight of the auction, auctioning the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After secretly getting in contact with Qin by Sheng, Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Sheng changed their secret rooms. Not only them, many Gu Immortals also did the same. After all, the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance had enormous value. Many Gu Immortals hoped others would not know what Immortal Gu they obtained. Truthfully, The Gu Immortals were allowed to casually change their secret rooms, and it could be said to be one of the loopholes of the auction rules. This auction was held in a hurry because of the situation. The loopholes were numerous, nowhere near as watertight as during the time of the Five Regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Regarding this point, Qin Bai Sheng was actually aware of it, but he was helpless. He held this auction to protect himself. If he put in too many rules, he would be offending many forces and many people. To him, holding the auction was enough. He naturally would not go offend others for this. Now it is time for the auction of the first item of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. It is a set of Gu recipes for Luck Inspection Gu. Qin Bai Sheng had just spoken and already attracted the intense attention of many Gu Immortals. Luck Inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could detect luck. Luck was formless and could not be detected by naked eyes or ordinary methods. It could only be done by using this Luck Inspection Gu. It could be said that Luck Inspection Gu was one of the main foundations of the Luck Path True Inheritance. This Luck Inspection Gu was even more useful to those Gu Immortals who had bought some Luck Path Immortal Gu beforehand, like Leave Luck Gu, Seal Luck Gu, Transfer Luck Gu, Break Luck Gu, and so on. Qin Bai Sheng intentionally placed this set of Gu recipes for Luck Inspection Gu towards the end because he had thought it through. Looking at the restless Gu Immortals, Qin Bai Sheng continued. This set of Luck Inspection Gu recipes does not only include the Gu recipes of the Mortal Gu from rank 1 to rank 5, it also has a remnant Immortal Gu recipe for rank 7 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. Is there not any Luck Inspection Immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. Qin Bai Sheng smiled. There is indeed a Luck Inspection Immortal Gu which is rank 6 and is with me, but I don't want to sell it. But I can guarantee that apart from this Immortal Gu, everything related to Luck Inspection Gu is being auctioned off. Because of the previous agreement, Qin Bai Sheng's words were convincing. Not selling Luck Inspection Immortal Gu? Immediately, a Gu Immortal in the main hall frowned and showed his dissatisfaction openly. Qin Bai Sheng snorted as he gave the speaker a deadly stare. This is merely a rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. I am confident of having the ability to protect it. Guorong, do you have an opinion? If you buy this Immortal Gu, can you keep it safe? Gu Immortal Guorong's expression changed, and he kept quiet. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while Qin Bai Sheng was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned to be at the same level. Guorong looked around and broke into cold sweat, inwardly cursing his mistake. He wanted to borrow everyone's power to force Qin Bai Sheng, but the other Gu Immortals were just observing like spectators. Qin Bai Sheng was indeed forced into holding the auction, but he still had the ability to keep a rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu safe. His strength allowed him to do so. After this small interlude, Qin Bai Sheng listed the requirements for trade. Because this does not involve Immortal Gu, you can use any resource to trade for it, be it Immortal Essence stones or the Immortal materials in the list. Saying so, he took out a list. There were a dozen or so Immortal materials mentioned on the list, and the requirements for their quantities was not high like the shocking list that Fang Yuan brought out earlier. Qin Bai Sheng did not specialize in Gu refinement. Gu refinement consumed extremely large amounts of resources. Very few lone cultivators would go down this path, unless they had extremely high talent. Fang Yuan guessed that these immortal materials were very likely to be food for Immortal Gu. The auction began with an extremely intense atmosphere. Because it did not involve Immortal Gu, the threshold for the bidding was low, and for a while, most of the Gu Immortals made bids one after the other. In the main hall, the sounds of the bids being called out rose and fell. The speed of the bids being called out could be said to be at the peak since the auction began. The price quickly soared in the intense atmosphere. Qin Bai Sheng looked at all this with a smile on his face. Since he held this auction, he naturally made arrangements that were more profitable to himself. Fang Yuan also made bids a few times, but was quickly surpassed by others. I have one Luck Inspection Gu. Unfortunately, Mortal Gu are not effective against Immortals. This set of Mortal Gu recipes has no benefits to me. Qin Bai Sheng has admitted he has the Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. So, even if I obtain the rank 7 Remnant recipe and perfect it, Immortal Gu are unique. I won't be able to refine the rank 7 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sensibly chose to stop bidding. He was merely one of those who retreated. The intense bidding soon eliminated a large group of people. Finally, only some experts like Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, Feng Jiu Gu, and Yuan Rangzun were left. These people all had a common point. They were all members of large forces. To them, Mortal Luck Inspection Gu were much more attractive than the rank 7 Remnant recipe. Mortal Luck Inspection Gu could be used to observe the luck of mortals. With them, these forces would have a completely new standard of detecting talents. For a long time, the Gu Master World had used aptitude as the standard for inspection. Besides the aptitude, there were also individual talents, disposition, and fortuitous encounters. Talents consisted of battle talent, comprehension, refinement talent, and so on. It would gradually be revealed as one continued to cultivate. Disposition could be observed through interaction. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to measure. Many times, Gu masters with poor aptitude and talents would soar to the sky, or have an unexpected rise due to fortuitous encounters. This was a common event, especially in this world, where Gu masters left behind their inheritances. If these forces had this Gu, there was no doubt they could make a more comprehensive inspection of talents and raise more geniuses. The individual lone cultivators retreated from the bidding war. But to large forces, the luck inspection Gu had extremely strong attraction, and each of them made fierce bids without conceding. Finally, this Mortal Gu recipe had reached a high price, and leaders of several forces were almost going to exchange with Immortal Gu. It was then that Yao Huang said, "I will guarantee on my name. If I purchase it first, I will put this Gu recipe for sale in the open transaction later." Yao Huang was one of the 5 great rank 8s of Northern Plains with extremely high reputation. He was also a leader of the righteous path, and with his assurance, everyone retreated. Qin Baisheng felt very dissatisfied with this, but showed a smile on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next is the second item, a rank 7 Immortal Gu of Luck Path, called Reverse Misfortune. As the name implies, this Gu can change a person's bad luck to good luck. Qin Baisheng introduced loudly. This Immortal Gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning Gu. Both were of Luck Path and both were rank 7. But comparing the responses, they were as distinct as heaven and earth. Many rank 7 Gu immortals, as well as rank 8 great experts made their bids. This Immortal Gu was extremely practical, and there was no need to use Luck Inspection Gu with it. It was indeed worthy of being an essence of the Luck Path, true inheritance. A fierce competition resulted for Reverse Misfortune. The intense competition was no inferior to a bloodbath in a battlefield. Because the starting bid for Reverse Misfortune was a Metal Path rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Finally, the price kept on soaring till it surpassed the high price records of Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, and took the first position. Chapter 761. Auctioning Ma and Zhao. The intense bidding had finally ended. In the end, the rank 8 Gu Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu, along with countless immortal materials to become the eventual winner. 5 Elements Grandmaster's cultivation included the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Thus, he had some Metal Path Immortal Gu as well. But this time, he was discarding a portion of his prize collection. It was like he was throwing away a meat-filled bun for a less tasty plain bread. Fang Yuan found it regrettable, but he had no way to compete in the bidding. Even if he had Gu Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to this extremely unique Immortal Gu. In fact, Reverse Misfortune Immortal Gu was very suitable with Spring Autumn Cicada. The weakness of Spring Autumn Cicada was that it gave the user bad luck. But after using this Immortal Gu, not only could this weakness be solved, the user's luck could even be improved, turning into good luck. Undeniably, the effect of Reverse Misfortune Immortal Gu was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's financial power was at a completely disadvantage compared to people like 5 Elements Grandmaster and Yao Huang. Fang Yuan had only been an immortal for such a short time. From the point he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, only 2 years had passed according to the time of the 5 regions. Looking at southern border, the great battles at Etion Mountain had not even begun yet. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was able to become an immortal zombie in such a short time. Developing himself to this point was already very difficult. As for 5 Elements Grandmaster, Yao Huang, and Feng Zhouge, they had already accumulated their wealth for countless years. They had hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones, in addition to precious immortal materials. The amount of resources their immortal aperture worlds created each year could pile up into a mountain. The resources that they provided could even heavily affect the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These were all powerhouses, be it their battle strength, financial power, connections, or status. Fang Yuan could not compare with them at this moment. After Reverse Misfortune, it was another rank 7 Immortal Gu, called Blessing in Disguise. This Gu's ability was quite mystical. It targeted the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. After a Gu immortal undergoes tribulation, the Tao marks on their bodies would increase in numbers, causing their cultivation level to progress. This was common knowledge in Gu immortal cultivation. Blessing in Disguise Immortal Gu targeted this point. After using it, when a Gu immortal completes a tribulation, the increase in the number of Tao marks on them would be twice that of the original amount. This was a terrifying number. The reward of 1 tribulation would be equal to the amount normal people get from 2 tribulations. But this Gu had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations. It could only stop after the calamities and tribulations had ended. Through the effect of this Gu, the calamities and tribulations would have a 30 to 40% increase in strength based on their original power. This weakness dampened the enthusiasm in the Gu immortals slightly, but they could still not resist the temptation. Up to 40% more power in the tribulation in exchange for twice the amount of Dao marks. The benefit outweighed the cost. For those experts confident in surviving a tribulation, this immortal Gu had much greater attraction to them. A terrifying auction thus unfolded. As a Metal Path Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng naturally requested for a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the base bid. Eventually, Heavenly Lord Baizu had sweat on his forehead as he defeated his competitors, obtaining this Gu. The following auction items caused surges in turn. Fortuitous encounter Immortal Gu that could allow opportunities to arrive for the Gu immortal themselves. Immortal Gu from the 5 mainstream paths, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, that were helpful to Gu immortals. An Immortal Gu that operated in both Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Luck Deduction Immortal Gu. It could consume one's own luck to make deductions on dangers or opportunities in the future. Luck Suppression Immortal Gu that could suppress the loss of one's own luck from other Immortal Gu. These Immortal Gu were indeed the essence of the Luck Path true inheritance. Not only were they incredible, they had useful effects that broadened everyone's horizons. But these Gu fell into the hands of Yao Huang, Feng Gu, and the other powerhouses. This was an expected situation. Fang Yuan wanted to interfere, but he did not have any Metal Path Immortal Gu. This was a helpless matter. The other rank 6 Gu immortals and most rank 7 Gu immortals were like Fang Yuan, only able to watch these powerhouses compete for Immortal Gu. The prices of the auction items created new records. Fang Yuan's records from the 2 Immortal Gu he sold were already pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final and most important item in this auction. Qin Baisheng introduced it as such. His way of speaking immediately attracted the attention of the Gu immortals. Just as everyone was guessing to themselves what Immortal Gu it was, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were unconscious, appeared on the stage. Qin Baisheng spoke at an appropriate time. Please do not be alarmed. I am sure a lot of Gu immortals have guessed it already. That is right. These two are the crucial people who were protected by the Luck Path true inheritance previously. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She was very intelligent since a young age, and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Although she was not the true inheritor, she had obtained a lot of benefits inside the Luck Path true inheritance light lump. She had obtained a portion of the Luck Path inheritance. As for this young man, he is Ma Hongyun, the one and only recognized inheritor of the Luck Path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he even has had the fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu used on him. Once he said that, the commotion was like a huge wave. Countless heated gazes were tightly fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It is really fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling Heaven. This is the trump card Gu of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it was not recorded in history, there were many rumors that praised this Immortal Gu endlessly. But this fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu seems to be a consumable Gu. It can only be used once. Since it is the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven, could Brother Qin use the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to check it? In the main hall, a Gu immortal suddenly questioned. Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied. According to the information that I obtained in the true inheritance, unless it is the rank 8 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, one cannot see the true appearance of fortune rivaling Heaven. Luck Inspection Immortal Gu below rank 8 can only see a portion of it, and that is only because the other party did not use any concealment method. Honestly speaking, I have already used the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out some traces of fortune rivaling Heaven. As for why I am so certain that fortune rivaling Heaven was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I have searched their souls. If you buy one of them and conduct soul searching, you will be able to see what happened inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that my words are true. At the same time, these two inherited a huge portion of the Luck Path true inheritance. During the process of soul searching, you will be able to learn what they had learned in the inheritance. Saying this, Qin Baisheng paused and said in an enticing tone, I have bad news to share with everyone first. The Luck Path true inheritance is undoubtedly incomplete. The details do not contain the Immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. But there is good news. In the inheritance details, there is a method to take back fortune rivaling Heaven. It is possible to reverse refine the used fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu and obtain the original Immortal Gu. Of course, during the process of refinement, the main material would be this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing these words, most of the Gu immortals had eyes shining like they were going to burst out in fire. Some even gulped, as everyone was filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled. He showed a confident smile. I feel that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. I will not be setting a base price for them, because they are not Immortal Gu. You can bid for one of them, or both of them at the same time. We will start now. No base price. I will offer 300 Immortal Essence Stones. One person shouted within the hall of enthusiastic Gu Immortals. 30,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Gu said coldly, multiplying the bid by 100 times. But this price could not stop the enthusiasm of the other experts. It could only deny most of the bottom-tier Gu Immortals. Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Baizu, they were still bidding, and the representatives of the super forces were not showing weakness either. The price skyrocketed at an extremely fast pace. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. His financial power was like an ant compared to these giants. Unless he put all of his Gu Immortal captives on the line, he could not contest with them. But Fang Yuan would not do this. He was already on the strength path, and was planning to go into time path. He was not going to develop his luck path attainment. And he was also the main culprit of the Imperial Court Blessed Land incident. He had experienced more of that series of events than Ma and Zhao. He knew most of the inner details. Regarding the information of the luck path true inheritance as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, they were very tempting indeed. But fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu was rank 8. Fang Yuan was only rank 6. How could he refine it? His finances would definitely be unable to support it. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, he did not have the ability to keep it. The bidding of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for much of the hour. Eventually, two unthinkable prices stood at the top 2 spots, at the record highest prices in this auction. The second spot was Feng Gu. He had bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Shui Hu, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The number 1 person in the demonic path had shown his incredible wealth at the end of the auction. Before this, he had always concealed himself, barely buying anything. Towards the end, he dealt a heavy blow and swept his enemies away. Many Gu Immortals, especially the representatives from the super forces who had the Huang Jin bloodline, had no choice but to watch as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had bought many things already and expended a large amount of wealth. At the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is still in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. The Gu Immortals that had the Huang Jin bloodline consoled themselves. What they did not know was, Swordmaster Yu Lan, who was representing Prince Feng Xian, was an impostor called Feng Gu. Speaking of which, this was really ironic. During his life, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had kept the luck path true inheritance as a deep secret, setting up layers of protection and thinking of passing the complete version down to his descendants. In the end, the luck path true inheritance became incomplete and was split up by everyone, circulating into the entire world. The most important inheritors were even held in the hands of people who were not part of the Huang Jin bloodline. Chapter 762, Red Fiend Divine Boat. The main auction has ended. Next, there will be a 2-hour break for everyone to move around in the auction hall. 2 hours later, we will have the open transaction. After Qin Baisheng said that, he left the stage. He was tired, as the host the entire time, especially when he auctioned the essence of the luck path true inheritance, because his own benefits were at stake. He made many schemes during the process. Even though there were many traces and most of the Gu Immortals present could tell, the profits were too immense. Qin Baisheng could not care less. After this auction is over, I will escape and hide from the world. After managing and processing my gains for most of a century, I will roam the world after that. Qin Baisheng decided in his head. He was the biggest winner of this auction. The immortal materials he obtained could pile into a mountain. He also obtained many metal path Immortal Gu that were compatible with him. The saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Profits could move the human heart. Even if Gu Immortals ordinarily appeared to be unconcerned with worldly matters, that was only because mortal materials cannot satisfy their desires. Auctioning the essence of the luck path true inheritance was extremely profitable. It was greatly heated. Even the rank 7 expert, Qin Baisheng, had felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon commenced. Many Gu Immortals came out of the single rooms and mixed into the group, engaging in conversations together. Qin Baisheng left a 2-hour break for everyone. He had his own intentions. It was not really a time to rest, but it was for the Gu Immortals to communicate with each other and interact. From the auction earlier, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding towards each other's resources. Now, to exchange for the things they wanted, they would naturally need to interact first. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing sat in the secret rooms and did not move. Unfamiliar face was a mortal killer move. It had limited effect, and the two had to be careful. They could not expose themselves. Fang Yuan felt some regret that he was unable to obtain anything in the luck path true inheritance. Especially Ma and Zhao, the people who knew the truth of the imperial court incident. Fang Yuan wanted to deal with them. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch and could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, he had not sold the Gu immortal captives in his hands yet. There was the open trading later. He could still look forward to that. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng stepped onto the stage again, announcing the start of the open transactions. For the sake of fairness, he did the same thing again, using Gu worms to choose a lucky person to enter the stage first. This first Gu immortal took out a large amount of an immortal material, broken wave flowers. His request was prosperity soil. Broken wave flowers grew in large rivers. They were magical flowers born during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. As for prosperity soil, diamond soil, green fist soil, these soils were highly sought-after items by Gu immortals. Gu immortals developed their immortal apertures. They used the resources produced in their immortal apertures to cultivate. The fertility of their soil played a huge role in this. Prosperity soil could grow all sorts of flowers. Diamond soil could grow minerals, while green fist soil could accumulate and gather the fertility to prevent it from vanishing. It was suited for immortal apertures with terrain resembling barren lands, like deserts. Gu immortals who owned prosperity soil were not few. Immediately, they started speaking, asking how much was needed for the trade. The seller on the stage actually had large numbers of broken wave flowers. After trading for 1,500 kilograms of prosperity soil, he waved his hand and left the stage. The difference between the auction and the open transaction was very obvious. The auction was for valuable items. They had a huge prerequisite for bidders. The open transaction often involved scattered trades. The entry level was low. But this was not universal. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to expose themselves showed an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for them. This immortal Gu was one that did not get sold earlier. The seller had lowered their requirements greatly. But even so, the request was still an immortal Gu. There were a few people who responded. They wanted the price to be lower. The seller refused, and eventually, the trade failed, and this immortal Gu returned to the seller's hands. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, more than 30 rounds had passed. The 37th secret room is selling a Gu immortal captive, Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal inside the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into a commotion. The slave trade industry was well known by every immortal. But to sell Gu immortals like they were slaves, this was an extremely rare event. For many Gu immortals, this was the first time they had seen it. At once, Gu immortals discussed as their expressions varied. When Qin Baisheng announced it again, the scattered conversations in the hall became softer. Someone asked for the details. Qin Baisheng introduced. This Gu immortal captive might be familiar to some of you. He is Loner Hong Yu, a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation is at 1 heavenly tribulation. This is the situation inside his blessed land. You can all take a look. Saying so, the image on the stage changed, reflecting the situation of Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a little barren. Yes, managing his blessed land so poorly, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have already looted his blessed land already. To us fire path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hong Yu's cultivation is lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire path Gu immortals had great demand for Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. Once they swallowed his blessed land, they could skip 1 heavenly tribulation, many earthly calamities, and gain cultivation levels out of nowhere. The foundation of their blessed land would surge by a huge amount. Even if one was not a fire path Gu immortal, most of the Gu immortals also wanted the blessed land. Even if their paths were different and they could not swallow the blessed land, they could still occupy this ownerless blessed land after killing him and obtain a good territory to manage. If they managed it well, the blessed land would be like a source of treasures, producing resources endlessly, sustaining the Gu immortals' cultivation needs. Just as Qin Baisheng had expected, Loner Hong Yu became a sought-after commodity. Fang Yuan listed a broad range of requests. First, he listed a large amount of immortal materials. Next was killer moves from Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, and Wisdom Path. Next was all sorts of Gu recipes. The rarer they were the better. After that, he asked for desolate beast corpses, Food Path inheritances, or clues for them, Wisdom Path inheritances, or clues, Time Path inheritances, or clues. Finally, he asked for Battle Bone Will Gu, the recipes for White Bone Chariot, Lifespan Gu, and others. Eventually, Loner Hong Yu went into 5 Elements Grandmaster's hands. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 paths. Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture was useful to him. After selling Loner Hong Yu, The next person was up. According to the rules of the open transaction, each Gu Immortal could only sell one thing in each round. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He patiently waited. After some rounds, he had sold more than half of his Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he finish Fang Yuan's spirits checklist, he even had extra. Not only this, Fang Yuan also obtained the corpse of a desolate beast bat. During this period of time, he noticed that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sold them openly. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sold 3 immortal zombie bodies, causing the displeasure of Hei Lou Lan and Dragon Commander Yicha. But in the end, Yao Huang joyfully bought these 3 immortal zombie bodies. After seeing this, Fang Yuan relaxed a bit. Fang Yuan's spirit was not the only one capable of capturing Gu Immortals. No matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. There were more capable people among other Gu Immortals. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had changed his room continuously, obscuring his traces and preventing others from finding out that he was the person who was selling most of the Gu Immortal captives. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading. They chose to watch on the sidelines. They had basically accomplished their respective goals. The remaining Gu Immortals, even though they were few in number, the goods they were selling were getting more precious and valuable. By the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Just as Fang Yuan thought that the last of his Gu Immortal captives would be sold routinely, Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed, as he received a major request from a lone cultivator. He raised his voice as he said, "Next, we will be selling the complete Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House, Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller is requesting for anything that can assist them in cultivating wood path." What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? They are selling this Immortal Gu House. Why are they selling it now? The auction is nearing its end. Haha, the people who left earlier must be dying of regret. In 2 single rooms, Hei Lou Lan and Dragon Commander Yicha had very ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance was trying to eliminate the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. But this lone cultivator was very good at hiding. They could not find a chance to strike. At the auction, Zombie Alliance could not make a move on him. They could only urge him and offer a high price. But this lone cultivator was swayed by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and demanded even higher prices, extorting and threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, just earlier, their discussions had ended in failure, with the lone cultivator immediately putting up the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe for sale. "I will pay 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones and 1,500 kilograms of red refinement metal to buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will use it all to exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." You bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have Jade Fallen Grass here. So what if it is Jade Fallen Grass? I have Instinct Roots. At once, everyone's moods were riled up, as the representatives of the super forces and the rank 8 great experts joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were furious, but they had to join in the competition. At once, the calm open transaction had turned into a battlefield, like they were back in the auction rounds. The allure of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was obvious from this. "I am willing to pay with a wood path Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." Soon, the representative of a super force, Meng tribe, shouted, "My Yuan tribe also has a wood path Immortal Gu. We will also add in 300 true martial carps." Yuan Rangzun shouted. The Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was too alluring. He even used his precious true martial carps as part of the bid. "If you let my Zombie Alliance purchase this, I, Hei Lou Lan, will vow this on my reputation. I will definitely resell this recipe." Hei Lou Lan said coldly. "I, Yao Huang, can attest." For that. Soon after, Yao Huang spoke, adding weight to these words. I have a wisdom path Immortal Gu, Unravel mystery. It can deduce all traces of any inheritance. I will add in 3 vats of Lingji liquid." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. At once, shouting could be heard everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. His eyes burst with brilliant light. If he did not hear wrongly, that was the Unravel mystery Immortal Gu, correct? Chapter 763. 3 parties mutually win. Unravel mystery Immortal Gu. Unravel mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan muttered. His finger was tapping on the handle of his seat as it made soft noises. Bidding could be heard all over the auction hall. At the end of the auction, such a huge treasure like the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators did not need to consider it. Only the rank 7 Gu Immortals in super forces or rank 8 great experts could have any chance in competing for it. Especially the super forces, the allure of the Immortal Gu house was extremely great for the super forces. The price rose at an absurd speed, climbing rapidly. Even though this was the open transaction, everyone was fighting for the good. They subconsciously returned to the auction format that was used previously. Qin Baisheng laughed bitterly. The regulations were set by him, but seeing these experts screaming their lungs out, he chose to watch on the sidelines. At this point, talking about regulations would just offend all of these powerhouses. Do you see? This is the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Your zombie alliance was simply too stingy. The seller acted arrogantly upon seeing this, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face darkened. Hei Lou Lan was sighing helplessly. Looking at this price, it was already higher than what the Zombie Alliance was planning to pay. And this was not the end. The price was still climbing. Hei Lou Lan was a sensible person. He knew that at this point, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe could not belong to Zombie Alliance. When leader returns, who knew would she criticize him for being so incapable in handling this matter? As Fang Yuan listened to the bids, he assessed quietly in his mind. I have 4 Gu Immortal captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He is the only rank 7 captive I have. There are 3 others. They are the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. They cultivate Wood Path. Evidently, there was little chance of success if he wanted to use these 4 Gu Immortal captives to trade for Heavenly Lord by Zhu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Heavenly Lord by Zhu was an enslavement path Gu Immortal, with a different path. The allure of these 4 Gu Immortal captives was greatly lowered. The other point was, Immortal Gu were unique, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was very useful. If not for the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, Heavenly Lord by Zhu would not have exposed such a good Gu. If I try to trade it directly, it would not work. The Strength Path Immortal Gu that I just obtained have no use to Heavenly Lord by Zhu. If I use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, I will be exchanging a rank 7 for a rank 6. That exchange would be at a loss. As for fixed immortal travel and connect luck, they are indispensable to me. I cannot trade them away. But Fang Yuan did not want to give up on Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. If he missed this chance, if he missed this situation, even if he had the resources in the future, it would be hard to trade for it. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not a necessity to Fang Yuan. But in his memories, he had a way to use this Gu as the core. In combination with other rare supplementary Gu worms, he could conjure a Dream Path killer move. A Dream Path Immortal killer move. At this time, the prophecy of the 3 venerables had spread throughout the 5 regions. Because of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, almost all of the super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although their research results were shallow, dream realms were already starting to manifest. There were already 2 Dream Path Immortal Gu he knew of in this life. One was in Feng Jinhuang's hands, the other was in Lady Poison Scorpion's possession. To speak of it, the latter was more problematic. Feng Jinhuang was still a mortal lass, but Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, slumbering as she explored a dream realm. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, they treasured anything relating to this path greatly. Many Dream Path Mortal Gu that they refined were not shown to the world. They were the greatest mysteries of each force. Those who were able to become Gu Immortals were dragons among men. They had good foresight and were very shrewd individuals. Even in an auction of such scale, there had been no Dream Path-related treasures sold. Fang Yuan knew about the Gu recipes of many Dream Path Mortal Gu, but Mortal Gu were not helpful towards the exploration of dream realms. Otherwise, the major forces would have started exploring dream realms en masse already. The truly useful ones were Dream Path Immortal Gu. But the amazing thing was, be it the 2 that appeared now, or the Dream Path Immortal Gu that appeared in the future according to Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Perhaps this was explained by the prophecy of 3 venerables, stating 2 male venerables and 1 female venerable. With this, one could deduce that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be a female Immortal Venerable. Within a short time, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain a Dream Path Immortal Gu. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, then that could substitute for the effect of a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. One could say, the use of Gu depended on the user. There was no strongest Gu worm, only a strongest Gu master. Genius Gu masters could often match different Gu worms together, unleashing a greater effect from that. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Gu previously, but he used the Soul Path Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, combined with other Mortal Gu, to form the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, creating a starting point of the path formed from the convergence of enslavement and strength. This Dream Path Immortal Killer move was the same case. The core Immortal Gu was of Wisdom Path, Unravel Mystery, but it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Gu, I will be able to collect Dream Realm Gu materials and refine the various Mortal Gu. even though it would spend some time. But once I succeed in forming my killer move, the rewards will be immensely more profitable. I will be able to make up for the regret during my previous life, becoming a pioneer in the exploration of dream realms, being ahead of all the forces in this world, being ahead of the superpowers. Fang Yuan's mouth turned dry as he thought about it. He estimated the potential value coming from this dream path killer move was in no way lower than Wisdom Gu. It was only beneath what had come from Spring Autumn Cicada and Who Immortal Blessed Land, but higher than all-out effort Gu. Among the countless opportunities in Fang Yuan's previous life, the most valuable one was Spring Autumn Cicada. Even though it was rank 6, far inferior to Wisdom Gu's rank 9, it could allow Fang Yuan to be reborn and start again. Even if there was a chance of failure, didn't he succeed every time until now? If he failed the first time, it would have been the worst opportunity he ever had. But it had succeeded. It was deserving of being his greatest fortune. Next was Who Immortal Blessed Land. It had allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu immortal despite being immortal, standing on the shoulder of a former Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal zombie, it made up for his weakness in his aspect. It was because of this blessed land that Fang Yuan had ample foundation. The cultivation of Gu immortals was not just about fighting and killing. Economic management was the biggest foundation base. Third was Wisdom Gu. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gained unlimited inspiration. It rapidly pulled him out of his slump. But that was built on the blessed land and his own foundation. In the future, if he truly controlled it, it might bring Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But for now, it was third. The fourth was all-out effort Gu. Even though this mortal Gu was only rank 4, he obtained it at a very crucial moment. It was the first springboard since Fang Yuan's rebirth. Without all-out effort Gu, Fang Yuan would not have had such incredible battle strength. Without his battle strength, he would not have been able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path killer move, if he obtained it, Fang Yuan would be able to use it well, and the value would be equal to the current use of Wisdom Gu. After this time period, the value of Dream Path killer moves would fall drastically. When dream realms undergo complete external manifestation, and Dream Path would be thriving all over, this killer move's value would fall beyond belief. The value of opportunities depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada was very valuable, but if Fang Yuan became a demon venerable and was invincible in the world, why would he need it? This was also the case for Who Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan obtained it after becoming a Gu immortal and had his own healthy blessed land, the value he received from it would be far lower. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, all-out effort Gu, and this Dream Path killer move. But I definitely need the core Immortal Gu, Unravel mystery, to use this Dream Path killer move. Otherwise, all of this is empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction again. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Gu and old ancestor Shui, who were out of the competition. These two had spent a great amount to buy Ma and Zhao. Their foundations were shaken and they no longer were able to compete. Yao Huang had backed out regrettably as well. He had purchased some Refinement Path Immortal Gu, as well as many Gu immortal captives. With the huge resource consumption of Refinement Path, all sorts of restrictions forced him to back out. 5 Elements Grandmaster had stopped long ago. He had bought many Immortal Gu of the mainstream paths, and he was also a lone cultivator. The last ones remaining were Heavenly Lord by Zhu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, and 3 super forces. They were Yuan Tribe, Morong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe left the competition as well. Even though Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rang Zun was screaming that he wanted to sell all of the true martial carps away, he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Morong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord by Zhu were left. Morong Jin Xiao, my force has no Immortal Gu house to defend it. This is very dangerous. If you can let go today, I will definitely compensate you well. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal urged. Morong Jin Xiao shook his head, paying respects as he smiled. Lord, my Morong tribe's Immortal Gu house is lacking a core Immortal Gu. Everyone in Northern Plains know that. This matter involves huge benefits for my tribe. Please forgive me for my insolence. I want to fight for it, whether it ends in success or failure. I do not want to be resigned. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed faintly. He no longer said anything apart from raising the bid. It seems that I still have some hope. The price was already at 2 Immortal Gu. It had far exceeded the value of 4 Gu Immortal captives, but Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming more excited. Even though the Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, no core Immortal Gu are being sold. The Immortal Gu that the 3 of them are offering are rank 6. They have little use. 2 Immortal Gu are the limit. Those 3 are already thinking hard. Their bids are increasing very slowly. After all, Even if they obtained this Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, it only involves the entirety of the Immortal Gu recipes. They still needed to spend a huge sum refining the Gu. The seller is a woodpath cultivator. He wants resources useful to his cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal Gu, only one is woodpath. It comes from Murong tribe, but it is an investigative Immortal Gu. Hehe, this is great. Forget about the last Gu Immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, that I still have, but the 3 Huahai Immortals are woodpath Gu Immortals. I can make good use of this situation in a plan. Fang Yuan moved quickly. He immediately informed Qin by Sheng and contacted Heavenly Lord by Zhu. The 3 parties are in a stalemate now. I do not have a woodpath Immortal Gu, and Murong tribe has the greatest chance now. Maybe I can use this to break the stalemate. Heavenly Lord by Zhu was moved. He changed his bid. He first took down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and put up the 3 Huahai Immortals. The seller's eyes brightened. He hesitated for a bit before choosing Heavenly Lord by Zhu. He was an astute person. To him, even though the other 2 sides had an additional Immortal Gu, only one of them had a woodpath Immortal Gu. But in Heavenly Lord by Zhu's bid, there was a movement Immortal Gu and 3 woodpath Immortal Apertures. He could swallow them and gain a huge boost in cultivation level. He sold the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. He had already offended Zombie Alliance. His current concerns were to protect his life and develop in secret. What suited himself had the greatest value. Heavenly Lord by Zhu did not have any interest in the 3 Huahai Immortals, but the seller needed them urgently. As for Heavenly Lord by Zhu, he did not make any losses. He still paid a price of 2 Immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, did it matter who it ended up with? Selling it to Fang Yuan, he broke the stalemate and obtained the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a mutual win for 3 parties. Ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 764. Actions of all parties. Heavenly Lord by Zhu became the final winner of the intense bidding war, obtaining the complete recipe for Red Fiend Divine Boat. And the beneficiary of the backdoor deal, Fang Yuan, also successfully obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord by Zhu became the focal point of everyone's attention, and apart from a few related people, no one knew Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe could be considered as an unexpected final climactic moment of the auction. Time passed. 4 hours later, this auction, which included various outstanding people, finally ended. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's end. Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly sent his message. Nothing until now. Fairy Li Shan actually missed such a grand event. It seems there is definitely some issue on her end. Do we return through the previous route? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land through the whole Earth Gu established between Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. Now, the situation on Fairy Li Shan's end was unclear, and rashly using whole Earth Gu to return was undoubtedly an unwise move. No, we will first leave along with the others, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, though. There will definitely be turmoil soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded with a serious expression. The auction might have ended, but there were sure to be many who were not satisfied with the results. With the end of the auction, the previous agreement signed by all parties would expire. Without the restriction, people's hearts and minds would be moved by wealth. Robbery, extortion, and ambushes would be the next event. Most of the Gu Immortals had the same thoughts as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, they left the blessed land in a hurry and full of caution. We must get that guy. He actually dared to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe openly. Our Zombie Alliance's face had been lost completely. We could let go if it was only our face, but the key thing is that the leader had repeatedly reminded us of the importance of this task before she left. But now we have screwed up. When the leader comes back and hears the news, who knows how she will punish us? Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they looked at their target hurriedly leaving. In the sky above Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Lord, I wonder if you are interested in selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe to my Yao tribe. Yao Huang stayed behind and persuaded Heavenly Lord by Zhu. Heavenly Lord by Zhu chuckled. Lord Yao Huang is jesting. How can such a treasure be sold easily? I won't conceal it from you. I have a lot of descendants and they are filling up my grotto heaven. Recently, I have been planning to establish a tribe. Perhaps we can have many opportunities to collaborate with Yao tribe. The leaders of various forces in the surroundings had changes in their expressions as they heard this. Heavenly Lord by Zhu was a rank 8 powerhouse. A tribe he established, with his support, was certain to thrive. Not only this, with the support of a rank 8 Gu Immortal, even if the new tribe's foundation was lacking, it would still be a super force. Northern Plains was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's homeland. the place where he rose up and established a hereditary monarchy. For a long time up to now, the super forces in Northern Plains were almost all of Huangjin bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu was trying to poke his nose into this by establishing a super force, which no doubt was going to create an enormous impact on those Huangjin descendants. At the same time, with the lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, it would have huge impacts on both the demonic path and lone cultivator camps. Yao Huang's smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has such an intention, who could stop you in this huge world? It is very difficult for us old fellows to gather together. No time is better than the present. How about we have a chat today? Haha, this is also what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily. Yao Huang opened up his Immortal Gu house, Medicine Cottage, and invited all the Gu Immortals present to join. Most of the super forces entered in the end, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the benefits of lone cultivators. However, Old Ancestor Shui who refused. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shui who had invested a lot to buy Mahong Yuan, as well as precious contents of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. What he most wanted to do now was to use Mahong Yuan as the primary material in refining fortune rivaling heaven and use its effects on himself. The person representing Prince Feng Xian's will, Feng Gu, who had disguised himself as Swordmaster Yulan, also refused this gathering and left on his own. In a hidden area among the reeds, he quietly met with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. I have sent you the message regarding the auction. Feng Gu looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Gu made a really good move. Such courage, I am in admiration. With Zhao Lianyun, we can search her soul and find many precious clues regarding the main culprit of the Imperial Court incident. I still have to thank Lord for trading a suitable Immortal Gu for me. What should our actions be next? The Central Continent Gu Immortals talked one after the other, clearly treating Feng Gu as their leader. Feng Gu smiled. In this trip, he first used his tyrannical strength to subdue everyone, and now he had taken the risk to enter the tiger's den and trade Immortal Gu for them. Through Feng Ji's methods and charisma, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, he was finally able to lead this group of experts. Of course, Feng Gu knew that behind this harmonious atmosphere, everyone still had their own thoughts. It was only that all the experts were astute. Now that they were in Northern Plains with a heavy mission on their shoulders, even if they had any hidden thoughts, they suppressed it deep within themselves for the time being, choosing to sincerely cooperate. To Feng Gu, this was enough. Everyone, although we obtained Zhao Lianyun, the clues available to verify the true culprit are probably not enough. If there were enough clues, Northern Plains Gu Immortals would have already discovered the truth, and the perpetrator would have nowhere to hide. However, I found someone who is suspicious. Feng Gu said. Everyone's spirits rose at hearing this information. Feng Gu continued. But this person has hidden themselves too deeply. I never was able to find out their true identity. To find this person, we must start from the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Bai Sheng. He is a famous expert of Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path, Gu Immortal. I also know of this person. He is a lone cultivator. Creating such an achievement today with just his own strength is truly rarely seen. Qin Bai Sheng not only has outstanding strength, he also has many favorable social connections. If we are going against him, we need to use all our strength to strike as quickly as possible. If we let him escape and ask for assistance from his allies, the situation will turn for the worse. Everyone was discussing vigorously. They were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, powerful and with a lot of methods, but they were fighting in enemy territory. Once their identities were exposed, it was likely that Northern Plains Gu Immortals would band together to attack them. Fortunately, they still had Prince Feng Xian to aid them secretly. In another area, a fight had already started. Hei Lou Lan, you really have guts. You actually dared to attack our Chanyu tribe. The Gu Immortal who was ambushed shouted in fury. What is there to not dare? So what if you are from Chanyu tribe? No matter how powerful the immortal killer move Winged Blade is, can it save you now? Just be obedient and hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant egg, and I shall let you go. A giant wolf, the size of a small hill, spoke with an eerie gaze in a human voice. This egg came from the mysterious rank 8, Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea. It had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative at a certain point of the auction. Hei Lou Lan had left previously, but actually had other intentions. He carefully set up an ambush outside and waited for someone to fall into it, capturing this unlucky fellow. Hei Lou Lan, you have hidden your cards well. You actually have an informant in the auction. Didn't you call yourself a lone wolf, moving alone and disdaining interaction with other Gu Immortals? If you have the guts, then place a stake against me in battle. If you win, I will immediately hand over this sandalwood sacred elephant egg to you. If you lose, Then join our Chanyu tribe and serve for 100 years. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal shouted. He had just spoken when he heard the sound of a woman's laugh coming from nearby. A black light flashed, and 3 Gu Immortals appeared. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal was startled. The other party had approached this closely, but he did not notice in the slightest until they intentionally revealed themselves. You are Hei Cheng? The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal carefully observed and quickly recognized their identities. Also Fairy Jiangyu. Why is Shuesong Zi of the demonic path with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe. But thinking of using this move to battle He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 as a goon for your tribe is too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank, as the other party had spoken accurately. It was because of this immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe, that he had the confidence to participate in this auction as Chanyu tribe's representative. But who could have thought that he had still greatly underestimated human desire, and also overestimated Chanyu tribe's stature? Hei Cheng, you are a Hei tribe Gu Immortal and are of Huang Jin bloodline, like my Chanyu tribe. But you are actually colluding with demonic path outsiders to harm us righteous path Gu Immortals. Don't make such a huge mistake. It is still not too late to turn back. Chanyu Zhong'er thought rapidly and tried to persuade Hei Cheng. Shuesong Zi laughed loudly. If it was your big brother here, Chanyu Shangyi, we would have a headache. If it was your younger brother, Chanyu Xiaosan, we would have dispelled any intention of ambush. Unfortunately, you don't have the defensive prowess of your big brother. Neither do you have the speed of your younger brother. Today your defeat is certain. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression became more unsightly. He stared fixedly at Hei Cheng and shouted, Hei Cheng, you are a righteous path Gu Immortal. You built your reputation over so many years. Do you not want it? If this matter were to be exposed, or just a rumor of it is spread, you will be condemned by the public and hunted down like a rat. Hei Cheng's eyes flickered with hesitation, but Fairy Jiangyu transmitted him a message, making him firmly resolute. Without saying anything, he waved an arm, from which a dark arrow flew out, straight towards Chanyu Zhong'er. He used action to show his resolution. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Jade green light shined and extinguished. Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared in the room. At almost the same instant which he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other goo worms could not be used during the process. Another disadvantage was that the amount of immortal essence consumed would depend on the strength of the target. Previously, Fang Yuan was still immortal with few Dao marks on his body. Thus the immortal essence consumed was much lower. However, when transporting a Gu Immortal, the minimum consumption was at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After finding no dangers, Fang Yuan came out of Tai by Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan had met with them previously. There has been no response from either Fairy Li Shan or Hei Lou Lan. In accordance with the alliance, we must look into this. The most probable place is here. Shortly, the two found Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed sleeping. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was dazed. He was about to walk closer but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't approach them. It is dangerous. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes let out a sharp light. They are in a dream realm. If we approach them, we will also be ensnared. Chapter 765. Qin Bai Sheng vs. Feng Jiu Gu Dream Realm. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. He showed a grim expression. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan collaborated to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had met with danger in a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had explained this matter briefly to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Thus, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard the term dream realm, he knew the severity of the situation. He sighed. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan did not attend the auction. They were trapped in a dream realm. I had been guessing earlier if Hei Lou Lan's tribulation was causing them trouble. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. Most likely, the tribulation caused them to be stuck in a dream realm, unable to free themselves. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, there can be dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yun Sheng asked in suspicion. Fang Yuan sighed. Not in the past, but now that dream realms have manifested, such calamities and tribulations have appeared gradually. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, towards the second half of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, showing up in all corners of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms becoming tribulations also became more frequent. Countless Gu Immortals were harmed in the process. What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot abandon them. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was helpless. He asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes were shining with a murky light. At this moment, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan had little to no defenses. It was not hard to kill them now. But because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not attack them. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was made using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to break it, I will need to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I do not have enough strength now. It will be hard to do so. Even if I could destroy it, Tai Bai Yun Sheng is too kind. He might be an obstacle if I try to attack them. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This indeed was a golden opportunity. By killing Hei Lou Lan, he would obtain Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first three were Strength Path Immortal Gu, while the last one was Enslavement Path. They all suited Fang Yuan very well, especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu. If he obtained it, he could use it as the core and elevate the power of the Immortal Killer move Miri itself by several levels. As for Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu, with it, Fang Yuan would have the same advantage as Fairy Li Shan, helping other Gu Immortals make agreements. This was an extremely popular service. The benefits could surpass the Guts Gu trade. That was because using Mountain Pledge Gu to make agreements for others not only was highly profitable, he could also establish connections. Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this Immortal Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an attack-type Immortal Gu. It could not provide defense or movement abilities to the Gu Immortal. But whoever held it will gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type Immortal Gu, but Gu Immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. Gu Immortals placed emphasis cultivation. Management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a Gu Immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome Old Ancestors' arrival. Soon, several demonic path Gu Immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is Old Ancestor Shuehu. He has his own grotto heaven. He almost never comes here. Why is he here now? Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard Old Ancestor Shuehu's voice, resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall, and see me now. I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, Old Ancestor. The demonic path Gu Immortals shouted in unison. Figures of Gu Immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression paled. He said, "Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, Old Ancestor Shuehu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Li Shan would not be attacked. But Hei Lou Lan is the problem. She is not a member of Snowy Mountain and is a key character who has experienced the true Yang building incident. Once she is captured and has her soul searched, we are all doomed." Bam bam bam. While an intense explosion sounded out, a pathetic figure was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there was a huge wolf sprinting out of the smoke, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and speaking a human language. "Chan Yu Zhong, where are you trying to escape to?" The pathetic figure was Chan Yu Zhong. He continued to escape as he yelled with a panicked expression. "He Lang Zi. Hey Chung, don't go too far. Otherwise, I will drag you guys down with me." Immemorial flame axe. His body shuddered. He put his palms together as he turned around, exerting a chopping motion with them. Immediately, fire rose as they gathered to form an axe in midair, attacking the huge wolf. Before the attack even landed, the scorching flames already burned some of the wolf's fur. The huge fiery axe caused the surrounding sky to glow red. It was powerful and carried an aura of destruction with it, as if it could rampage to kill innumerable beings. This was an immortal killer move. It had incredible offensive power. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's gaze shined with disdain and mockery. Swoosh! The huge wolf vanished, evading the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yu Zhong's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack, what good is it if you cannot hit? Fairy Zhang Yu appeared, floating in the air. She had taken action just now, teleporting He Lang Zi away using an immortal movement killer move. Damn! Chan Yu Zhong gritted his teeth. His heart sank as his angry and helpless face showed a hint of despair. "You are distracted." Suddenly, a black-robed Gu Immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yu Zhong was shocked, quickly retreating as he created some distance. The mysterious Gu Immortal remained on the spot, stretching out his right arm while his palm was aimed at Chan Yu Zhong. "This distance is enough. Now, have a taste of my soul suction Immortal Gu's power." Chan Yu Zhong's movements froze. His body turned stiff as his soul shook. It was like there was a huge force trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yu Zhong was shocked. Ordinary defensive measures could not defend against such soul path methods. He tried to stabilize his soul, momentarily going into a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. Quickly assist me, the black-robed Gu Immortal said. The moment he said that, Hei Cheng and Shuesong Zi flew towards him, placing their arms on his shoulders. By surreptitiously using some Gu worms, all three of their souls worked together and formed an even greater force. Soul suction Immortal Gu was used in this way. It was like drawing in a river, disregarding all other aspects. It was a direct contest between souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu Immortal, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi collaborated. They had a huge advantage against Chanyu Zhong'er. I am unresigned. I am full of hatred. Ah, let me go. Chanyu Zhong'er was unable to resist them. His soul was pulled out eventually. Without his soul to control it, his body fell downwards from the air rapidly, like a puppet with its strings cut. But soon after, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She searched it and laughed. As expected, this fire path Immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong'er's blessed land. So your real motive was my fire path Immortal Gu. What do you guys actually want? Chanyu Zhong'er's soul was held by the black-robed Gu Immortal. He continued to shout furiously. No, we did not lie to you. The sandalwood sacred elephant egg was also our target. But compared to the Immortal Gu, it is like the icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. Their scheme had succeeded. Her mood was great. But just as she was about to continue speaking, her expression changed. Not only her, at the same time, even the black-robed Gu Immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe. His head was covered by a huge hood. His face was shrouded in darkness. He said with a hoarse voice. Qin Bai Sheng was ambushed. Humph. So this Swordmaster Yu Lan is an imposter, a Gu Immortal from Central Continent. Qin Bai Sheng cannot be lost. Quickly go and save him. Fairy Jiangyu said anxiously, soaring away without any hesitation or pause. The black-robed Gu Immortal and Hei Lang Zi followed suit. Only Hei Cheng and Shuesong Zi were left. Lord Hei Cheng, do we follow? Shuesong Zi was hesitant. Hei Cheng looked at the black-robed Gu Immortal and felt a lot of wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, showcasing many different methods. He had great power and had an extraordinary relation to Fairy Jiangyu. Shuesong Zi was hesitant, but was he, Hei Cheng, any different? It seems that this black-robed Gu Immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. Hei Lang Zi might be the same as us, being a collaborator. Shadow Sect and Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Hei Cheng's gaze flickered. His body flew up in pursuit of Fairy Jiangyu and the others. Shuesong Zi snorted coldly. He quickly followed them. Huff, huff, huff. Qin Bai Sheng breathed roughly. There were dozens of wounds on him. Some were bleeding. Some were so deep one could see bones. Some of his skin had turned black, emitting a foul odor. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you. But you still managed to heavily injure 3 of us. Feng Gu crossed his arms as he watched, praising with a gaze of admiration. Northern Plains Gu Immortals truly have excellent battle strength. Your methods and ours seem to have little discrepancy, yet you managed to make such great battle results. Qin Bai Sheng, you are an outstanding person. Give up and surrender. Our words earlier were truthful. As long as you tell us some people's identities, we will let you leave. There were Central Continent Gu Immortals all around Qin Bai Sheng. They opened their mouths as they urged him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui of Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as a young-looking Gu Immortal, Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, were quite heavily injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Bai Sheng raised his eyebrows, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Ah, outsiders from another region infiltrating us in Northern Plains. Intruders. I'm telling you, we of Northern Plains are not cowards. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry, before I die, I will certainly drag one of you down with me. Feng Gu sighed helplessly. In that case, the rest of you can stand down. I will handle it myself. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze was heavy as he stared at Feng Gu. He did not know who Feng Gu was, but he knew that he was the leader. During the battle earlier, he did not participate. He stood aloof. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Gu flew towards Qin Bai Sheng slowly. His expression was calm as he spoke lightly. Chapter 766. Immortal Gu Compensation 1 Move. Hearing Feng Jiu's words, Qin Bai Sheng laughed with a provoked tone. I have roamed the region freely for hundreds of years. I defeated Lu Hao, Chanyu Xiong, New Air Du, killed by Chan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, Mountain Lord Tian Qing, had a draw with Yuan Rang Zun, and managed to escape with my life from 5 Elements Grandmaster. In the entirety of Northern Plains, only the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals can defeat me easily. But to kill me, even they would not find it easy. There are very few rank 7 Gu Immortals that can rival me. You are also a rank 7 Gu Immortal. You want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Bai Sheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with great confidence towards himself. Feng Jiu's words indeed were greatly arrogant. At once, even the central continent Gu immortals around him were starting to get worried. Feng Gu smiled lightly. He slowly narrated. When I was young, I loved music. When I started cultivating, I had a grand aspiration. That was to create a total of 9 songs, to express myself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. Up to this point, I have created 6 songs in total. If you can finish listening to this song of mine, then I will admit defeat and let you leave. Qin Bai Sheng's laughter gradually came to an end. He had a serious gaze as he stared at Feng Gu unblinkingly. Looking at Feng Gu, who had an earnest tone and a smiling face, Qin Bai Sheng felt an immense threat deep within himself. He thought for a moment and greeted Feng Gu solemnly. I have not asked for your name yet. Feng Gu greeted back. I am Feng Gu. Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed. So you are the #1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. No wonder. Ha ha ha. In that case, let me see what you can do. Feng Ji's fighting prowess had long since been famous, even to a Northern Plains Gu immortal like Qin Bai Sheng. The name and reputation were instantly recognizable. But after learning about Feng Ji's identity, Qin Bai Sheng instead felt an immeasurable surge of battle intent within himself. We are both rank 7 Gu immortal. What qualifications do you have to defeat the other Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects and become known as the strongest? I will see how strong you truly are. Feng Gu breathed in deeply, bowing slightly. This song is known as Green Jade Song. Please enjoy it. The rest of the Central Continent Gu immortals backed off and created a wide open space for them. Come, Qin Bai Sheng shouted. His gaze was like lightning as his battle intent rushed out. He was oozing with grandeur. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. 3rd Branch Peak. Just now, this lucky escape was truly thanks to you. If old ancestor Shui who found out, even I would not be able to preserve Little Land's life. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, expressing her gratitude. Hei Lou Lan was a crucial person in the collapse of Truyang Building. She was more important than Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yinyun. Once she was discovered, the entire world of Gu immortals would hunt her down. The situation was really dangerous. We were trying to guess why you missed the auction, Tai Bai Yun Sheng said while sighing. If Hei Lou Lan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng would be involved as well. The 3 of them were tied together on a string. Oh, Fairy Li Shan sighed. I did not think that a dream realm could become a calamity. Do you have any ways to save Little Lan? Tai Bai Yun Sheng shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan who was beside him. Fang Yuan said solemnly. It's difficult. The dream calamity's target is Hei Lou Lan. Fairy Li Shan, you were only pulled in because you touched her. Thus, I just had to hurt you and make you feel pain. But Hei Lou Lan is deep inside the dream realm. Even if you kill her, she will not awaken. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined. With hope. It's only difficult. That does not mean it is impossible, Fang Yuan. It seems you have a plan. Fang Yuan chuckled. Hei Lou Lan is fortunate. I obtained a Gu in the auction that can form a Dream Path killer move to resolve this problem. But to form the killer move, the core Immortal Gu is not enough. I need the assistance of many Mortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, saying, I can help with that. What refinement materials do you need to refine Gu? Just tell me. I can satisfy that request. But Fang Yuan shook his head. These Dream Path Mortal Gu refinement materials can only be found in dream realms. Refining Dream Path Gu is different from other paths. The entire process needs me to execute it personally. So Dream Path has such specifications. Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard such news. Dream Path Gu worms were different from Gu worms in other paths. One of the points was the refinement material. They were not material objects. They were obtained from inside dream realms. And the dream realm could only be of one's own dream, not others. Only the materials from one's own dream realm could refine these Dream Path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though he developed slowly in Dream Path and had limited achievement, he still knew common knowledge like this. Currently, what was his common knowledge was now the most top-tier research results. The few forces treated them as their own treasures, sealing all the knowledge deeply. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But deep inside, she saw Fang Yuan in a different light again. She knew some parts of Fang Yuan's experiences and circumstances, especially the Guts Gu trade. She obtained part of the profits. Fang Yuan is truly an impressive junior. It is almost as if he has a method to solve any problem. Earlier, he developed the Air Sac Gu to hold the Guts Gu. Now, he even has such research in Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator can come up with. It seems his background is not simple after all. Fairy Li Shan was thinking over it when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that my nature is straightforward. I like to talk openly and not beat about the bush. If I can save you both, what compensation will I get? Fairy Li Shan's eyes rolled. She was long since familiar with Fang Yuan's personality. She was not surprised, she smiled. The favor of saving a life is as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal essence stones or immortal goo recipes do you want? Or even immortal materials, just tell me. Her tone was very courteous. After all, she was requesting his help. Fang Yuan raised his head. I do not want anything else. What I have in mind is Hei Lou Lan self-strength goo and strength chi goo. 2 lives for 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are Little Lan's core goo worms. A gentleman would not take what others love. Fang Yuan. This condition is a little too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are both of your lives not even as valuable as 2 goo worms? That is not accurate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we were discovered, only Little Lan would be in danger. I would be fine. In fact, when Little Lan gets into trouble, you 2 would be implicated too. We are on the same boat now. Helping us is also the same as helping yourselves. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy makes perfect sense. I am full of admiration. Forget my previous condition. I will go prepare now. I promise you, within 3 to 5 years, I can surely save Hei Lou Lan. I have to go now. Saying this, Fang Yuan stood up and was ready to leave. Although the 2 had an agreement, and he could not leave her in the lurch, they also made rules such that one side could not force the other to save them using the agreement. They had to come up with an appropriate arrangement regarding compensation. Fang Yuan was not abandoning her. He was just taking a bit of time. Thus, his actions were not against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She stood up and urged him. Wait, Fang Yuan, we can discuss this. What does Fairy have to enlighten me with? I am all ears. Fang Yuan's attitude was very modest. He spoke very humbly. Oh, Fang Yuan, don't act like this. These 2 strength path immortal goo do not belong to me. I cannot promise you anything. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply as she said this. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right. I find this condition overboard too. Pretend I never said it. Fairy is right. Self-strength and strength chi are very important immortal goo to Hei Lou Lan. How can you decide for her? Never mind. We are allies. I will definitely help her. But you need to know, refining dream path goo worms is very troublesome because it takes a long time and I need to do a lot of preparation. During this period of time, Fairy can try to find other ways to save Hei Lou Lan. Although my method will definitely succeed, it will take a long time. In this time period, if Hei Lou Lan is discovered by others, that would be bad. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and I are in Central Continent. Even if anything happens to Hei Lou Lan, we will act as good allies and avenge her. These words made Fairy Li Shan roll her eyes in anger. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was laughing madly deep in his mind. He did not forget to add in. Speaking of the alliance, we have about 2 years left. Once the time is up, and Hei Lou Lan is still unconscious, how would we continue the agreement? Oh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a kind person, but when it came to key benefits, he had a firm attitude. He was not a pushover. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. Hei Lou Lan's identity was a secret. Even though Hei Qing knew, he had his own motives and would not dare to expose Hei Lou Lan's identity. But because of this, Fairy Li Shan could not find helpers easily. Regarding Dream Path, most of the super forces had done their research and obtained some results, but they would not give it to Fairy Li Shan to save Hei Lou Lan. Thus, for the problem Fairy Li Shan was facing, the most likely possibility with an effective method was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding all of this, Fairy Li Shan was deeply aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unwilling to relent, she had no better option but to take a step back, breathing in deeply before saying, "Never mind, maybe we simply had bad luck. I will do it your way, 2 Immortal Gu. But you can only pick either one of self-strength and strength chi. I can take responsibility for this much in regards to Little Lan. The other Immortal Gu will be provided by me. I'll speak the truth. This is my limit. Don't force me any further." Tai Bai Yun Sheng was moved, gasping. Hei Lou Lan is truly blessed to have Fairy as her aunt. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that although Tai Bai Yun Sheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader between them. To save Hei Lou Lan, she needed Fang Yuan to help. Fang Yuan thought about it. He knew that although he could continue forcing her, that would cause their relationship to be greatly damaged. The amicable atmosphere that he had created earlier by splitting the profits with them would be completely ruined. Although self-strength and strength chi were 2 excellent Gu, Fang Yuan had obtained several strength path immortal Gu. He no longer had such an urgent need for them. All right, I will listen to Fairy. I have always been interested in Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. Fang Yuan spoke with a smile. Chapter 767. Immortal Gu Time Luck. What? You want Mountain Pledge Gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Her expression was furious. Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu was extremely important. it was Fairy Li Shan's source of revenue. The saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. It would mean deep hatred. Not only this, Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu was the reason why Fairy Li Shan could make connections everywhere and work with Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths in northern plains without much trouble. Once she lost Mountain Pledge Gu, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would disappear. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It is a joke. A joke, don't mind it. Of course he knew of the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. He was only probing her just now. He did not think he would succeed. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, that joke was not funny at all. I have several Immortal Gu here. Pick one of them as the compensation. As for the other half, Little Lan will pass it to you when she wakes up. Fang Yuan was originally thinking about Hei Lou Lan's slavery Immortal Gu. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's Immortal Gu, his eyes shined as he changed his mind. This Immortal Gu is not bad. I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw the Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan picked, and she sighed in her mind, filled with a bitter feeling deep inside. She had just obtained this Immortal Gu. She had not even used it yet, and Fang Yuan was already taking it away. This Gu's name was Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path Immortal Gu. It consumed immortal essence and time to gain a boost in one's luck. Fairy Li Shan was very reluctant. She tried to explain to him. Fang Yuan, if you really want to choose this Gu, I have some words for you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal Gu as the payment from Qin by Sheng. If ordinary Gu immortals use this Gu, they will need to expend their own lifespan. But you are a zombie, in a half-dead state. You cannot use this Gu. You might as well choose another Gu. Oh, so that's it. Fang Yuan showed some interest in his gaze. When Gu immortals cultivate, they gain no lifespan during the process. In this world, ordinary people had approximately 100 years of lifespan. They would die of old age when they exceeded that. When Gu masters became immortals, this time limit would not change. Only by using lifespan Gu could they increase their lifespan without leaving behind any backlash. Other than that, there were methods like turning into a zombie, treatment, or the yin-yang life extension method, possession, or to sleep for most of the time to reduce their expenditure, but these were all suboptimal methods that went against nature to extend their lifespan. Because of this, Gu immortals treasured their lifespan more than Gu masters. When Qin by Sheng held this auction, almost all of the heroes and experts in Northern Plains Gu immortal world showed up. But even so, no lifespan Gu were sold. In contrast, in auctions held by mortal Gu masters, there were lifespan Gu sold occasionally. This was understandable. When Gu masters become immortals, they naturally would understand the difficulty of cultivating. It was not easy to become a Gu immortal. They would even more treasure this feeling of being above mortal concerns, having such a high status and standard of living. As a result, they treasured their lives, often roaming the 5 regions. Unless there was a need, they likely would not live inside their grotto heaven or blessed land. Because the time flow in the grotto heaven or blessed land was faster, a Gu immortal's limited lifespan would be expended even more quickly than if they were in the 5 regions. Mortal Gu masters did not know how precious lifespan was. They would often use some forbidden techniques that expended their lifespan to raise their battle strength. The higher the rank one reaches, the broader their horizons, the more they treasured their life, and they would try all sorts of ways to extend their lifespan. For example, like First Gen Guyu and Century Boy. Such situations, in regards to Gu immortals, were much more severe. This was like the contrast of rich and poor people. Ordinary people were busy trying to earn a living. They disregarded their health. Rich people, however, treasured their lives and paid great attention to sustaining their health. At the end of the day, it was not that rich people were superior to poor people. It was because of their circumstances and statuses that they could act and think differently. Fairy Li Shan was obviously a Gu immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence and lifespan to boost the user's luck. Since she took it, she naturally had a way to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had such a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with shining eyes. She knew that she could not hide it and said helplessly, I will not hide it from you. I have a method to use Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move. It can draw upon another person's lifespan, expending it, and amplify one's own luck. Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path before, but he had also benefited greatly from Luck Path. He immediately asked, I wonder if Fairy may sell this immortal killer move to me? Don't even think about it. Fairy Li Shan replied extremely quickly. Fang Yuan knew this would happen. He was not upset. He laughed instead. That being the case, I still want this immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plans? I would not dare to. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He said with sincerity, explaining, even if you did not have this killer move, I would still choose this immortal Gu. The reason is solely because I obtained an improved Mortal Gu recipe of Inch of Time. Time Luck Immortal Gu needs an Immortal Killer move and time to activate. If I use Inch of Time, I might be able to replace it as the expenditure and prevent my lifespan from being affected. Is that so? Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not know this. Tai Bai Yun Xing chuckled, explaining for Fang Yuan. When we bought this Gu recipe, we did not think that Fairy would have Time Luck Immortal Gu. It seems that we can fortunately coordinate them together. Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had the right to speak. He was a Time Path Gu Immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms. Since he had the feeling and predicted that these two Gu worms could coordinate, then that was probably going to work. Fairy Li Shan's expression relaxed, but her tone was still stiff. Even in that case, to think of a brand new Immortal Killer move using Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time as the foundation will be a huge project. Why don't you leave the Time Luck Immortal Gu with me first, and I will use the Immortal Killer move to improve your luck. Isn't that a better result? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, immediately replying. Precisely because you have the Immortal Killer move, we thought about the method to use Time Luck and Inch of Time. We can also lend the Time Luck Immortal Gu to you, Fairy. At that point, you can activate the Immortal Killer move and improve our luck. That works the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, she thought. Immortal Gu are unique. If Time Luck Immortal Gu is in your hands, you hold the initiative. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Snowy Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether we continue it or not is unknown. If we become enemies, would you lend the Time Luck Immortal Gu to me? As Fairy Li Shan thought of this, she understood. Wasn't her worry exactly what Fang Yuan was concerned about? If Time Luck Immortal Gu was in her hands, and she had the Immortal Killer move, she would hold the initiative. In the future, if the alliance expired, even if she helped Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng improve their luck, wouldn't she be the one deciding on the price? Fang Yuan, this lad is tough to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth secretly, regretting her decision to take out Time Luck Immortal Gu. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Gu and this Immortal Killer move to create a new source of revenue. Improving the luck of other Gu Immortals would definitely be a popular service. But Hei Lou Lan was stuck in the dream realm, and Fairy Li Shan needed their help. Since she was unwilling to allow both Strength Path Immortal Gu to fall into Fang Yuan's hands, she was in a passive spot. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a huge network, Hei Lou Lan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus he had her firmly in his grasp. Fang Yuan saw the chance and extorted her. This was a ruthless blow. He struck at the crucial part and bit off a huge chunk of flesh. Forget about it. With Fang Yuan's craftiness, if I did not take out Time Luck Immortal Gu, he might not want the other Immortal Gu. Even if he wanted both Strength Path Immortal Gu, what could I do? Can I let Little Lan remain in the dream realm forever? Little Sister left behind a familial emotion along with a large amount of green grape immortal essence. They are still in Little Lan's immortal aperture. That was the reason why Little Lan was able to use Immortal Gu when she was immortal. However, with this dream realm calamity, the familial emotion has instead made it even stronger. With such a close relationship, the dream realm cannot be broken. It is grasping Little Lan tightly and preventing her from escaping. As time passes, her soul might disappear. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was an astute person. She had her own plans and did not expose Hei Lou Lan's secret of having Su Xian Heir's familial emotion. She did not lie, she just hid it from them. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not save Hei Lou Lan, because of the agreement, he had to find a new method. One could say, no matter the results, Fairy Li Shan had Fang Yuan on their side. At least, when it came to saving Hei Lou Lan, they were in agreement. Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan had to let go despite her reluctance. She allowed Fang Yuan to take Time Luck Immortal Gu. This transaction ended with both sides fulfilling their own needs. Fang Yuan used the chance to extort 2 Immortal Gu because it happened to suit his new plans. It could be said that he greatly profited. But he had not found out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In truth, even if Fang Yuan wanted the 2 Strength Path Immortal Gu, it was not impossible. But Fairy Li Shan's acting was impeccable. Fang Yuan could not probe her true bottom line. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan paid 2 Immortal Gu to break free of the dream realm and save their lives. Their lives were naturally more valuable than the Immortal Gu. Thus, they formed a new agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, trying to refine the various Dream Path Mortal Gu to form the Immortal Killer move and save Hei Lou Lan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to the first peak of Snowy Mountain. There, old Ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the Demonic Path Gu Immortals and had urged Fairy Li Shan multiple times already. Before going, Fairy Li Shan said with a look of concern, urging Fang Yuan, I am only leaving Little Lan here temporarily. The third peak is not safe. Fang Yuan, I hope you can do your best. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. If Little Lan is in trouble, you will not be safe either. Chapter 768. Identity exposed. Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel, returning to Hu immortal blessed land. But at the same time, at a certain battlefield in northern plains, a fight was coming to an end. The victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu immortals surrounded the two people at the center. Qin Bai Sheng landed on the ground, bending his back as he pushed his knees upwards, preventing himself from kneeling down. He was no longer in the previous bold and heroic state. Even his intense battle intent earlier had dissipated. It had completely transformed into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Bai Sheng raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan, speaking as he spat out blood. His blood was no longer red. It had turned into an eerie green. As the green blood was spat out, it solidified rapidly, turning into beads of jade pearls while falling to the ground. These jade pearls collided with the ground and emitted a crisp sound. The surroundings within a huge area had completely been turned into a domain of jade. The soil on the ground used to be extremely ordinary, but now it had been turned entirely into green jade. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also become jade-like objects. As the wind blew, the jade stems swayed with the wind, as the reed leaves shook slightly. Meanwhile, there was a jade wool emitting from Qin Bai Sheng's body. Not only were his clothes turned into jade, half of his hair had turned jade too. Even most of his skin had frozen into jade. The blood in his body could not flow smoothly. There was the contaminated jade blood in his body. Qin Bai Sheng was now trying to get them out of his body. Thankfully, his organs and intestines were protected by his defensive immortal killer move. They managed to resist the Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Bai Sheng losing to one attack, the remaining Central Continent Gu immortals had a grim expression. Their gazes towards Feng Yuan were full of wariness. Feng Yuan floated in the air, looking at Qin Bai Sheng as he said with a tone of admiration, "That's right. This is my own creation, Green Jade Song. It can convert everything into jade. You were able to resist it for 15 minutes. That is very rare. All right. You are truly strong and courageous. It is too much of a pity if you die here. Searching your soul is too disrespectful too. How about this? I will ask you a few questions. Just answer me truthfully." The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Yuan's words and felt some surprise. This was not in line with their earlier plans. "Lord Feng Yuan, Qin Bai Sheng is a Northern Plains expert. If you let him go so easily, you might be leaving behind a future danger. This person could resist Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. He is a strong adversary and a lone cultivator. Why don't we?" Everyone spoke out, hoping that Feng Yuan would kill Qin Bai Sheng. On one hand, they were wary of his battle strength, but on the other hand, they were coveting Qin Bai Sheng's great wealth. Qin Bai Sheng was one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the total amount of immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained after selling all of the Gu immortal captives was less than 1% of his earnings. But Feng Yuan waved his hand. "I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say anything else. Old Oracle, I will need you to use the killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo." Facing Feng Yuan's firm attitude and insistence, the Central Continent Gu immortals were silent. The green jade battlefield in front of them was the greatest deterrence. They were all experts of the 10 great ancient sects, but they had all found out now that they could not even take one attack from Feng Yuan. If they swapped places with Qin Bai Sheng, they would end up in an even poorer state. Feng Yuan's strength was so great that all the Gu immortals here lost their vigor. Qin Bai Sheng had lost his battle intent, while the Central Continent Gu immortals were thinking. No wonder Feng Yuan was acknowledged to be at first place in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. With such battle strength, he was simply terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, he might not be inferior. The young-looking Wisdom Path Gu immortal that was called by Feng Yuan was from Ancient Soul Sect of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply, walking out towards the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his fist from his wide sleeve, opening his 5 fingers as a colorless crystal bamboo grew out of his palm. "My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, with 660 Mortal Gu complementing it. It is used specially for detecting lies. Even though the core Immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can work against rank 7 Gu immortals. But against rank 8, it will not be effective." Old Oracle's explanation sounded modest, but it was actually a threat to Qin Bai Sheng to not play any tricks. Qin Bai Sheng's expression was very ugly. He understood what Old Oracle was trying to say. "I lost to one move. Feng Yuan, you are really amazing. My skill was inferior. I admit my defeat. Ask away." but you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baixing said. You. A few Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy. They frowned as they emitted killing intent. Feng Gu smiled. No problem. 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly. I have no time to waste. Qin Baixing spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, regaining a bit of his grandeur. The first question, who is the person who sold these immortal Gu, delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace? Qin Baixing was stunned. He imagined Fang Yuan's appearance, feeling sour and bitter within. Sha Huang. Oh Sha Huang. You were the one who brought harm to your brother. Thoughts flashed across his mind as Qin Baixing replied plainly without hesitating. This seller is called Sha Huang. He is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Gu muttered. Continue speaking. Qin Baixing continued. I only met this person recently, because I used my rank 6 luck inspection Immortal Gu and saw that this person's luck was greater than normal. I befriended him. This person has a mysterious origin. It seems he has a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu immortal captives. Among them, there was a rank 7 Gu immortal, rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. That is all I know. Once he said that, Qin Baixing's body shook as his skin burst open. Blood poured out like a fountain with no sign of stopping. Qin Baixing growled in pain, concentrating as he activated his healing Immortal Gu. After a dozen breaths, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was too unbearable. His body was still shivering slightly. This was due to the previous alliance agreement. Now that he leaked the information, he had broken the agreement and was facing an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Gu looked at Qin Baixing, then turning around to look at Old Oracle. The colorless bamboo in Old Oracle's hands was swaying without a trace of a change in color. This proved that Qin Baixing's words were all truthful. Thus, Feng Gu continued to ask. The second question is regarding the collapse of 88 True Yang building. Tell me all that you know. Qin Baixing heard this, and his expression became very ugly. An hour later, the Central Continent Gu immortals watched as Qin Baixing flew into the sky, becoming a small black as he vanished from their vision. One of them was not satisfied. Lord Feng Gu, are we really letting him off? He has so many immortal Gu with him. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Gu shook his head. It is not that I do not want to strike, but I found out that he has a method to detonate his soul. Just the aura of it alone is terrifying. If we force him, he will probably drag a few of you down with him. By then, our plan to get information would fail. It's actually like this? The Gu immortals were uncertain. Feng Gu said with deep meaning. Look at this colorless crystal bamboo. You can tell if I lied. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled sheepishly, retracting his immortal killer move. He changed the subject. Thanks to Lord Feng Gu, we obtained these clues. It will really help in deducing the true culprit. Feng Gu nodded. We will split into 2 groups now. One will protect Old Oracle and let him deduce in peace. The other will follow me and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, finding out news about Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member inside Zombie Alliance, we will capture him on the spot. That would be the best outcome. The Central Continent Gu immortals listened to him. They split into 2 groups and retreated rapidly. 15 minutes later, several blurry silhouettes landed here. How can this be? Looking at the green jade field in front of them, He Langzi could still sense the power of this killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no! Qin Baixing was ambushed. They have already fought. Hei Cheng had rich experience. His expression sank when he saw this. Fairy Zhang Yu quickly took out a set of investigative Gu. After checking, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, even though they fought, Qin Baixing was not captured. He has already escaped in that direction. Fairy Zhang Yu's investigative method made Hei Cheng and Xuesong Zi gasp in shock in their minds. When the Central Continent Gu immortals left, they had erased all of their traces, but when Fairy Zhang Yu used her method, she managed to expose more than 10 Gu immortal auras. These auras all differed. They were in all kinds of sizes. Among them, the aura that Feng Gu left behind was the largest, far greater than the rest. Qin Baixing managed to escape from the ambush of more than 10 Gu immortals? Xuesong Zi was surprised. We are only 5 people. How can we trap Qin Baixing? Don't worry, I have a method. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal said in a hoarse voice. Fairy Zhang Yu retrieved her Gu worms. She showed an anxious expression. Go. In that direction. Let's chase him. Langya bless land. What a huge piece of spiky metal. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of death water. These are actually jadewood eggs. Wow, so many. Fang Yuan, you are so crafty and scheming. You did not disappoint me at all. Langya Land Spirit looked at the mountain of immortal materials, while having a joyous expression mixed with pain. Not only were the quality of the immortal materials in front of him good, they were huge in quantity. The land spirit was pleased. But when he thought about the 4-6 split between him and Fang Yuan, he felt bitter deep inside. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all from Fang Yuan spirit's work. But now, Fang Yuan was gaining a huge profit from them. He felt very uncomfortable. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible, Fang Yuan said. Fang Yuan's spirit stared with his eyes wide open. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense alertness. Rascal, what scheme are you up to now? He was scared of falling into Fang Yuan's trap. You have a lot of hairy men in your blessed land. They are raised well and are good at refining Gu. But mine are quite inferior. I have a lot of mortal Gu to refine. Help me refine these Gu, and I'll pay for it using immortal materials. Don't be afraid. This is a fair trade, Fang Yuan said warmly. Fang Yuan's spirit's eyes rolled. Without thinking for too long, he agreed. All right, since I often help that Inkman lad anyway, I'll take your business too. Chapter 769. Testing Immortal Gu Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood high at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in the Legends of Rinzu, Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan was hovering above Dang Hun Mountain in his original form, with a height of 6 meters, a green face with sharp fangs, imposing build, and 8 monstrous arms. However, when compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was minuscule like an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes let out bright light as he looked at Dang Hun Mountain below him, and suddenly gave a shout. Pulling Mountain. Next moment, a formless, majestic force erupted from within him and moved towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan opened up his 8 arms in an embracing pose, as if he was hugging a giant object. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, like he was lifting a very heavy item. Rumble. At first, the sound was only a slight noise. But soon, the sound kept on increasing till the surroundings started to tremor slightly. The object that was causing the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under the activation of Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu, this large crystal mountain began to slowly rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The muscles in his 8 arms bulged up like lumps of rocks. Not only his arms, the muscles in his entire body were being exerted. Creaking noises started echoing from his body, with his bones being under extremely heavy pressure. With his great efforts, Dang Hun Mountain was lifted higher, gradually rising 5 to 6 inches from the ground. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was watching this with a shocked expression, with her mouth slightly agape. Rise. Fang Yuan wanted to properly test the Immortal Gu, and did not stop even at this stage. Rays of light started to gradually shine from his body. These rays were all over his whole body, but were not close together and looked extremely sparse. The rays of light started getting brighter. At the same time, the speed at which Fang Yuan raised Dang Hun Mountain was also becoming faster. At first, the mountain was only raised by inches. Now it was ascending foot by foot. While activating the Immortal Gu pulling mountain, Fang Yuan observed his body as well. These shiny rays of light on his body were strength path down marks. Strength path down marks covered his whole body without any particular order. Some got entangled and gathered into one ray, while some occupied certain parts of his skin by themselves. I activated the Immortal Gu pulling mountain with all my strength, and the strength path down marks on me resonated with the Immortal Gu. The power of the Immortal Gu did not change, but I could bring out close to 20% more strength from this resonance. Fang Yuan persisted for a while longer, until all the bones on his body started cracking. Dang Hun Mountain was lifted to a height of 200 to 300 feet, before he slowly placed it back down. The enormous and heavy mountain landed on the ground, producing a reverberating noise, like that of muffled thunder, and raising a billowing wave of dust. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. His whole body was worn out and limp. There were many injuries to his muscles as well. However, a few breaths later, with an immortal zombie's powerful regenerative ability, all his injuries, whether they were in bones or muscles, recovered rapidly. Fang Yuan's breathing stabilized. He slowly closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the sensation from just earlier, while still hovering in the air. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Gu, pulling mountain, Fang Yuan had gone through many kinds of deductions. Now that he was using it, his understanding was deepened. After all, true knowledge was derived from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Gu Immortal, there has been no increase in the Strength Path down marks on my body. Thus, even after using all my effort and under the resonance of Strength Path down marks, I could only increase my power by close to 20%. Activating Pulling Mountain Immortal. Gu will continuously consume Immortal Essence. Just this period of time already used up 3 beads of my green grape Immortal Essence. The consumption seems very high, but considering that the target was Dang Hun Mountain, it is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a wondrous place that could produce Guts Gu. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Not even Snowy Mountain could match the value of such a precious treasure. Based on this, Fang Yuan speculated that it would be much easier for him if he pulled other ordinary mountain ranges compared to Danghun Mountain. Pulling mountain is good. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and softly praised, extremely satisfied deep inside. No mountains were easy to pull or move. Trees had tree roots, while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. According to theory involving Qi path, the whole world constituted of heaven and earth Qi. The two Qi converged, freely and unceasingly, forming all kinds of natural landscapes. For instance, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were caused by abundant heaven Qi mixed with occasional earth Qi. Mountains and hills were the condensation of earth Qi with a bit of heaven Qi blended in. Destruction was always much easier than construction. Mountains and rivers were easy to destroy, but could not be easily shifted. Mountain roots were connected to the earth, interlinked by earth Qi. The earth Qi was like the foundation of a tall building. If the mountain was forcibly pulled, it could directly break the earth Qi and destroy the mountain. However, pulling mountain had a mysterious ability of directly breaking the connection with the earth Qi without damaging the body of the mountain. After the mountain was placed down, it could connect with the earth Qi again. This was not something achievable through ordinary methods. Pulling mountain, pulling water. Let's try this strength path Immortal Gu next. Fang Yuan left Danghun Mountain, and with Little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the Blessed Land's eastern area, hovering in front of a lake. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covered in lakes of all sizes. It was the result of Fang Yuan linking the east and the north, using water to extinguish fire in the past. At that time, countless rockmen had been sacrificed. Now, the lakes here were supporting the habitats of large amounts of blue jade carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups. Above the lakes, there were many dark clouds linked continuously. Large numbers of star fragment grass were planted on the dark clouds, forming grasslands in the sky. In the grasslands, groups of starlight fireflies were fluttering about. Among the ordinary firefly groups, there was a higher than average proportion of starlight firefly Gu mixed in them. Thus, although there were thick dark clouds over the eastern part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land, starlight shined brightly all over the area. In the sky was a grassland of starry clouds, while on the ground were lakes spread all over, sparkling and reflecting the starlight. Fang Yuan flew above the largest lake, activating pulling water Immortal Gu. A similar formless force penetrated into the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised two hands, and immediately with a splashing sound, large amounts of lake water were lifted into the air. Compared with pulling Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan felt that pulling the lake water here was as easy as picking up paper. There was an enormous difference between the two. The lake water state was still the same as before with no change. Large numbers of fish, shrimps, eels, and turtles were freely moving around inside. It was only that they were not able to swim beyond the periphery. A formless force held up the lake water in place of the lake shore. Underneath the floating lake, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, without a trace of water left behind. Large amounts of water plants were piled up on the lake bed, along with stones, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan moved his 10 fingers in different ways, causing the formless force to change. The giant lake water was like a piece of muddy clay that allowed Fang Yuan to mold it according to his will. Occasionally, it took a form of a long strip of dough, round like a ball another time, and the next moment it was finally molded into a hexahedron. After transforming it for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving his fingers before exerting the thoughts in his mind. The lake water shook non-stop, displaying all sorts of weird and strange shapes, like a deer flying, a cloud moving. But regardless of the changes, the fish groups and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to get out. Nice. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, laughed joyfully with bright eyes. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was also watching, and heaved a sigh. Moving mountains and overturning rivers, it truly is the sight of an immortal's power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again, and the enormous lake water slowly and gently landed back into the lake. Fang Yuan retrieved the formless force, stopping pulling water Immortal Gu. This lake was restored to its previous state, but there were waves churning on the surface of the lake, lasting for a long while. These two strength path Immortal Gu have specific forces. One is targeted at mountain ranges, while the other is for water. If used with kind intentions, one can bring in rain and move mountains to open a path. If used with malicious intention, mountains can capsize and giant waves could rise up to the sky. Fang Yuan inwardly praised. This was the battle strength of Gu Immortals. They could directly steamroll through mortal Gu masters like crushing ants. I obtained 2 Gu and my battle strength immediately rose explosively. But to integrate them in my immortal killer move, Myriad Self, won't be an easy matter. I will definitely need time and effort. Unlike the Immortal Gu, Self-Strength, and Strength Chi, which can almost directly merge with Myriad Self because Myriad Self's concept matches with them. Designing a killer move was not simple. The Lightning Path Gu Immortal, Vicious Lightning Fiend, had gone into secluded cultivation for several years before he was able to draw references from the blood deity, Immortal Gu recipe, to create the killer move, Lightning Deity. Hei Lou Lan already had the mortal killer move, Self-Strength Phantom. Even with this foundation, making it an immortal killer move was difficult. She had been trying so hard at it, but still had little success. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had created blood path killer moves, and it was a result from racking his brains, spending long periods of time, and making painstaking efforts. Fang Yuan still did not have any clue on how to merge these two strength path Immortal Gu into Myriad Self. But he was not worried, and was even confident. One part of this confidence came from his strength path attainment. More of it came from his incomparable confidence in rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The light of wisdom could produce unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool in deducing Gu recipes, Immortal Gu recipes, Mortal Killer moves, Immortal Killer moves, and many other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Delight in Water and Mountain, and gained Iron Crown Eagle Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength, and Unravel Mystery. Every Gu was good. The main matter was whether they suited oneself. Fang Yuan's battle strength had increased by a very large scale with this auction. Junior brother, you gained a lot in this auction. When you completely process them, your battle strength will surely increase by several times. Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly flew over, praising Fang Yuan happily. Fang Yuan nodded. Right? I now have a desolate beast bat corpse and can add in the third pair of bat wings. Each strength Immortal Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu can be used to cultivate, increasing the strength path Dao marks in my body. The more Dao marks there are, the more power I can bring out when I use strength path Immortal Gu. There is also Inch of Time, Memory Thought Gu, Malicious Thought Gu, and others which I need to urgently produce in large numbers. I have to combine the complete unfamiliar face and the incomplete vaguely familiar face to design an entirely new method of disguise. There is much work to be done, and they all need to be carried out. In the coming days, Fang Yuan was definitely going to be extremely busy. But this was a good thing. The auction was an excellent opportunity which Fang Yuan tightly grabbed onto and made the best use of, bringing progress in more or less every aspect. Tai Bai Yunsheng reminded. Don't forget your agreement with Fairy Li Shan. The main task is to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu to form the Immortal Killer move, which can awaken Hei Lou Lan. I understand this. You should go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. Shark Demon has already urged me several times over these last days. Junior brother, if there is anything, just notify me and I will immediately return. Fang Yuan frowned. Be careful. We have revealed many things in this auction. Also, Ma and Zhao have fallen into the hands of others. This is not good for us. At this moment, he was still not aware that his immortal zombie Sha Huang identity was already exposed. Chapter 770. Refining Dream Path Mortal Gu amidst the light drizzle. Qing Mao Mountain appeared even greener than usual. Fang Yuan sat in his room, facing his younger brother Fang Zheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? Uncle and aunt had raised us with great difficulty these last years, yet you reported them to the elders. This is really an ungrateful act. Fang Zheng puffed up his chest, standing in front of Fang Yuan as he scolded with a righteous tone. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was cold as ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Soon after, he inspected his body, seeing that in his rank 3 aperture, he had Liquor Worm, All-Out Effort Gu, and others. Fang Yuan's mind settled. He thought, this body's cultivation level is the same as before the Three Kings' blessed land time period. At this time, Fang Zheng said with agitation, right now, there is still some time before the elders' trial. It is still possible for brother to withdraw your case. If you really put up a case against them, your reputation will be ruined. Everyone will look down on you. I will not acknowledge you as my brother. Fang Yuan chuckled. He stood up and walked towards Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan knew this in his heart. He held in his disgust as he walked past Fang Zheng, walking out of the door. Brother, Fang Zheng turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan could not enter or leave. He turned around and looked at his brother. The sense of disgust deep inside was growing. He had an urge to give Fang Zheng a slap before moving away. But Fang Yuan became calmer. He grabbed Fang Zheng's arm as he exerted strength, attempting to free himself. But soon after, Fang Jing's other arm grabbed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he raised his leg, kicking Fang Zheng onto the ground. Fang Zheng was sent crashing onto the ground. He could not get up for the time being. Fang Yuan was freed and turned around, taking large steps and walking out of the door. The moment he left, the scene in front of him changed. He was in the Gu clan's discussion hall. The elders were all seated on the 2 rows at the sides. The clan leader was at the center, looking down at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected himself, finding that he was kneeling on the ground along with Fang Zheng beside him. Fang Yuan's was fully aware. He knew that when he kicked Fang Zheng earlier, his emotions had been moved, and it caused the dream realm's entanglement to become stronger. Previously, it was the first scene. It was just a room with 2 people. But now in the discussion hall, it was larger than the room, and there were around 10 people. Most of their faces were blurry. Only Fang Zheng's face was clearly visible. Fang Yuan looked around. He only gazed at the clan leader for a short period of time before his face suddenly became clearer. Fang Yuan quickly looked away, not daring to keep gazing. The longer he looked, the more his memories would be pulled out, and the more realistic the dream realm would be. The bigger problem was getting his emotions involved. The moment emotions he invested, he would fall further into the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan did not have any dream path Immortal Gu to help him. If he lost himself in the snare, it would be hard for him to free himself. Where is the Gu refinement material in the dream? Don't tell me it is not in this second scene, but the third. Fang Yuan looked around as he searched, but there was no result. Just as he was thinking, the clan leader spoke. Soon afterwards, a clan elder stood out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing his aunt and uncle for trying to embezzle his parents' inheritance. Fang Zheng was the witness, speaking for his uncle and aunt. As Fang Yuan listened to them, the disgust and hatred deep inside him grew. Even a sense of anger was hidden within. As the elders spoke, they were all siding with Fang Zheng. They did not treat Fang Yuan well at all. Fang Yuan's situation was getting more dangerous, but he still remained extremely calm. He paid careful attention to these emotions. Deep within himself, he was sneering in disdain at them from beginning to end. The accused may enter now. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had an angry expression. The moment they spoke, they chided Fang Yuan, saying that he had an unfilial attitude. They said that this was completely a baseless accusation. There was no such thing, but all of the elders believed their words, smiling coldly at Fang Yuan. We will give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say? At the end, the clan leader opened his mouth, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the trap of the dream realm. Once he spoke and triggered his emotions, he would be in danger. Thus, he kept quiet and shook his head. The clan leader's expression changed. He sneered as he pointed. You are truly guilty. You have no words to rebuke us. I will now declare, you will return the 9-leaf vitality grass Gu back to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass appeared very fresh and lifelike. It was taken out of his aperture and handed to his uncle and aunt. Fang Zheng kowtowed continuously, thanking. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. Thank you, elders, for your clear judgment. You protected my innocent uncle and aunt's reputation. Fang Yuan felt faint anger and sadness in his heart, but he controlled them. His gaze was shining. He stared at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The Gu refinement material had appeared in the dream. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. That really was full of hidden danger. The key item is involved in all sorts of ways to trigger my emotions. The more I focus on this dream material, the more my emotions would be drawn out. I would sink into the dream realm's entanglement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made a move, using his primeval essence and injecting them into his Gu. Several strength path phantoms appeared, attacking his uncle and aunt. He took the 9-leaf vitality grass immediately, not staying afterwards, charging out of the door without hesitation. Scoundrel! The clan leader smiled in spite of his anger. He charged out as well. You dare to offend your seniors. You are too audacious. You deserve death. The elders shouted angrily, following the leader and chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed. He was in a cave with countless pale white bones around him. This reminded Fang Yuan of southern borders by Gu Mountain. Because of Gray Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing worked together, eventually escaping Bai Gu Mountain and hiding from the assault of Bai Clan. This was a vivid memory etched in the depths of his heart. The moment he had this recollection, the surroundings of the cave became clearer. They even changed and became exactly like Bai Gu Mountain back then. Fang Yuan was alerted. He stopped recalling his memories. At this moment, Gu clan leader brought close to 10 clan elders, entering Fang Yuan's vision and chasing him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, his soul would take great damage, or he might even die because of the dream. In the 500 years of his previous life, Who knows how many Gu masters fell into a dream realm's entanglement and lost their lives inside dream realms. According to Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation, death was not possible, but his soul could get heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was in control of the exclusive Guts Gu transaction. The problem was, if he left the dream realm due to injuries, the dream material that he had searched for with much difficulty would vanish. His work would be wasted. Fang Yuan did not want that. As Fang Yuan escaped, he checked the 9-leaf Vitality Grass Gu in his pocket. The Grass Gu was realistic and lifelike. Fang Yuan had a sensation deep within himself, reminding him that this was a high-tier ingredient for refining Dream Gu. Fang Yuan moved about left and right, escaping into a small cave. He released a few Gu worms as a danger detection method, before sitting on the ground and refining Gu using the Gu recipe in his memories. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by some pursuers. They blocked the only exit of the cave. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He activated several Strength Path Beast Phantoms and forced his way out. During the intense battle, he restrained his emotions and only forced them out, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered it to refine Gu again. This time, the refinement was even shorter. He only finished 30% before he was discovered by Fang Zheng. He is here, Fang Zheng shouted loudly. Fang Yuan snorted, kicking and sending Fang Zheng flying. At this time, an elder had arrived already, assaulting Fang Yuan from behind. Every time he got injured in the dream, it was a huge hit to his soul. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. He turned around and summoned several beast strength phantoms, turning this elder who attacked him into meat paste. Fang Yuan, you will die terribly. Before dying, this elder cursed as he shouted. His blurred face turned clearer, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed deeply to himself. During the dangerous moment earlier, he was distracted and his control over his emotions weakened. It caused him to fall deeper into the dream. This was also the reason why he did not kill the pursuers all along. The dream scenario could go on endlessly. It could be said to be infinite. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, new ones would appear. Even if they did not appear, there would be new disturbances. Especially when he engaged in life and death brawls, he had to concentrate. His emotions were more likely to influence his actions. There were all sorts of dreams. They involved drawing out a person's emotions so that they could not distinguish reality and illusions, eventually sinking into the dream realm's entanglement, unable to wake up. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences. Even though his achievement in the field of dream realms was pitiful, it was enough to deal with this. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was exactly the same as the area where he refined Bone Flesh Unity Gu. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined his Dream Path Gu worm. As the pursuers came, Fang Yuan laughed as he muttered to himself, "Time to wake up." As he said this, the scene in front of him vanished and turned into pure darkness. Fang Yuan gradually opened his eyes. The darkness faded and turned into the scenery of Dang Hun Palace, just like before he entered the dream. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was sitting on the bed, his arms grabbing at a space. It was the same as the motions of his arms in the dream. In the dream, he was grabbing the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Gu. Now that he was back in the real world, the Dream Path Mortal Gu vanished. Fang Yuan was not shocked. He checked inside his mind. In his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Gu was floating. The thoughts around it were like bubbles, popping and vanishing. The first Dream Path Mortal Gu is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Dream Path was different from other paths. The Mortal Gu did not have physical forms. They only existed in the mind. Only Dream Path Immortal Gu could turn from immaterial to solid. Chapter 771. Lord Vice Envoy Scoundrel. Where are you trying to run to? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led 3 immortal zombies as he flew in the air. They were very fast, as if like lightning. The person they were chasing was none other than Feng Gu. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to mix into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. But at the last moment, he was blocked by the Dao-marked door at the discussion hall entrance. Because of this, the secret that he was not a Northern Plains immortal zombie was exposed, and Dragon Commander Yi Cha, one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, personally went after him. Suddenly, Feng Gu stopped his movements. He turned around and looked at the pursuers, smiling as he said, "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop? I just have a few questions. If you answer me truthfully, I might spare your lives." What? The immortal zombies flew into a rage. "Scoundrel, you will not be able to escape. You dared to scheme against us, worm." A brawny male immortal zombie said in a malicious tone, "There might be a trap." A female immortal zombie immediately used her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the same time, the female immortal zombie's expression became stupefied. She screamed in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu Immortals appeared. Together with Feng Gu, they surrounded the immortal zombies in a circle. Feng Gu laughed lightly. He got rid of his disguise and restored his original appearance. His rank 7 Gu immortal aura emanated with no room for doubt. The immortal zombies were all stirring anxiously. Rank 7 Gu immortals. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face was grim. He tried to raise the morale. So what if it is an ambush? We both have 4 people. The numbers are the same. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, but I am also rank 7. Do not think that immortal zombies have low battle strength. We just refuse to do unnecessary battles normally. You Gu immortals from another region are really daring. You dare to target Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? That's right. Don't think I'm afraid of you. A battle it will be. You are all challenging our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke. They were united as one. Feng Gu clapped as he smiled. By now, your letter to request support should have reached Dark Flow Giant City through your blessed land, right? As he said that, the other 3 immortal zombies' facial expressions changed. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. Immortal zombies were in an awkward state. If they could avoid battle, they would try to do so. This place was not far away from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu Immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies sent the information back. This was not because they were afraid of dying, but rather, why would they not ask for reinforcements if they could? The more people there were, the greater their advantage. Even if they battled intensely, they would suffer fewer losses, and the benefits after the battle would be higher. Those who could become Gu Immortals were astute people. Even a battle maniac would not fight brainlessly. If that was really the case, even if they became a Gu Immortal, they would not live long. Feng Gu looked at their expressions and cupped his fist as he praised. Your esteemed alliance's down-marked door is truly impressive. I am full of admiration. Even though I have heard rumors about it, I wanted to try it for myself. But the down-marked door was left behind by a predecessor. Now that I am here, I have the confidence of taking all your lives before your reinforcements arrive. I am sure that you have already noticed. Even though this area seems normal, it is a battlefield killer move, isolating us from the outside world. I'm afraid your letter will not reach the Alliance after all. The 4 immortal zombies' expressions changed again. Feng Gu sighed. His tone became more gentle. He spoke with a sense of sincerity that could move people. I have a soul-searching method, but I do not have the intention to kill you. If you cooperate with me and speak the truth, I will let you off intact. Those are big words. Let's see your methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha interjected during Feng Jiuji's words. If he continued speaking, the morale that he had built up might fall apart. Other immortal zombies might give up, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status. He had his concerns. If he gave in without even trying to fight, his reputation would be ruined. How would he command his subordinates in the future? How would he remain as one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged out first. The 3 immortal zombies behind him split up, towards his left, behind him, and to the right, instantly forming a simple diamond formation. Feng Jiuji's smile was unchanged. Nevertheless, he retreated in relaxed fashion. His opponents were too weak. He did not have the desire to fight. From his left and right, 2 Central Continent Gu Immortals laughed and attacked from either side. An intense battle of 2 against 4 unfolded. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were having the upper hand, expanding their advantage as time passed. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha furiously roared all the while and fought back bravely, he could not reverse the situation. But from start to finish, the 2 battling Central Continent Gu Immortals did not lose control over the situation. After 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. He stopped the fighting. The other 3 immortal zombies had little battle intent remaining. They showed a faint expression of fear. What questions do you have? As long as they do not infringe on the core benefits of my zombie alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you have such an understanding. Feng Jiuji's smile became wider. He asked, I need to know about immortal zombie Shahuang. Shahuang. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh. Feng Jiuji's eyes flashed with joy. He asked earnestly. I would like to hear more. At almost the same time, another intense battle was coming to an end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fairy Jiangyu and the others had injuries as they breathed heavily, in a rough state. It was due to my inferior skills you captured me today. You are free to kill me at your own convenience. But if you want my immortal goo or immortal materials, you can keep dreaming. Trapped in the middle, Qin Bai Sheng, who failed to escape, was bathed in blood as he maintained his final stance. Fairy Jiangyu smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Lord Vice Envoy, we would not dare to take your life. We have said it already, you are our leader. Qin Bai Sheng's face was cold as ice. He was very alert. Nonsense. In order to obtain my immortal goo and immortal materials, you are making up such a terrible lie. Do you think I am a child? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember things is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Bai Sheng rebuked angrily. Even if something was done to my soul, it is precisely my own soul. How can I not detect anything wrong? When you make a lie, try to ensure it's convincing. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu Immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think of this from another angle. We are not stupid. Why would we use this lie out of all excuses? The reason why your soul looks like it's unmodified is because we used our sect's supreme methods. Even a rank 9 Gu Immortal cannot find any issues with it. But there is a problem, because the person himself cannot detect it due to the perfection of the modification. As time passes, he would become another person entirely. Lord, you had personally designed this plan from the beginning. I had warned you that this was dangerous. After all, Lord Envoy himself was a great example. But Lord was insistent on this. You said that to deceive the enemy, you need to deceive yourself. Inside this soul path Immortal Gu, your remnant soul is inside. As long as you fuse it into yourself, you will learn about the truth. Fairy Jiangyu said, taking out a soul path Immortal Gu. Qin Baisheng looked at this Immortal Gu silently. Fairy Jiangyu continued. Actually, Lord Vice Envoy, you must have noticed. In the battle earlier, we did not use any fatal methods. Even when you injured us heavily, we did not have any intention to kill you. I'll give this Immortal Gu to you. You can inspect it yourself. The soul path Immortal Gu flew slowly, landing in front of Qin Baisheng. She really gave it to him. Shuesong Zi, who was at the side, watched in shock. Hei Chung was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he watched. Qin Baisheng was extremely alert. He used many methods to inspect it. After confirming that the Immortal Gu had no issues, he placed it in his hands and looked into it mentally. Soon, he realized that there really was a lump of soul inside this Immortal Gu. Furthermore, this lump of soul vaguely seemed to have a close relationship with him. Qin Baisheng hesitated for a moment before chuckling. He squeezed with his fingers and broke the Immortal Gu. Scoundrels! This method was your trump card, right? Even using all my knowledge and experience, I could not see any flaws, but your attempt to trap me, even with your glib tongues, will end in failure. This, Shuesong Zi shouted reflexively. He felt heartache. This was an Immortal Gu. He actually destroyed it. Hei Chung was a little surprised. Towards Qin Baisheng's action, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was absolute self-confidence that could allow this action of his. Even in a desperate situation, Qin Baisheng's confidence towards himself had never wavered. Hei Chung thought to himself, if it were him, facing such words from his enemies, what would he choose to do? Lord Vice Envoy you, the black-robed Gu Immortal shouted. He became anxious. How will we salvage this now? No worry. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up. As expected, Lord Vice Envoy understands yourself best. If this was any other place, when the Immortal Gu was destroyed, the soul would dissipate. But thankfully, we spent a lot of effort and moved you here. Where are we now? Qin Baisheng shouted as he asked. The surrounding fog was thick. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, wind blew as they scattered, revealing a mountain wall. Qin Baisheng, Hei Chung, and Shuesong Zi realized that they were in a valley now. Luopa Valley. Qin Baisheng took a few glances, and his heart jumped. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy, Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves. Countless Gu worms flew up from the valley. Using an immense number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu as the foundation, they formed a super Gu formation. The Gu formation activated. The force in it shocked Hei Lang Zi, Hei Chung, and Shuesong Zi. Ah! Qin Baisheng shouted in pain. After a dozen breaths of time, everything ended. Tens of Gu worms, including a good number of Immortal Gu, flew up from the valley, returning to Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like birds returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng regained his full strength. Finally, I am back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands. He said in a low voice. His expression was cold. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Vice Envoy. Congratulations to Lord for returning safely. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground, while Hei Chung and Shuesong Zi bowed slightly. Only Hei Lang Zi was still acting rebellious, crossing his arms and watching coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything that happened, snorting coldly. Feng Gu, I will remember this. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Jiangyu, you only found these people? Just them alone will not be able to take down Langya blessed land. I have performed poorly in this task. Fairy Jiangyu rapidly lowered her head and admitted error. Hei Chung and Shuesong Zi's expressions changed, but Hei Lang Zi opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth, growling. Qin Baisheng, never mind that you are acting so mysteriously. You actually dare to look down on me? Boom. Amidst an intense explosion, Hei Lou Lan was like a pile of mush as he collapsed in a huge pit. He tried to get up, but it was like there was a huge, formless mountain pressing down on his body. The immense weight prevented him from moving at all. Hei Lou Lan's eyes were blood red. His expression was distorted. He growled unceasingly. Qin Bai Sheng's arms were lowered. He looked at the pit expressionlessly, at the struggling Hei Lou Lan. One move, just one move. He completely immobilized Hei Lou Lan. Shuesong's eyes were full of shock. Hei Chung squinted. He hid the intense shock in his mind as he thought. What a mortal killer move is this? Once he used it, Hei Lou Lan was unable to use a single killer move. Hei Lou Lan was completely immobilized, but his body is unharmed. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she showed no sign of surprise. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's face was covered by his hood. His expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, let me use my killer moves. Sneak attacking me from the start. How strong can you be? I refuse to accept this. Hei Lou Lan almost cracked his teeth. He was sprawled in the pit as he looked at Qin Bai Sheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Bai Sheng snorted in disdain. He looked down at Hei Lou Lan as he smiled slightly. Striking first gives you the advantage. Does a demonic path Gu Immortal like you not know that? It seems that I overestimated you. In a real battle, who would care if you accept it or not? As long as the enemy is defeated, that is true ability. As he said this, Qin Bai Sheng paused. His expression turned cold. Right now, you are meat on the chopping block. You are at my mercy. You are to accept this whether you like it or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Submit to me, or I will kill you right here. Hei Lou Lan did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Bai Sheng laughed, releasing the restraint. Hei Lou Lan felt the pressure lifting. He laughed fiendishly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing bright light shone out. The light came as quickly as it faded. Soon after, a huge and menacing wolf appeared. The huge wolf opened its mouth, pouncing on Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng stood at the edge of the pit. His size was a huge contrast to the huge wolf. Before the huge wolf reached him, a strong burst of wind blew, causing several of the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter in the wind. Hei Lou Lan turned into a huge wolf. He attacked with rage. He had an imposing aura. Shuesong's and Hei Chung retreated, afraid of getting caught up in it. Qin Bai Sheng was very close to him, seeing the huge wolf approaching. He did not move. He showed a cold smile on his face. Evidently, Hei Lou Lan's attack was not out of his expectations. Boom. Another loud bang entered everyone's ears. The huge wolf cried out, falling from the sky. Its forepaws were on the ground. A huge force was pressing down on the wolf's body. Hei Lou Lan was now just like earlier, completely immobilized again. In his huge wolf eyes, he showed unbelieving shock. He looked at Qin Bai Sheng as he shouted, "This move again. What is this move called?" "It is not a big deal to tell you." Qin Bai Sheng laughed. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. It uses the foundation of my soul to suppress your soul. Even though your body is strong, this move directly targets your soul. Without any immortal transformations that can resist soul path techniques, whatever beast you turn into cannot defeat me. Hei Lou Lan, I give you one final chance now. Submit to me, or die." Facing Qin Bai Sheng's immense power, Hei Lou Lan turned silent. Hei Chung and Shuesong looked at each other. They sensed this series of events was anything but reassuring. Sha Huang, Feng Jiuge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others who were leaving, his mouth muttering unendingly. The information we obtained this time has no practical use. Around Feng Jiuge, the central continent Gu Immortals were mumbling in unhappiness. "No, we obtained a lot of information." Feng Jiuge chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie, Sha Huang, was able to enter the Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Even if he is not born here, he definitely ascended into an immortal here. Since he disguised himself, that means that his true identity cannot be known to others. Finally, he has a huge force or some great expert backing him up. This force might be the one which caused the collapse of 88 True Yang Building." Lord Jiuge makes much sense. Towards Feng Jiuge's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. "What should our actions be next?" Feng Jiuge thought for a while before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle's group and tell the new information to them, allowing them to do further deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, first peak. What? Soft Jade, sand hasn't been fully collected yet." Old Ancestor Shui who looked at the list as he questioned unhappily. The person he was questioning was the owner of the 4th peak of Snowy Mountain, Li Pengwang. Li Pengwang, who had a fierce reputation and rebellious nature, lowered his head, saying politely, "Old Ancestor, please appease your anger. I met with a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go ahead and prepare. I am not targeting you." But this is the first round of Immortal material collection, and you already had such a problem. How will you prove yourself and remain as the fourth peak's owner? I raised you to this spot personally. With this poor performance, what will the other peak heads think of me? Old Ancestor Shui, who said a few more sentences before waving his sleeves, asking Li Pengwang, who was apologizing to leave. Li Pengwang had bad luck. He was attacked by a Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still brought back a portion of the soft jade sand. It was already not easy. After Li Pengwang left, a female immortal walked out from the hall behind. In the entirety of snowy mountain-blessed land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui, who with such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui, who looked over at the female immortal, his expression became more gentle. Wife, you do not know the crucial information in this. Thus you think I am overly harsh on the peak heads. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul. I know all of this lad's history. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power is truly fearsome. Do you think Li Pengwang's encounter was coincidental? That is not the case. Not just him. The other peak heads also faced difficulty when collecting the materials. All this is due to Fortune rivaling Heaven affecting us secretly. Any acts that would harm its owner would cause a backlash from Fortune rivaling Heaven, suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal, Lady Wanshou, asked. According to the theory of luck, us Gu immortals have extraordinary luck that protects us. But Fortune rivaling Heaven is the emperor of luck. Thus, we are still affected by it. The longer this drags on, the more uncertainties would occur. In the end, not only would the Gu refinement fail, we might even attract a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shui, who explained slowly. As the owner of the second peak, Lady Wanshou understood now. She thought about it before frowning. If that is the case, wouldn't it be a huge obstacle when I refine Gu? Lady Wanshou was one of the four most famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Shui, whose plan, she was supposed to use Ma Hongyun as the main material and refine Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu at the end. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded. That is why this time, not only do we need to prepare several sets of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, Ma Hongyun is the main material. We saved a lot of immortal materials compared to refining Fortune rivaling Heaven from scratch. Even so, we prepared way too many immortal materials. We are almost going to exceed Snowy Mountain's capability. This refinement is way too important. We almost used up all of our life savings. Lady Wanshou frowned as she said. Old Ancestor Shui, who laughed, holding her waist, he consoled. Wife, you're afraid that the refinement will fail? Lady Wanshou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster could fail, let alone me? Ha ha, just go ahead and refine it. Wife, whether it succeeds or fails, I will accept the result without any hatred or anger. I have already used up all of my potential to reach this level. I have no confidence in my future calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is my hope of breaking this situation. Oh, hopefully, it will succeed in time. Old Ancestor Shui, who said as he sighed. Fang Yuan, go and carry that box of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a box, shouting loudly. Yes. Fang Yuan replied, climbing onto a black-skinned fat beetle as he moved that wooden box from the very top. This lad actually has strength path cultivation. I totally missed it. Seeing Fang Yuan completing his mission easily, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a cold light. No, I already promised second young master. I cannot fail. Thinking so, the caravan steward raised his whip and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. With a loud cracking sound, Fang Yuan's shirt was torn open. A deep whip scar was imprinted on Fang Yuan's back. The intense pain assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan fell on the ground and shivered as blood quickly oozed out of his wound. In his previous life, in the caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's recruitment, he was heavily suppressed and humiliated. The memories were surfacing again. A sense of rage rose deep within Fang Yuan, but he quickly suppressed it. Why are you wasting time? Move quickly. The caravan steward was simply finding trouble with him. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not use it. After all, with enough power, he would have killing intent. That was the Dream Realm's trap, luring him to attack so that his rage could be drawn out. After enduring for a day, facing difficulties from the steward, Fang Yuan went into the tent and refined his dream path Mortal Gu. 5 scenes had passed in this dream realm. I am going to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu worm that was forming, feeling pleased. But during the night, just as he was refining the Gu, a group of beasts charged into the caravan's camp. Even with Fang Yuan's defensive methods, he could not defend himself from the assault of the beast group. He ended in failure. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Danghun Palace. Checking his immortal aperture, he found a message from Fairy Li Shan. It explained her current circumstances. Old ancestor Shui, who had ordered all of the peak heads to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left snowy mountain-blessed land, and it was not safe to leave Hei Lou Lan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up, and she also told him about the situation in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating Sha Huang's identity. They have investigated to this extent already? In the dim room, Fang Yuan frowned and sighed faintly. Chapter 773. Saving Hei Lou Lan. Originally, when Fang Yuan joined the auction, he had expected that there would be many clues left behind. It would give others many important clues to investigate. But the other party's investigation was faster than Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to his gains, this was an inconsequential cost. Fang Yuan quickly focused his mind, using the dream realm Mortal Gu in his mind to enter the dream realm again. Ever since he refined the first dream realm Mortal Gu, because he had an advantage of using Dream Path Gu, his dream realm exploration became easier, and his efficiency became higher. Dream realms were deep, traps were everywhere. Because of Fang Yuan's experience from his previous life, he avoided most of the dangers. In his first 10 Dream Realm trips, he could refine 3 Dream Realm Mortal Gu. But as the number of Dream Path Mortal Gu increased, his success rate rose from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was one of the highest in the present-day 5 regions. Because Dream Realms had just started manifesting. Although most of the forces had some gains, they were starting from scratch, exploring step by step. Like this, he refined Gu endlessly without any rest. Half a month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in refining enough Dream Path Mortal Gu. Using these Dream Path Mortal Gu, he used Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core, managing to form an immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was out for the moment, collecting immortal materials for old ancestor Shuehu. When she heard Fang Yuan's news, she stopped her work, disregarding old ancestor Shuehu's chastisement, and returned to the third peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not continue to hide that secret. She told him about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she had left behind a familial emotion with her daughter, Hei Lou Lan. Precisely because of this familial emotion, Hei Lou Lan could use Su Xian'er's green grape immortal essence. This allowed Hei Lou Lan to use Immortal Gu in Imperial Court Blessed Land when she was immortal. When Fang Yuan heard this secret, he was not surprised. In truth, he had made many guesses towards the cause of Hei Lou Lan's ability to use Immortal Gu as immortal. Right now, his guess was confirmed. It was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. One should not be influenced by their emotions in a dream realm, otherwise they will sink deeper into it. With this familial emotions influence, my immortal killer move's power will be greatly reduced. What do we do? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was oozing on her face. She was not worried about Fang Yuan lying to her. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, both sides could not lie to each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. The killer move Unravel Dream had limited power. Right now, with her being deeper in Dream Realm, Unravel Dream killer move's power became more limited. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right now, we can only give it a try. Sigh, I had 70 to 80% confidence earlier, but now I only have 20 to 30%. All in all, this was too short of a time period. I have limited Dream Path Mortal Gu. 20 to 30%, what if you fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will take major damage. But Hei Lou Lan is the owner of the dream. She will still be deep in her dream without any damage. But there is a benefit. Once I use Unravel Dream, the dream realm will weaken towards Hei Lou Lan. This is a good thing without a drawback. Fang Yuan spoke the truth. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air, relieved. But suddenly, she realized her words were inappropriate. She turned to look at Fang Yuan apologetically, lost for words. Fang Yuan waved his hand, stopping Fairy Li Shan from speaking. Say no more, Fairy, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being searched. To prevent any issues from arising further, saving Hei Lou Lan is a top priority. Even if I fail, once I weaken the dream realm, it will help for the next time I enter it. All right, enough talk. Will you guard my surroundings? That is only natural. Fairy Li Shan thanked him courteously. Next, Fang Yuan sat beside Hei Lou Lan, who was lying in her bed, activating the Dream Path Mortal Gu in his mind. These Mortal Gu were in his mind, arranging themselves into a mystical Gu formation. As they activated one by one, the Gu formation started. At the last step, Fang Yuan used his green grape immortal essence and activated Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu gave off a bright light in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up into his brain, After being converted by the Dream Path Gu formation, it turned into a green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes as a green-purple light flickered in his pupils. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. A loud sound rang out in Fang Yuan's mind. The scenery in front of him changed drastically. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the ground, but he was not in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, but in a hall instead. I am inside Hei Lou Lan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding deep within himself. He diverted his gaze and looked around. A banquet was being held in the hall. The higher-ups of Su tribe were hosting a young Gu master enthusiastically. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young master Hei Cheng, a toast to you. Hei Cheng was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. Saying this, he raised his head and gulped the drink in one mouthful. The rank 3 elders around him were cheering at Hei Cheng for having such a candid attitude. Hei Cheng cupped his fists. His tone carried the aura of pride that a young genius was meant to have. Fang Yuan saw this and had a thought in his mind. Looking at himself, he was an elder of Su tribe in this dream realm. His aperture was full of wood path mortal Gu. There was quite a number. Fang Yuan just need one look to know that he was a rank 3 wood path healing Gu master. Fang Yuan frowned. Wood path was not his specialty, even more so a healing Gu master. He sighed mentally, consoling himself. This is not my own dream realm. As an outsider, having rank 3 cultivation level is already quite good. But I wonder where Hei Lou Lan is. Just as he was thinking that, a female came out of the back of the hall, wearing an attendant's attire. She resembled Hei Lou Lan and had an incredibly beautiful appearance. But she was less dominating and more gentle. Her aura was quite different from Hei Lou Lan. It is Su Xian'er. Fang Yuan thought, recognizing this woman. Su tribe leader's cup was empty. Su Xian'er carried the wine and was about to pour it, but Su tribe leader chided her instead. You must be blind. Go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest. Su Xian'er replied meekly, walking over to Hei Cheng's table. Hei Cheng's gaze was shining. He looked at Su Xian'er's face. Only until she finished pouring the wine did he jolt to awareness. Looking at Su Xian'er's retreating back, he stood up and asked, May I know your name, miss? Su Xian'er turned around, bowing as he lowered her head, replying softly, My name is Su Xian'er. Su Xian'er? Xian'er. Hei Cheng muttered. He only sat down after Su Xian'er entered the hall and left his vision. Ha ha. Su tribe leader saw all of this. He laughed. Xian'er is a girl I brought back from the battlefield many years ago. My wife had been raising her all these years, watching her grow up. Even though she has the status of an attendant, we treat her like our own daughter. Is that so? Hei Cheng muttered. He continued feasting, but the food felt flavorless. After the banquet ended, Hei Cheng was given a high-class guest room to stay in. Su tribe leader gathered the elders, discussing about the plan to kill Hei Cheng in the secret room. Tribe leader, are we really striking? They are Hei tribe, a super force that has Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's expression turned sharp. So what if they are Hei tribe? Once this deal is done, our entire tribe will move to Snowy Mountain blessed land to live. By then, there will not be the Imperial Court contest or the 10-year blizzard. Hei tribe is a super force, but Snowy Mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders were all fantasizing from these words. Su tribe leader looked around and saw everyone's hesitant expressions. He said harshly, At this final moment, why are you hesitating? Even if we do nothing, or even snitch to Hei tribe, what can we do? If we offend Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Do not forget that our entire Su tribe's lives were saved by that fairy. If that fairy could save us so easily, she could also slaughter us all without difficulty. Being shocked by these words, the secret room became chilly. The elders saw this fact and finally faced reality. Tribe leader is right. We had already made that Hei Cheng lad drunk. I will strike now and take his head. The battle hall elder shouted. It will not be easy to kill Hei Cheng. Don't think that he is alone. There are hidden experts in the background protecting him. Hei tribe is a super force. While Hei Cheng has great talent, he will have no less than 5 people guarding him. Su tribe leader spoke about the information he had. Fang Yuan was among them. He understood what to say when he heard this. Then we will execute the orders of Lord Tribe Leader. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, go ahead and give the orders. The elders were enthusiastic. All right, the tribe leader was overjoyed, giving out orders straight away. He had obviously thought this over. He almost said them out of reflex immediately. Because Fang Yuan was the medicine hall elder and was a healing Gu master, he had weak offense and defense. He was ordered to deal with the strongest enemies by supporting 2 other Gu masters. The moment he left the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. The night had a bright moon and strong, howling winds. A rank 3 Hei tribe Gu master stood arrogantly, looking at the surrounding people with much anger. Your Su tribe is really daring. You dare to attack young Master Hei Chung of our tribe. Don't waste time speaking with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The two Su tribe elders were acting as offense and defense respectively, charging towards the Hei tribe Gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to back them up. I have not discovered Hei Lou Lan yet. It seems she is not here. Judging by this scene, I can only enter the third scene after killing the Gu master here. Fang Yuan thought about it as he activated his wood path Gu worms, healing the Gu masters on his side. Initially, the Hei tribe Gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after an intense battle, because of Fang Yuan's healing, the two sides mutually sustained injuries and entered a deadlock. Suddenly, the Hei tribe Gu master shouted angrily, charging out while injured and attacking Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him! Medicine Hall elder dodge. The two Su tribe Gu masters were shocked and furious. They lost their bearings. Chapter 774. Unravel Dream succeeds. Dream realms were dangerous. In dream realms, every time one got injured, their soul would suffer great damage. If their soul injuries were severe, they would feel sluggish. They would feel irritation within themselves. Their emotions would be drawn out more easily, thus sinking deeper into the dream and be unable to free themselves. Seeing that the Hei tribe Gu master was attacking, Su tribe's two Gu masters' hearts sank. The Hei tribe Gu master had strong fighting strength. Even with them joining forces, they could only fight with him evenly. As the medicine hall elder, Fang Yuan's strength was not high. The two Su tribe Gu masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could last long enough until they could reinforce him. But the Hei tribe Gu master had been plotting this for a while. Even if he had to risk an injury, he wanted to kill the healing Gu master. He certainly had a strong offensive method left. Quickly dodge it. Persevere for a few breaths. We are coming. The Hei tribe Gu master quickly shortened the distance between him and Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan remained unmoved, causing the two Su tribe Gu masters to feel anxious. Fang Yuan was not scared at all. He laughed coldly. He dared to enter Hei Lou Lan's dream realm not because he was rash, but because he had prepared his trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his palm facing the Hei tribe Gu master. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a green-purple light. Hei tribe Gu master's eyes shined with intense despair. Amidst his anger and shock, his body faded and his speed became slower. When he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished into thin air. What method is this? The two Su tribe Gu masters behind him were staring with shocked expressions. A killer move that I thought of. It is nothing important. Fang Yuan lowered his right arm, making a random excuse. Nothing important. One of the two Gu masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan seemed like a desolate beast in his eyes. Killing him in one move. Had we known this, why would we fight to the death? Another Gu master sighed. He had a complex tone. It was a joyful yet begrudged tone. All right, let's move quickly. Go and reinforce the others. The most important matter now is to kill Hei Chung. Fang Yuan reminded. Su tribe's two Gu masters nodded. Now was not the time to talk about Fang Yuan's killer move. The three quickly moved and went to the deeper parts of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the two Gu masters of Su tribe, sprinting as the scene changed again. The night was dark. The sky had no moon. Only several stars were shining. Fang Yuan and Su tribe leader, all four people, charged towards the direction of Hei Chung. I see him. After flipping over that mountain, we can reach Hei Chung. In their rush, an elder used his investigative Gu worm as he spoke. I said long ago, he was hit by my tracking Gu. No matter where he does, he will not be able to run away. Battle Hall elder said proudly. Academy elder died in battle. We must take revenge for her. Since it is a battle, there will be wins, losses, life and death. Academy elder sacrificed herself for us. She will definitely be praised. On the other hand, Su Xian betrayed our tribe, helping that Hei Chung lad escape. This is an unforgivable crime. Saying this, Su tribe leader's expression was dark. Even though Su Xian is my goddaughter, in the name of justice, I cannot be selfish. When we capture her, we will punish her according to the tribe rules. Hearing this, the other elders let out a sigh of relief. They said, tribe leader is wise. Wise? Hee. A cold laugh came from the mound behind everyone. Who is it? Everyone stopped in their tracks. A figure slowly appeared on the mound. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. It was an enemy. With just this hiding ability, it was incredible if they did not show up intentionally. With just their investigative methods, they would not discover them. The question was, did they use a Gu worm or a killer move? To think that there was still an expert like you protecting Hei Chung. Su tribe leader tried to stall for time, as several elders moved out, ascending up the mound in an encircling formation. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move, remaining at the same spot. Suddenly, the battle on the mound erupted. Two other mysterious Gu masters ambushed Su tribe's Gu masters, striking ruthlessly and viciously. In one move, they heavily injured one, while lightly injuring the other. The Su tribe Gu master who was heavily injured retreated quickly, while the lightly injured one was still fighting partway up the mound. There was a helper. Su tribe leader's heart jumped when he saw this, having a bad feeling in his heart. The three Gu masters who suddenly appeared were experts. They had above-average battle strength. They probably made many arrangements when they ambushed at this location. It would be difficult to break through their obstruction and catch up to Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan, as the healing Gu master, was behind Su tribe leader. His eyes shined when he saw the Gu master partway up the mound. The appearance of Hei Lou Lan's body was the one she had when she was Hei tribe leader. She had broad shoulders and a thick waist. She was rough and fierce. At this moment, she was fighting with the lightly injured Su tribe leader. They were engaged in fierce battle. Her great battle strength was beating the opponent back. She was not like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was an outsider in this dream realm. There was no identity allocated to him in the dream originally. Thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of another character. But Hei Lou Lan was the owner of the dream. As the dream owner, she was part of the dream realm's creation. As for her appearance, this was how Hei Lou Lan saw herself in the depths of her heart. Hei Lou Lan, it's me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards Hei Lou Lan. Medicine Hall Elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He rapidly ascended the mound. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you had such a strong killer move. A Su tribe Gu master who was in the second scene with Fang Yuan exposed his identity. Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan heard this name and her expression was dazed, but ruthless light shined in her eyes soon afterwards. All of you, scram. Saying this, she waved her hand and shot a dark vortex killer move at Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying, Unravel dream. Green-purple light shined in his body. Be it the dark vortex or the two Gu masters, they vanished into thin air within a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? Seeing this, all of the remaining Gu masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Hei Lou Lan's gaze shined. She was very wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated, leaving this small mound. Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. Hei Lou Lan was the dream owner. Since she was dreaming now, Unravel dream could not affect her. Chase. We must kill Hei Cheng. Su tribe leader and the others gritted their teeth. They had no other way now. They had to follow. Hei Cheng seemed to be injured. He was moving slowly not far away. Beside him, Su Xian Air was holding onto him, limping forward at a slow speed. Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. This seemed like a trap. Hei Lou Lan quickly met up with Hei Cheng and Su Xian Air. Strong warrior, please leave with young master. I will hold them off. Su Xian Air did not recognize Hei Lou Lan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal woman. You have no Gu master cultivation. How can you block these Gu masters? Now that you have betrayed your tribe, you are dead meat. Hei Lou Lan had a complex expression when she looked at Su Xian Air. It is too late. Strong warrior, quickly leave. As Fang Yuan got closer, Su Xian Air shouted as she turned back. Hei Lou Lan sighed. She stretched out her palm and slammed at Hei Cheng's head. With a loud smash, Hei Cheng's head broke apart like a watermelon. The brain matter flew everywhere. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Hei Lou Lan raised her head, shouting, Hei Cheng, I finally killed you with my own hands. Nobody can stop me from taking your life. Ha ha ha. Oh no. Hearing Hei Lou Lan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. At once, the dream realm scene changed. In the hall, among the toasting of wine cups, Su tribe leader and Hei Cheng were drinking together. It was a lively atmosphere. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young master Hei Cheng, a toast to you. Hei Cheng was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is a recurring dream. The three scenes are looping nonstop. Fang Yuan looked around and inspected himself again. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder. He was a rank 2 metal path Gu master guard. He was standing at the door of the hall, guarding the door. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength fell. Fang Yuan's was bitter inside. This is bad. Hei Lou Lan has sunk into the dream. She had no reaction even after hearing my name. The more dream realm cycles that occur, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream had already pulled out Hei Lou Lan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more Hei Lou Lan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up? For a while, even Fang Yuan had no idea. 7 days and 7 nights later, in snowy mountain blessed land time, Hei Lou Lan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes with a shift in her aura. Her lost gaze became clearer. Looking at the 8-armed immortal beside her bed, she understood in her heart. So it was a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his eyes forcefully. His aura was weak and his soul had suffered a huge blow. His mind was extremely drained. After dozens of rounds in Hei Lou Lan's dream realm, using the killer move Unravel Dream, he accumulated experience and failed repeatedly. After many attempts, Fang Yuan killed Hei Cheng before Hei Lou Lan could, ruining her goal. But the dream realm did not dissipate. Hei Lou Lan's hatred was not resolved. The dream realm changed again. Only until the 17th change, Fang Yuan roused Hei Lou Lan's consciousness, and she realized she was dreaming. When Hei Lou Lan understood this, Fang Yuan gained the initiative. After 8 more rounds, the two finally overcame the difficulties, breaking the dream realm and escaping. I am going back now. As for the compensation, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. Even when he used fixed immortal travel, it was with much difficulty. Compensation. Hei Lou Lan was about to thank him, but when she heard these words, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 775, Dream Path Pioneer Western Desert. G.U.H. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another failure. Tang Miao's expression was pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair towards the failure in exploring the dream realm. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured. Her head was spinning as her body felt heavy. She sighed in her heart. Brother, I was useless and could not save you. Even after exploring the dream realm deeply, I could not find you. She shut her eyes. Bitter tears flowed down her cheeks, forming 2 streams of tears. A moment later, the anxious Tang Clan Gu immortals rushed over, coming to the secret room and standing in front of Tang Miao. Tang Clan's first supreme elder, Tang Yang, frowned. He looked at Tang Miao, who was sitting on the bed, as he said heavily, I did not think that after spending so much effort to borrow the rank 7 emotion Gu from Shao tribe, the dream realm exploration still suffered a heavy loss. Sigh, dream realms in themselves are mystical and strange. Moreover, this is thieving heaven demon venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lan sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread throughout the world. The information regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable was known to not just Central Continent, but the super forces of the other 4 regions as well. Most of them were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience, and developing new Gu worms. As a super force of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery triggered the enthusiasm of Tang Clan in researching Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, Tang Clan's number 1 genius Gu Immortal, Tang Fong Ming, had taken this important mission from the clan, but he suffered a great loss and was still lost in the dream realm now. His sister, Tang Miao, in order to save her brother, had tried many times but failed repeatedly. This loss was even more severe. In order to explore the dream realm this time, Tang Clan spent a huge sum to borrow the emotion path Immortal Gu and entrusted hope in her. The result was ice-cold disappointment. Although the Immortal Gu was useful and could suppress my emotions, preventing the dream realm from drawing them out, this also made me an outsider. I was always in the outskirts of the dream's core. This time, I did not even manage to discover brother's identity. As she sat on the bed, Tang Miao tended to her injuries as she said solemnly, Sigh, it seems that dream path Gu worms are needed to explore dream realms. But our Tang clan has already explored the dream realm for 60 years. We have only created over a dozen dream realm mortal Gu. They are all rank 3 and below. More than half of them have extremely limited use. More specifically, only 4 or 5 are suited for dream realm exploration. The hardest part was the start, especially at this initial stage. It was extremely difficult. The pioneers were moving forward without certainty. Every small step was a huge success. Regarding Dream Path, nobody had any experience. Their knowledge was like sheets of blank paper. Once they passed this difficult initial step and accumulated enough experience, their advantage would become larger, like a rolling snowball. Towards the middle to late stage, their advantage would be clear. The difficulty of researching Dream Path would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's memories, there was a time when a new Dream Path Gu worm was created every day. The varieties were as numerous as the stars in the sky. That was a time when Dream Path was flourishing like flowers in spring. In human history, each of these grand eras would lead to the birth of a supreme expert. According to the prophecy of 3 venerables, this grand expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan did not live until Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared. Speaking of which, at this initial stage, Tang Clan was already at the lead of the era. Even when compared to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Their progress was among the highest. But the limitations of this era greatly restricted them. It was like a blind man walking down a path. Without any clues, they could only explore step by step. After endless effort was spent, they only had a small result. Over a dozen Dream Path Mortal Gu. And among these results, the truly useful Dream Path Mortal Gu were extremely few. For example, on Earth, a newly created experimental product would be very far from military usage, and even further from civilian use. Moreover, this innovation and exploration was not possible for every Gu Immortal. One needed talent and aptitude. In this aspect, Gu Immortals who only followed certain rules were useless. Without a creative mind, they were inferior to even mortal Gu masters. Tang clan had many Gu Immortals, but only Tang Fong Ming was suited for this. These dozen or so Dream Path Mortal Gu were mostly his creation. One could say that he was the main force behind Tang clan's Dream Realm exploration. The regretful thing was, Tang Fong Ming was trapped in the Dream Realm now. Because of this, Tang clan's progress had come to a halt. Tang Fong Ming's body was intact. The clan's Gu Immortals were protecting it. But his soul that was in the Dream Realm had already left his body. It had vanished. Once one was trapped in the Dream Realm, their soul would weaken continuously, weakening until they died. The Tang clan Gu Immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them spoke with much difficulty. We can protect his body, but there are almost no Guts Gu in the market. We can't buy them any longer. Tang Miao frowned, asking anxiously, what is going on? The Gu Immortal from earlier replied. You know that there is only one person selling Guts Gu. It is a monopoly. But not long ago, this seller stopped releasing the product into the market for an unknown reason. Even though there are still Guts Gu in the market, without the source supplier, it is drying out. Right now, the market cannot satisfy our demands. Guts Gu was among the best methods to strengthen the soul, and had no drawbacks, and most importantly it took effectiveness quickly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once commented, this was the #1 soul strengthening method in the world. He was absolutely right. For Tang Fong Ming, Guts Gu was the method to save his life. Without Guts Gu, brother will. Tang Miao was anxious. Her tone was flustered as she said with a shred of hope, asking, why are they not selling it? Is there so little circulation in the market? This time, Tang Clan First Supreme Elder spoke. We had contacted the seller and promised huge profits, but there was no response. These last days, the Guts Gu that are preserving Tang Fong Ming's life are the remaining Guts Gu in the market that our tribe is purchasing with a huge sum. By now, the Guts Gu supply has dried out. Barely any is left. Tang Miao heard this, and her heart sank to rock bottom. Her breathing became rough. Tang Clan had ordinary soul strengthening methods. Earlier, before Guts Gu were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they used these methods to preserve Tang Fong Ming's life. But now, Tang Fong Ming was too deep in the dream. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were becoming useless. The recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts Gu, Tang Fong Ming would die in his dream. What could they do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at these Gu Immortals deeply. I don't care. If you guys didn't give brother that mission back then, he would not be like this. Now that he is this state, are you going to just watch? You can't say that. What do you mean just watch? These years, Tang Clan had spent so much effort and finances to preserve Tang Fong Ming's life. You are also one of us. You saw everything for yourself. Third Supreme Elder retorted. He listed many examples. They were not false. He had the evidence and proof of their actions. I don't care. Tang Miao's eyebrows were in a frown. Her indigo color eyes were gathering rage. Even though the surface was calm, it was deep like an abyss. Third Supreme Elder, say no more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand and stopped him. Third Supreme Elder stopped speaking, as First Supreme Elder sighed deeply while gazing at Tang Miao, who was extremely furious and stubborn. Tang Fong Ming and Tang Miao had a close sibling relationship. All of the Tang Clan Gu Immortals knew this. This pair of siblings were once stripped of their statuses and mercilessly abandoned when they were young. The siblings went through much hardship and survived. Due to a fortuitous encounter, the brother, Tang Fong Ming, became a Gu Immortal, while his sister, Tang Miao, became a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. The two charged back to Tang Clan to take revenge. The Tang Clan Gu Immortals appeared and mediated with Tang Fong Ming. Eventually, they sacrificed a band of mortal higher-ups and managed to obtain the return of Tang Fong Ming. Compared to a Gu Immortal, even if the sacrifice was a huge number of mortals, what was that worth? Tang Fong Ming understood the situation. He joined Tang Clan and used the clan's help to make his sister, Tang Miao, a Gu Immortal. But Tang Miao was not as big-hearted as her brother. She still had negative preconceptions against Tang Clan. She had hidden resentment and indignation. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, any sort of explanation was useless to her. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, I discussed this with the elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to help Feng Ming now. What 3 ways? Tang Miao's expression softened. She immediately asked. The best method is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. By fusing its soul into Feng Ming's body, we can use killer moves to nourish his soul with that soul, allowing Feng Ming to survive this ordeal. The second best method is to use the blood path Immortal Gu in the clan to use a method of sensing, forcibly retrieving Feng Ming's soul. As for the worst method, it is to find that lone cultivator, White Sea Zhao, for help. After First Supreme Elder finished his words, the bitter expression on his face intensified. Tang Miao listened and fell into deep silence. After a while, she laughed grimly, raising her head and sending them out. I need to think about this. Elders, please go back first. As the Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She laughed again, tears falling from her eyes. They were showing a cold, mocking expression. What best method? Once we use it, even if we succeed, the souls would fuse, and you will be neither man nor beast. As for the second method, the chances of success are less than 30%. Even if we do not fail, the soul called back would be greatly damaged. You might not even recognize me, your own sister. As for the last solution, there is some hope in that. Although that White Sea Zhao is a lone cultivator, he has incredible dream path proficiency. Even brother praised him many times in private. But to ask him for help, we will have to pay a huge price. These old fogies are saying that only because they are concerned about the paradise earth immortal venerable inheritance that us siblings have in our hands. Indeed, only this inheritance can move White Sea Zhao. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears on her face. Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you. Tang Miao sat on her bed. Even in the dim lighting, she still had the beauty of a flower.